very interesting and a very informative keynote address by Lieutenant General Ata Hasnain. General Hasnain is one of India's most decorated military officers, having served the nation with distinction for over 40 years in Indian Armed Forces. General Hasnain is Chancellor of Central University of Kashmir. He is member of National Disaster Management Authority. He is one of the foremost writers and analysts on J&K, Pakistan, Middle East, and transnational extremist violence. General Hasnain will be delivering his plenary address on disaster risk reduction in India and its economic impact. May I invite you, sir, on the stage, please?
Good morning, and Jai Hind in the traditional armed forces way. Much thanks to Mr. Haridwal for this invitation, Mr. Maruf Raza. This is the third time I was being invited. For 2 years I could not make it, but this year one did. And one is happy that a subject which perhaps hasn't been spoken about in this forum in the past, that is exactly what I'm going to be addressing. First of all, people from the power sector, it should be of interest to you. You, of course, deal with the power distribution angle, the commercial part of it. We in the NDMA today are deeply involved with the Ministry of Power, because climate change, infrastructure, development, commercialization is deeply affecting the disaster world, and you are finding many of your sources of power coming under stress. I can remind you about the Chamoli disaster which happened 4 years ago, in which 200 people died in the very famous Tapo 1 project of the National Hydro Power Corporation. And subsequently, you are aware of what happened to the Chungthang Dam last year. It was washed away by a glacial outburst flood, which affected the better part of about 100 lives in Sikkim. These are things which are really not spoken about in India. I will not come to the presentation for some 10-12 minutes, because I do want to explain to you certain things which are very important, I think, from a disaster angle to understand. Number one, most people in India, why in India, around the world, most people think disasters are not meant for them. It's not for you. Disaster is for the next person sitting next to you. It's for the neighbor. The neighbor will get affected by the tsunami, the neighbor will get affected by the cyclone, you will not get affected. Because you think you are made of iron. Let me tell you, when disasters come, there is nothing which remains in their way. And the more knowledge you have about the domain of disaster management, the science of disaster management, the better it is for you, your family, your nation, your community, everyone. 5 years ago, when I entered into this world after spending 40 years in the army and 7 years outside the army, I went in, it took me the better part of 3 years to understand this whole game. It's something quite fascinating actually. So it is knowledge which is extremely important. One of the most challenging things about disaster is knowledge. Let me start with a small example. When the tsunami came on the 26th of December 2004, undersea earthquake, 9.1 on the Richter scale, 1,000-meter long chasm, trench, which burst. It rocked the Car Nicobar Islands, Port Blair, everything. And everyone said, now what? 30 seconds, 40 seconds of rocking. And 5 minutes later, they found, many people in Car Nicobar saw that the sea was receding. 1.5 kilometers, the sea receded. Corals came out, beautiful pink and green corals. People went running into that area to have a look at the beaches to see the corals. The 20th minute, the tsunami came. It was a 50-foot column of water which came and hit the Car Nicobar Island. 600 people died there. No knowledge of what is going to happen to them at that time. 2 hours later, at a speed of 750 kilometers per hour, the tsunami traveled to Chennai. It traveled to Sri Lanka. 8 hours later, it traveled to the shores of Africa. And you can imagine, if we had an early warning system in 2004, to warn the people in Chennai, Marina Beach wouldn't have had people on it. We lost 12,000 people. They say 16,000 official figures, about 12,000 dead. Because we didn't have an early warning system to warn people. Today, I want to reassure you, we have inquests in Hyderabad looking after tsunami warnings to 26 countries around the entire Indian Ocean region. And as we go along, I will tell you how this message will reach you wherever you are, and if you are likely to be affected all over India. The entire population of India now is empowered to receive warning, which is being considered almost like a human right today. It's a human right to be given a warning of an impending disaster. We'll more on it as we go along. I deal with humanitarian assistance and disaster response, and I deal with national security because of my military background, so I consider myself one of the rare people who looks at this whole domain from a national security perspective. From an economic angle, let me just outline to you, in the years 2020 to 23, in about 4 years, the world lost approximately $3 trillion worth of damage due to disasters. India lost approximately $165 billion. We lost 80 world, 1.2 million lives in the world were lost due to declared disasters. Most of these were flash floods, cyclones, earthquakes, landslides, including even tsunamis. The cascading effect of climate change, infrastructure development, population increase, etc., is deeply affecting areas such as airports, seaports, railways, bridges. And when these get affected, obviously it has a huge cascading effect on the national economy, as much on the power sector. After all, if Sikkim loses all its infrastructure, power producing infrastructure, where is the question of power distribution when you don't have power producing capability? So you have to look backwards into this entire domain. From a national security angle, let me outline 2-3 very interesting examples for you of how disasters affect national security. When we talk of migrations from Western Sahara, the whole problem of Western Sahara in Africa, migrations taking place from there into Europe. How did it start? It all came because of extended drought and famine. And you are aware, drought and famine is a declared disaster domain also. It all started because of that. The coming of Boko Haram in that area, you can link it, I don't want to go into details, but you can link it. How the impoverishment of people in Western Sahara led to the rise of Boko Haram. The same thing happened when you go to the Red Sea and you see piracy in the Red Sea today. Where do you link to Somalia? Somalian pirates you talk about. Where did it all come out from in Somalia? The civil war of Somalia, the UN involvement in Somalia, it all came from the extended drought of Somalia, impoverishment of the people there. If you remember the issue of locust was all linked to Somalia, Sudan, and then coming into the Arabian Peninsula. And that's where it all used to come towards India. Mercifully, we've not had it for the better part of 4 years. The last time we had a locust invasion was in the year of the COVID pandemic in 2020, when it started at that time. Come closer home, come to Bangladesh. 1970, even before the war began, 1970, that's when East Pakistan was there, you had a cyclone called Bhola. All cyclones have names. Mostly they have names of women actually, but this was Bhola somehow, I don't know, very innocent looking cyclone, which came and took away the better part of 540,000 lives. 500,000 lives, recorded as the second worst disaster in history. Much of the migration started in the 70s in the northeast, if you remember. Where could East Pakistan have resolved its issues of that kind? You know how many helicopters Pakistan had in Dhaka or in Bangladesh at that time? 3 helicopters total. 3 helicopters were there to do management of the post effects of that cyclone. In 1990, they were again hit by another cyclone, and they lost 130,000 people. All this has had a cascading effect on the security of northeast India. Now to come to a recent context, if you look at Pakistan. Pakistan has had floods in the Indus in the year 2022, 23, 24 was not so bad. 22, 23, 2 years continuously. The recorded figure of people who have been displaced as internally displaced people is about 2.6 million. They are in camps under UNHCR blue tarpaulins. Now, the estimate is it will take $16 billion to resettle them. Where will Pakistan find $16 billion? They are going to the IMF for the 24th time to look for $6 billion to repay and service loans which are already existing. So you've got a problem of 2.6 million on their hands, which is only going to increase as we go along. Now link this to what happened in 1979, 80, 81, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, how 3 million people came out of Afghanistan on Pakistan's western borders, how the seminaries came up in that area at that time, how radicalism was born to a great extent in western Pakistan at that time, right? And how ultimately many people link the birth of the Taliban even to those events. 15 years later, the Taliban came to power in Afghanistan. Now you see, and something which you cannot even link with security in your mind, suddenly when you start putting it together, put the threads together, you realize it forms a huge array of issues which leads to a national security threat. Which means you may have 3-4 million people being affected by this kind of a thing in Pakistan, with Pakistan's economy, the state it is in at the moment. So that is how national security, and this is a world of hybrid warfare. We are not, in India, we are hardly looking at conventional operations, we are hardly looking at major conventional threats, we are primarily looking at hybrid threats at the moment. And these are the kind of issues which are going to affect us in the near future. So before I come to the main presentation as such, the importance of knowledge. You should be aware, for example, one of the biggest events is about to take place starting in the next 4 days, Mahakumbh. The Mahakumbh in Prayagraj. Last time there were 24 crore people. That was the footprint you had last time. This time it's going to go to 42 crores. By the time the last Dahan is over on the 26th, 27th of February, you're going to have 42 crore people, 420 million people who would have stepped into Prayagraj and gone for a darshan and a dip in the holy Sangam. If you have been reading the newspapers, if you have been following your news, last evening, 6 people died. Are we prepared for disasters? Small disasters, yes. To a great extent, the NDMA, and I'll give you in the full presentation on it, as to how the NDMA is preparing the nation for it. Big disasters. Most of you are coming from Delhi, escaping from the cold of Delhi and the smog of Delhi. Incidentally, Delhi is very sunny this morning, right? But is Delhi prepared for the big one? Is prepared for the big one. Delhi is not even prepared for the micro earthquake, let me tell you. Because efforts of the NDMA with the Delhi Disaster Management Authority and the twin governance of Delhi is creating such muzzles at the moment. I mean, our efforts to do something and bring awareness, just not there. Just not there at all. So if a big one strikes Delhi, it's going to be something very, very difficult. I can't even imagine what will happen. Put a few things in perspective for you. Before the NDMA came into being in 2005, you had the terrible disaster of Odisha, where you had a cyclone called Paradeep, which hit in 1999. 10 to 12,000 people died in that cyclone. Last year you had a cyclone, 2023, June, a cyclone called Biparjoy, which hit Gujarat. Not a single person died. It was exactly the same intensity of a cyclone. It was science and technology put together, combined with knowledge management, combined with the response capability, combined with mitigation which had been put in there, and early warning. When all this was put together, we found the entire population of that Kutch area was absolutely safe and sound. Wayanad, you had over 300 people who died in the landslide at Wayanad. You should be aware that the first signal of the landslide after it took place came through a technology called Emergency Response System, ERSS, which I will explain to you subsequently. As citizens of India, it is your right to know these things. You should know all this as to what are the technologies the country is putting together. If I ask you in this hall, how many of you have downloaded the Sachet app? I know not a single hand will go up. Because you don't know what is the Sachet app. But I will explain to you how the Sachet app will keep you safe. Wherever you are, you travel to Goa and there's a cyclone in Goa, you will get your warning well in time on the Sachet app if you've downloaded it. Right? I'm only motivating you to listen to the rest of the presentation. In 2023, October, 4th of October, I was traveling down from Lucknow to Delhi, and en route I got a call from the NDMA. Sir, there's been a major disaster in Sikkim. A glacial lake has burst. If you're not aware of this, it's called GLOF, G-L-O-F, Glacial Lake Outburst Flood. A whole dam has got washed away. Almost 200 people are dead. Terrible, absolutely. 3 days later, another disaster took place, and that was far away in Gaza. And we've been discussing all the effects of that yesterday. That was the Hamas raid into Israel. 1,200 people died, 250 people were taken hostage. Obviously, what happened in Gaza swept Sikkim off the headlines in India. And none of you are aware what happened in Sikkim. The NDMA put together this act. Some of us from the NDMA went to Siliguri. We traveled to our core headquarters there, took Air Force helicopters, went up and had a look at that entire area. Both Nadeem and I were both part of that team. And we met the Chief Minister, went to Kalimpong, took a full briefing from the army there. And I came back, and we put together our report, and we reported to the government that Sikkim, to our assessment, is not defendable. You can't defend Sikkim. If tomorrow the Chinese want to come and walk into Sikkim on the border, the Indian Army cannot respond. Nowhere has it ever been reported in the media ever. The Indian Army lost 3,000 tons of ammunition in that flood. 3,000 tons, which means 100, how much? Almost 1,000 truckloads. 1,000 truckloads worth of ammunition was lost. We were lucky 154 people who were managing that point escaped. Just because of an early warning, they managed to just about escape. They were picked up by helicopter from the hillsides all over. That is the magnitude of a glacial lake outburst flood, that it can happen. For your information, what had happened was that in a lake, this is ice slab the size of 6 football fields. And a football field is 110 yards, which means about 650, 700 meter long ice slab, thick as hell. Suddenly came off it scabbed off the precipice and fell into the lake. And the lake burst and the water came down. It came in such a cascade, it burst the dam. And that's how all this happened downstream. A lot of people felt that this could have possibly been the result of a laser weapon, which the Chinese had perhaps developed. Could it have happened that a laser technology was used to melt a portion of that scab and let the ice scab fall down? Why I'm saying this is, 3 years before this, in 2021 on the 7th of February, we had suffered a similar thing at Chamoli, where on a nice bright day, suddenly a huge scab of ice suddenly fell down. It came 4,000 meters down, and the effect that it created on the ground was it sent an air current, which broke all the trees in that area for 3 kilometers either side. And everything came cascading into the water which had melted, and it became a debris flow. And that is what got into the tunnels of the dam site. There it was a run of the river project, got into, and people who were working there. There was no early warning system, which had been set up by the Power Ministry at that time. So all this I'm telling you because these are issues which don't come in the media for you to read. Right? I want you to know that there's a lot happening in India in this field. In G20, for example, we expected that there could be a threat, a chemical threat, possibly a radiological threat against the safety of the delegates. We had 200 meetings taking place in G20. Everywhere we gave a CBRN coverage. The NDMA ensured it, right? And you saw what happened at the Silkyara tunnel last year, where 42 people got stuck. And how an all-of-government approach assisted in delivering them out. Ultimately, the rat miners who came and dug the last 15 meters and got them out. But every department of government came together to try and deliver these 42 people out from that terrible hellhole in which they were stuck for the better part of 17 days, almost. So, with all this, I think you should be prepared to listen as to what is happening on disaster management in India. A few aspects which I'll dwell upon for you. For example, 85% of India's landmass is disaster prone. 75% is cyclone vulnerable. Earlier cyclones only came on the east coast, now cyclones have started coming on the west coast, all a result of climate change. Drought risks 68%, flood prone. 15% to landslides and mudslides. The areas in the Himalayas, of course, but most people are not aware, Kerala, the Western Ghats are hugely prone to landslides. Of course, 58.6% is the earthquake-prone area because of the Indian plate, as you are aware, which is pushing into the Tibetan plateau, and which is what has created the entire Himalayan range. This I have already spoken to you about the losses which have taken place due to disasters in the last couple of years. So, this is the journey which has taken place over the years. If you look at it, in 1999, it was realized that we needed and after that 2001 earthquake, we needed a more professional approach to disaster management. You may not be aware that till 2001, disaster management was the subject of the Ministry of Agriculture. Because everyone imagined that the only disaster which could strike India was a drought or locust. And that required a professional handling. Thereafter things have changed and finally led to the enactment of the Disaster Management Act. And if you have been following Parliament in the last 2 months, the review of the Disaster Management Act is taking place. At the moment, it's still not been cleared by the Rajya Sabha. The Lok Sabha has cleared it. There are a couple of lessons that we have learned over the last 22 years, which have now been incorporated into the review. So the whole concept was that earlier, disaster management meant wait for disasters to happen and respond adequately. Send in the army, send in the police, the CRPF, CAPFs, etc. Mostly you went in to pick up bodies, nothing else. Carry out funerals, provide some shelters in schools, and some temporary kitchens, etc. Nothing more than that. Since then, the Disaster Management Act has changed things, a complete paradigm shift. Now it is, if you see on the right side, the whole thing is proactive. It's on prevention. It is all on prevention, and one of the very important aspects of prevention is knowledge management. The second is mitigation, right? For example, let me kill it here only. You have a program which is being run under World Bank loans or support, $1 billion program called the National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Program, NCRMP. Classic mitigation program, which means on the East Coast, so many shanty towns in Odisha, parts of West Bengal, even in Tamil Nadu, where temporary hutments are there, fishermen communities are there. When a huge cyclone or super cyclone comes, all of them get affected. Under the NCRMP, we have constructed permanent shelters, proper concretized shelters all along the coastline. All power lines, the internet lines, telephone lines have all been put underground. And that is the reason the same thing has happened in the West. And the program is going on in the Western coast at the moment. This is a classic act of mitigation. That is, let the cyclone, let the disaster come, its effects will be mitigated, reduced, diluted. Which is why we had an early warning system going in Gujarat for Biparjoy. For the cyclone Biparjoy, we warned the people. We traced the cyclone and said it is going to hit here at this particular spot on the coastline. Those communities were evacuated, put into permanent shelters, and suitable response organizations, the NDRF, the Army, the CRPF, etc., were placed there to look after. That's all. Not a single casualty took place. So it is all preparedness driven. The whole cycle is based upon this aspect. We've got a legal and institutional framework at the national, state, and the district level, which at the national level you have the SDMA, the NDMA. At the state level, 36 states have got the SDMA, State Disaster Management Authority. At the NDMA, our chairperson is none less than the Prime Minister of India. He is the chairperson of the NDMA. And Our responsibilities are, of course, not just response. Our responsibilities are a lot to do with concepts, training, knowledge management, budgeting and things like that. I should go into that in a little more detail at this moment. At the national level, we have the central government. The MHA is the ministry which looks after disaster management today. And under the Disaster Management Act, 3 things were set up. First was the NDMA itself. The second was the NIDM, National Institute of Disaster Management, as you can see here. The National Institute of Disaster Management, that is the training and the knowledge management angle, they provide that angle, and the NDRF, the National Disaster Response Force. The NDMA is one of those bodies too. Of course, there's a crisis management group based upon different ministries. For example, if there's an issue concerning power, if there's an issue concerning dams, automatically the power ministry gets incorporated into the National Emergency Committee at that time. The NIDM, you can see here, training programs, various seminars from time to time, diplomas which are given by them. So this is knowledge management is all their responsibility. They are in Rohini in Delhi. Then is the NDRF, which is the romantic side of disaster management. Orange uniforms, you find them everywhere. What is the NDRF? I want to explain this, take a little time to explain this to you. A lot of people get confused between the NDMA and the NDRF. The NDMA is an apex body under which the NDRF functions. We are like the headquarters. The NDRF is a force put together, initially 8 units, now 16 units, 1,100 strong each. And with 18 teams of 50 men each. That's 900 men, and the rest of them are logistics and medical, etc. So that's a fairly large number. How are they modeled? What they've done is they've made sure that there is ownership of each unit. So the BSF provides 3 units. It takes ownership of those 3 units. The training, of course, is done by the NDRF itself, but the BSF mans it. They are the ones who provide the manpower. And each BSF man who comes to us comes for 7 years on deputation. So he's trained and lasts in the system that long. Some of you who are from the uniformed forces would know. This system is the system which was adopted by the Rashtra Rifles. Same Rashtra Rifle system as the Indian Army adopted to make sure that there is someone who owns this organization. Since General Widge, the former army chief, was the first vice chairman of the NDMA, he ensured that this system was incorporated. So they are all over the country, 16 locations of headquarters, and then they have got their rapid reaction teams of theirs, which move, rapid response teams, which are also placed in other crucial areas. As the monsoon approaches every year, we have a relocation plan, so that very, very flood-prone areas, you have more NDRF located in those places. Now, 16 units are not sufficient, let me tell you, for India. So under the review of the Disaster Management Act, which is taking place now, it is going to be mandatory for every state to raise a state disaster response force, SDRF, which will be trained by the NDRF, and it will supplement the NDRF in all its responsibilities. I can assure you, in the Mahakumbh at the moment, the UP SDRF is already there, doing a tremendous job. The Uttarakhand SDRF does a great job too there. So this is a 3-tier structure at the highest level, at the national level, the state level, and the district level. You can see the NDMA, the SDMA, and the DDMA. The SDMA has the chief minister as his chairperson, and the district level, you have the local DC who chairs that council there. And you can see who all are part of it. This is a part of our vision. This is the organizational structure of the NDMA. Policy plans, mitigation, operations and communication, and capacity building. This is a routine organizational tree. our main work is essentially coordination. Now, this is a very important aspect. Two guidelines, basic two guidelines on which the NDMA functions. One is what is called the Sendai Framework, 2015 to 2030. 15 years under the United Nations Charter, the Sendai Framework, based, as you are aware, in Sendai in Japan. And it is a 15-year program for achievement of greater disaster risk resilience in all nations. The Government of India in 2016, we had an Asian Ministerial Conference of Disaster Management in which the Prime Minister of India gave out this 10-point agenda. This 10-point agenda today is becoming a mantra of disaster management around the world. If you just look at a few points in it, if you look at all 10 points, you will realize it covers every single facet of disaster management. But just a few points. Point number 2. Risk coverage must include all, starting from poor households, multinational corporations, to nation states. So today a very interesting thing is happening at the moment. Risk insurance. Risk insurance is being looked at commercially. The first state in India which is undertaking this as a pilot project is Nagaland. You'll be surprised the kind of initiatives that Nagaland is capable of taking on issues of disaster is absolutely mind-boggling. Look at the third point, women's leadership. Gender sensitivity is one of the most important issues in disaster management. Because you realize when the disaster hits, who is the most vulnerable? The woman who lives at home, who's got the children under her care, who's got the household under her care. The man may be somewhere else. You have to be concerned about the family, about the woman, and everything else that she manages. So a greater amount of sensitivity towards the relief for women is included as a part of the 10-point program. Investing in risk mapping, this is point number 4. What is risk mapping? Today, you have the capability technically to be able to say, for example, earthquake. Now, many of you know you are living in zone 4 or zone 5 or zone 3. That's all a part of risk mapping. So what are the requirements for zone 4, zone 5, zone 3? You should know. How do you come to those areas of zone 5, zone 4, zone 3? A seismological analysis of the areas is carried out. Past history of disasters is taken, and you arrive at a map to say, this is the area which is under risk, this is the area under so-and-so risk. In the city of Chennai, when you have so much of rain, let's say 20 centimeters of rain in a period of 3 or 4 hours, which are the areas which are going to get flooded? That's a part of risk mapping. So risk mapping is now like a human right all over the country. Under the 15th Finance Commission now, we've got the money to look at 7 cities in terms of urban flooding. And risk mapping as a part of urban flooding is a very important issue. I could labor on the 10-point program, but let me just see 1 or 2 things. For example, point number 6, develop a network of universities to work on disaster-related issues. This workshop here is, you could cover it under this point 6. Networks of people and institutions, which is why when Maruf told me that why don't you come and speak here, I was the one who suggested this subject to him. Because I felt this is the kind of people in India who need to know more. And you will go out and spread this knowledge to more people. So that they will be motivated to, if nothing else, visit the NDMA website and potentially look at it. You'll find all the 10-point program there in detail. So this is a very important aspect of knowledge management too. Number 8. It will get covered marginally in a slide subsequently, but I thought I would explain to you local capacity. The most important thing about a disaster is community management. Who is the best responder for disaster? The community. You can wait for the army to come, the NDRF to come, it will take you 24 hours to come if you don't have someone located nearby. But if you have the community within where you are living trained for it, they are the first responders. So we've got a novel scheme which the NDMA has put up. It's called Apda Mitra, the Friends in Disaster. 1 lakh Apda Mitras have been trained in the last 3 years in 325 districts of India. You'll be happy to know that the accident at Balasore, which happened, the first response was by the Apda Mitras right there. The NDRF took it much longer time to be able to respond. So all this is actually adding to the value of reducing disaster risk. We have many guidelines which are there on our website. More professional requirements than community requirements. This is the funding that we are getting from the 15th Finance Commission. We have a fair amount of money involved at the moment. Increased allocation by 250%. And the 16th Finance Commission, which is negotiating with NDMA at the moment, promises to be able to increase that even further. You can see in the 4th bullet here how it has been distributed. Response and relief 40%, recovery and reconstruction 30%. After every major disaster, a team from the NDMA, from the concerned ministry, goes assisted by the NDMA to carry out a post-disaster need assessment. And based upon that, that support is provided to the local government. This is 16th Finance Commission. Just a few key initiatives. We have the incident response system, which has been put together by the NDMA. A whole SOP, a standard operating procedure on this, which is being followed by various states at the moment. Just as an example, a local district, a district must have a disaster management plan of its own. A hospital must have an incident response system. The person who is responsible, the responsible officer, must be nominated, his name published there, so that the people know who is the person responsible in the case of a major incident. Just for your, also for your knowledge, 2 programs which are very, very seriously in the making at the moment. One is the hospital risk mitigation program, and the second is the school safety program, to make sure that schools are not affected by disasters, and hospitals, ICUs particularly, which are very power intensive, where you find fire taking place every other day. Now a lot of focus has gone on to these hospitals. Mock exercises all the time. We have done about 100 mock exercises in the last 3 years. And now the new thing is that we are doing mock exercises with the power ministry, with dams, power stations, all over, airports, seaports, and most importantly, something which is really increasing in India, chemical industry. You just saw that horrendous accident which happened in Jaipur, in which almost 20 people died. Many more would have died if those petrol pumps had caught fire out there. Now this is the major problem, the movement of chemicals by road, which is taking place through urban areas. We'll have to find a solution to that ultimately. I've got many more slides, but I don't want to go more beyond this. This is an important slide I thought I must just tell you. Common alerting protocol. When I told you that early warning is your birthright, it's your human right today. What is this? All that we are saying is we put together a program to say that if the Indian Meteorological Department is giving you a warning of an approaching cyclone, it has got 5 days of warning. You don't know how that cyclone is going to veer off or where the landfall is going to be. By the time it nears the coastline, you have only 24 hours left, or maybe less than that. That's the time when you can finally assess this is the area of the landfall. Now, how do the people come to know that my area is the one going to be affected? So what the SDMA does, once the IMD tells them that this is the area likely to be affected, on a GI map, you make a polygon that this is the area affected by the landfall of the cyclone. You can capture all the mobile numbers in that area. And the SDMA then drafts a message, and in the local language. It can be in Telugu, it can be in Kannada, anything. And it is put out. that message goes as a burst message, and everyone in that area will get that message. But there are 2, 3, faults also here, some challenges here. The broadband which is there available is not sufficient to take so many millions of messages simultaneously. So there's a queuing effect. And that queuing effect takes time. You may get a message after 8 hours sometimes. A lot of people are complaining that these days. So, to overcome that problem, if you've got Sachet downloaded in your phone, Sachet will carry that warning immediately. So you, wherever you are located, you are in Belgaum just now, you go to Goa today in the evening and activate it. In Goa, you will get a warning of an approaching cyclone in case you are in a likely disaster area. Anywhere in the country you go, the local SDMA's message will reach you irrespective whether your phone was bought or your card was bought, SIM card was bought in some other city. It doesn't matter. You are in that area now, being captured there. So that is why Sachet is so important. A new technology is coming out in the next 6 months so that the broadband issue challenge will be overcome. If your phone is on silent, you will find that the message will wake you up. Your phone will start blaring. It is called cell broadcast, which means that the cell's phone will start broadcasting and telling you that such a thing is likely to occur. So these are all technologies which are in the making, and you can see this is how you will, in fact it's because of this that Biparjoy, you had 0 casualties in Biparjoy in Gujarat. Last of all here, you also have the system of the ERSS. Now in Karnataka, for example, if you have a problem on the road going to Belgaum somewhere, if it's a law and order problem, it's a different issue. You will call up 112. But if you've got a disaster related problem, you see a fire somewhere or something else like that, you can call up 112. The phone will go to 112 of Karnataka state, and you can speak to the person and say there's a fire at so-and-so location, or your own location you can give. That the SDMA will immediately direct that, not the SDMA, the local EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, will immediately send that message to the SDMA so that the disaster response can start taking place immediately. So these are the kind of things which are all taking place in the world of, you can see these are lots of photographs. Internationally, we have done well. Turkey, we were the first responders to Turkey. The Indian Army and the NDRF. We were the only nation which went self-contained. Other nations came and asked for diesel from Turkey. We didn't. We took everything of our own. You can see these are all the disasters which have happened in the recent past. The Silkyara Tunnel. Almora, forest fire is a huge problem today. There is a forest fire program now being put up together. These are various cyclones which have occurred over a period of the last couple of months. I've already covered almost everything for you. There's an award every year given out by the Prime Minister on national disaster management. If you find someone who's suitable for it, please come to the NDMA website and always recommend a person like that. It carries 5 lakh rupees in cash for the person and a citation. And if there's an institution, it carries 51 lakh rupees, which is a fair amount of money. Last year's winners, interestingly, were the 60th Parachute Field Hospital of Agra, which is a part of the Parachute Brigade. They were the ones who went to Turkey. Gender sensitivity, they were the only hospital which went 6 lady doctors, including orthopedist doctors, ladies who went. We were the only country who made sure that gender sensitivity was ensured. I've come to the end of my presentation here, and I wish to thank you for your patient hearing for a subject which is completely different, very, very drab subject, I know. But if you are aware, I can assure you, you will be safer. I'll be very happy to take any question from anyone, 1 to 2 minutes, if you so wish. Yes, sir.
Sir, I am Vinay Pandey from Chhattisgarh, Power Generation Company, State Power Generation. One of the most mesmerizing and inspirational and thoughtful presentation I have ever witnessed. Very, very thanks. I have just 1, 2, 3 things. Whether we can think of mandatory appointment of disaster management officers in the public utilities, just like the concept of safety officer under the Health and Safety Act or the Factory Act, and the disaster management centers, and whether we can think of mandatory training or certification of Aapda Mitra per 100 number of employees in power utilities specifically. We have got number of private sector, and when we count that per 100 number of employees, because most of the employees are now outsourced and contract workers, so that number should be taken into account. I feel if we can go by that way, we can have a sufficient number of Aapda Mitra in place.
I think those are some outstanding suggestions that you have given. Obviously, you're well endowed. You know about this subject very well. Colonel Nadeem sitting here is taking note of them. I fully agree with you. The Aapda Mitra scheme is so far, and we have not come to the end of the scheme. We are now expanding it into NCC, Nehru Yuva Kendra, and things like that. But your suggestion is very good. If we can go down to industry, and within industry some unskilled labor, etc. is also brought on board, and they're given insurance. We are giving risk insurance to all Aapda Mitras. I'm sure it will have a cascading effect on the overall industry as such, the capability of the industry as such. And this aspect of appointing safety officers, etc., no one has ever suggested this to us earlier, and I do think as a part of the review of the Disaster Management Act, this should be there. Although every institution, every industry is supposed to be adopting what is called the incident response system, which I explained to you. The incident response system has a built-in mechanism for a responsible officer who is overall responsible for that thing, and there's a whole cascading kind of organization down below. If that itself can be adopted, it may be found suitable. But we will have a look at your suggestion in terms of looking at it for the next review of the Disaster Management Act. Till then, we can always have advisories going out to the ministries, we can have advisories going out to the SDMAs, but I take your point very positive. Thank you, sir.
General Atta Hasnain, my voice is a little down. I'm Ashok Dasgupta from IPPAI. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. Now, you mentioned about various types of disasters that we have, like, for example, cyclone, like, for example, earthquake, tsunami, and can these be predicted, like we do forecasting of weather? Now, I was told, even landslide, you can perhaps predict it. I was told by somebody from IIT Mandi, he did some kind of work on prediction of landslide in that area, and he was congratulated by the PM, Narendra Modi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your question. Very, very interesting question, and absolutely you're 100% right. Let me explain you hazard-wise. The hazard which is most predictable, in which science has made huge advancement, is cyclone. The IMD can give you up to 6-7 days of warning, but there are new challenges developing every day. For example, you talk about a cyclone hitting the coast of West Bengal, a portion of West Bengal. We have so far been looking at from the past of the effect at the coastline. We never looked at the fact that the possibility of the cyclone veering off inside. The last time we had a cyclone like this, it got Tripura got affected, Manipur got affected, Mizoram got affected. And we had not catered for warnings for them at that time. So we are learning our lessons, and science and this kind of experience put together is achieving a lot. On landslide, this is a huge challenge. IIT Mandi is doing a lot of work with us on this sensors, which we are putting up a lot of sensors. But these sensors can give you 20 seconds, 30 seconds of warning. Pickups of them are a challenge by itself, but a lot of work is happening on it. Lightning. Now most people are not aware that lightning is a huge hazard. Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand. We've had an average of 600 to 700 deaths in a year, right? Can you predict lightning? Today the IMD can predict lightning up to 45 minutes. And through Sachet, we are warning those areas, and we are now also coming out with a program by which those areas we are putting up those, by mapping, putting up microphones. So that people who are working in the fields are the ones who are affected by lightning, and most of them don't carry their mobile phones with them. So they will never come to know even whether you got Sachet or anything like that. So a system by which blaring microphones, loudspeakers in those areas will warn the people, take cover, because the lightning is about to strike in the next 45 minutes. So that's one domain also. Earthquake, you'll be happy to know that Google, of all people, is working with NDMA. They're claiming 40 seconds, 45 seconds of prediction. Where is only sufficient in a high-rise building to get under a table. Nothing more than that. You can't do anything more than that at the moment. But hopefully the science will develop, and there's no way of distribution of early warning, because 45 seconds is insufficient for us to be able to get it together, you know, sort of integrate it and put it out as a warning as such. Other areas, I would say tsunami. Yes, tsunami is one of the areas where we have made huge strides. And as I told you, 26, 28 countries we are covering already. We can easily give you the moment the earthquake takes place. There's an undersea earthquake in Kois, Hyderabad, the Indian National Center for Oceanic Information Studies. That will be able to pick up, and immediately they are the ones who will tell the local SDMAs, and they are the ones who will generate the messaging. Up to 2 hours. A place like the Andamans, 20 minutes to 25 minutes of warning, you will be able to get. So there's a lot of science which is developing in this domain. Yeah. Anything?
But whose duty it is to let it know, let the public know? Is it the meteorological office or which one?
No, it is the SDMA.
You know, like we get our weather forecast, who should inform us?
There's a dual responsibility here, sir. The local, the scientific input, whoever is giving the scientific input, they give the input to the SDMA. And the SDMA is the one, through the call alert agencies, they will put it out. For example, all the agencies today are on board with us. The service providers, Airtel, Vodafone, everyone. The next thing which is going to happen is, if you're going on the national highway, anywhere in the NHAI, administered roads, all those hoardings you get, you start getting messages of disasters on that. At the railway stations, all the panels which are there, all television channels wherever they are, you will find a message flashing across and telling you that an impending disaster is likely to happen in that area. This is all going to come in the next 6 months to 1 year.
Hello.
Anyone else?
Yeah, good morning, sir. This is Manish Ahuja. Sir, have you ever seen the animals' behavior wherever some earthquake and many things such like are coming? Normally, I have read in the books of genes. The behaviors of the animals normally gets changed before 1 or 2 days.
So,
and I do not know the depth about that.
I got your question, absolutely. And it's a very, very valid question which you have just raised. Related to tsunami in particular, we haven't seen it with earthquake happening here anywhere. But with tsunami, the moment the earthquake took place in the Andaman Nicobar Islands, 2 entities started making their way to higher ground. One were the animals, the birds, and the tribals. The local tribals who sensed it in their blood. that a tsunami is coming. None of us knew what a tsunami is. I went to a dictionary to find out the meaning of tsunami in 2004. There was no Google around so easily to access. So we all went to our dictionaries to find out what is tsunami. Now today's world, hopefully people will understand it, and a place like Andaman Nicobar Islands, you will. The Nicobar Island is just 1 meter above the ground, as you are aware. So the highest point is actually the airfield. So everyone makes a beeline to the airfield. You will be safe, nothing else, you will be safe. Your household stuff may get washed away, everything gets destroyed, but you and your family will be safe. Thank you very much. Yeah, yes.
Firstly, I must compliment you for your outstanding presentation.
Thank you, Mark.
It's been an absolute revelation for me, and I'm sure for many of us, about the kind of work that you are doing. And I can also say, as a long-standing admirer of yours, that you were the best man available for the job. So the country made a good choice. Now, I want to understand, you know, when elections are around the corner and other national level activity, there are all of these messaging that comes on television and cell phones. Why is it that this mechanism or this standard operating procedure not adopted for warning people well in time of the kind of situations that might emerge? So that's one. And the second is, why is it America, with all its resources, is constantly having to battle catastrophe? How is it that they get caught up in a situation when they could do much better with their resources?
Thank you very much, Maruf, and thank you very much for the sentiments expressed by you earlier. Both questions, very, very valid questions. Let's take the second one first. The United States, I think, perhaps overestimated in terms of its capability. For example, what happened in Katrina. We are aware of what happened in Katrina. We are aware of what happens with forest fires all along the Californian forests and the built-up areas there. It is going to hit you in India too, let me tell you. Last year, the forest fire in Nainital and Moda was something which was horrendous, absolutely, was going out of control. And we didn't have the resources, only the Air Force could come with those Bambi buckets, Nainital Lake, and then throw water. I still remember 13 sorties went to throw water on it to get rid of it. Having said that, worldwide, there is only that much technology which has been developed. I think India is fairly advanced in its development of technologies in the domain of disaster management. And we were very, very backward in the year 99, 2001, but we have had a huge progress since then. And we need to compliment and congratulate ourselves. The NDMAs, the SDMAs have all got their act together, but there's a lot of work to be done. Awareness particularly is something which needs to be generated to a much greater extent than what has happened. In the United States, again, awareness is the problem. They have got these systems, the same systems of early warning which we have now just put up. They put it up for a couple of years before, right? But somehow getting their act together to prevent things or mitigate things hasn't happened in the case of the United States. In fact, we are perhaps better off to a great extent. Second thing, on your first question, the messages you see in political messages you see in the election times are coming through burst SMS. They're coming through burst SMS, and that has got a limited capacity. It's a legal thing. You can do it. I can assure you, as the commander of the JC wing in the Army War College, I was using burst SMS to send messages to my students in the morning if we had to postpone an exercise because of weather or something that we were using it all the time. So this technology is old. But what is coming now, this Sachet app and this kind of it's got a the broadband is bigger, I mean the capability is much bigger. And it's not illegal to send political messages through this. I can assure you we are managing it. The NDMA manages, a lot of effort has gone. Sometimes people have made efforts to try and subvert our systems. We have not permitted it. We have not allowed it. But you'll be happy to know that the pilot project on this was set up in Tamil Nadu. And they did some tremendous work during COVID on this. Sending out the first message on hand washing, distancing and masking was sent out through this system. I was the part of the empowered group number 8, which was looking after information management for the COVID pandemic. And I can assure you a tremendous amount of work was done for this out there.
Sir, this is my last question. Sir, Arvind Patil this side. Sir, this question is regarding to that colonies which is located in a very dense area, especially Delhi. Delhi, there's several colonies which are comes under a severe zone, especially earthquake point of view, seismic zone of 6.5, you know better. Sir, under your guidance, NDMA or NDRF both are working tremendously. Sir, my suggestion or my question is both. Sir, is NDMA or your guidance, any proposal will send to the government of India a concerned authority, since despite knowing the fact these colonies are in several zones? So why are we waiting such incidents to be occurred?
Not that I can get your question exactly.
Sir, my question is that despite knowing the fact that such colonies are located in a very dense manner,
okay,
anytime they can be collapsed. So
okay.
India may have the authority to send something, or because this is this incident any time can be taken place. As a sincere authority or sincere person, is India has a power to recommend?
I got your question. Yeah. I got your question. The question is a very valid question.
Thank you, sir.
Why are you, for example, why are we permitting unauthorized colonies or clusters of colonies in such a way, huge density come together, high-rise buildings, originally supposed to be 18 floors, gone up to 32 floors, and that kind of a thing. Well, there are building norms, and we are in touch with CBRI at most times in Roorkee, right? But, and these are by an act of parliament, these are supposed to be regulated. But you are aware that many of these laws are broken. NDMA is not empowered. NDMA is not empowered. We are advisors. We are giving out a lot of advisories to people, to urban bodies. Incidentally, under the review of the Disaster Management Act, beside the SDMA and the District Disaster Management Authority, the next thing which will come up is all municipal corporations will also have a Disaster Management Authority, right? Ultimately, it will go down to panchayat level when it happens. But to come back to your question, we are not authorized. The executive authority has to be whoever is in charge of that city. The lieutenant governor has to take charge of that, not us in the NDMA. We can only give advice and nothing more.
Right, thank you, sir.
Yeah, anything else, please? Thank you so much. Very, very kind of you for all these wonderful questions. My stated purpose of coming here has been achieved.
Enlightening session. Thanks a lot. We are moving on to our next session, which is on water conflict. May I invite Shri Maruf Raza on the stage, Ambassador Pankaj Saran, Ambassador Riva Ganguly Das, and Colonel Ajay Singh. We will be covering water conflicts related to Brahmaputra River and Teesta Barrage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We've had an outstanding performance by General Hasnan, and normally I'm not unsettled by good speakers, but I must give you the credit, sir. You put me on the back foot, right? And I have no issues with that. because I hold you in such high esteem. We're now going to talk about water-related diplomatic challenges leading to tensions between countries in our neighborhood. And we need to understand, and we've got 2-3 people who are going to help us understand these issues so that, as General Hassan's presentation also brought out, awareness is half the battle won. And if we as a people are aware of what is irking our neighbors, we would be in a much better position to be able to understand and answer questions like which people say, yeah, what is wrong with the Bangladeshis? Why are they always up against us, right? So I'll ask Ambassador Ganguly, Riva Ganguly, to explain to us the primary issue regarding the Teesta water dispute between India and Bangladesh. And ma'am, for 10 minutes to explain to us, and then leave it to Q&A after that. Okay? Because I know you're very knowledgeable, but time is a problem. ये काम करो.
So I have a very small presentation. It's a few slides. While the slide is uploaded, I'll just start with it. In fact, I've spoken about most of it yesterday when we discussed Teesta. So the river basically flows through Sikkim, West Bengal and Bangladesh. The Teesta's catchment area, 83% lies in India and the rest of it is in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, it covers about 2,750 square kilometers of floodplains. It is crucial for agriculture, naturally. It supporting 10 million people and about 14% of total crop production. Over the years, the Teesta issue has become one of the most contentious issues in our bilateral relations. And the reason for that is that we have not been able to agree on how much of Teesta water we share between our two countries. So way back in '83, the 25th JRC decided that Bangladesh will receive about 36% of Teesta water, but this agreement was not implemented. A more viable agreement was decided upon in 2011 when it was decided that Bangladesh will get 37.5% of water, India will get 5%. And it was also, there was an agreement about setting up a joint hydrological observation station to gather accurate data for the future, because as you know, this data gathering business is very important and it can become very political because, so a joint monitoring of data, which is also there in the Ganga Water Treaty, it's a very important provision of any such water agreement between countries. So China, this whole, so basically the Teesta issue is that we are not able to agree. We've agreed actually on the percentage of how much water who gets. The problem is that West Bengal government did not agree to this, and as we know, state water is a state subject, and West Bengal government did not, they were part of the UPA actually. This was during UPA time and they did not agree to it. Now the complication came when Bangladesh itself decided to, came up with a project called Teesta River Comprehensive Management and Restoration Project. This is expected to cost about $1 billion US, and the Chinese made an official proposal to do this project. As far as I know, this involves dredging of the river, reclamation of land, setting up of facilities, even things like malls and industrial parks, etc., and entire redevelopment of the Teesta region. Now, for us, it's a matter of great concern if the Chinese were to start doing a project of this kind, because this is very close to our borders in the sensitive area in north of Bangladesh. During Sheikh Hasina's last visit to India, it was decided that India would send a technical team for the management of the water. Now, West Bengal government has objected to that as well, because this is not sharing that we are talking about. Now the focus has shifted to working with technical people to see how the water is managed in Tista. Basically, countering in a way the Chinese proposal. Now, even environmentalists have said that the ecological impact of the large number of hydroelectric projects on the river, there are almost 30 hydropower projects operational in the Tista stretch in Sikkim. We heard General Hasnain talk about the outburst in the Tista basin earlier. So altogether, there are concerns about the health of the river on the Indian side, and the concerns of West Bengal government that if you were to give 37 plus cusecs of percentage of water during dry season, what will West Bengal be left with? So West Bengal government is also talking about the health of the river and to look at the river from a river health point of view. Now, as far as the international, because we often hear, in the political, the discussions in Bangladesh, they keep talking about we'll take India to court, etc. So Khaleda Zia's government actually took the water dispute to the UN, and nothing much came out of it. That was during the Ganga water dispute. And the UN Convention on Non-Navigational Use of International Water Courses, which is the main international convention which lays down the principles on the basis of which water can be shared, is India clearly abstained. India and Pakistan both abstained from this convention. Bangladesh was in favor, and China, Turkey, Burundi outright opposed it. It has now become international law with 35 accession, but Bangladesh has still not deposited its instrument of accession. So after Sheikh Hasina's government was removed, and after 5th August, when the big floods took place, both in Tripura as well as in Bangladesh, we heard repeated statements coming out of Bangladesh saying that India should honor its international obligations, etc. India has actually not taken upon the obligations under a regular convention. But the fact that India has entered into the Ganga Water Treaty, which means India accepts Bangladesh's lower riparian rights. So yesterday also we heard that India is actually a middle riparian, in the sense is that for a large number of rivers, India is the lower riparian and India is the upper riparian for a large number of rivers, especially the Bangladeshi rivers. Now, with Bangladesh, I think what has happened is that, there are 54 rivers that we share, but the JRC meetings, the Joint Rivers Commission meetings have been infrequent, and basically, other than Ganga Water Treaty, which will come up for, renegotiation now, negotiations should have been started, and Kushiara, on which we have agreed during the last JRC, there is no river on which we have really agreed on water sharing. There is the Feni River, which provides water to Sabrum town in Tripura. I think about just about a little less than 1 cubic water goes there, and you would remember that when this treaty, this agreement was signed, for such a small amount of water just for drinking purposes, there was uproar in Bangladesh on that treaty, and there was so much noise in the public space that Sheikh Hasina went to India, gave Feni water and came back. So finally she had to make a statement saying that, don't you remember what the people of Tripura did for us in 71? They gave us shelter, they fed us for months together. So are we such a selfish nation that we can't even give drinking water to a small town in Tripura? So since then the Feni issue has settled down, because I think she said the final words on that. But I think, Tista is something which I don't see any water dispute, any water issue getting resolved anytime soon, because Bangladesh itself is going through such a lot of political turmoil, and they'll need to settle down, and then we'll see how Tista can be settled. Because by and large, if you see over several decades, the percentage of water that Bangladesh should get and what percentage India gets during dry season by and large remains same. But if it becomes such a political issue, it then becomes very difficult to solve it.
Yes, in fact, in all our neighborhood, water is a political issue, not just on our boundaries, but within the states of India. I've never been able to understand that when I go through the figures on internet, Bangladesh gets a good share of the water, and India has been quite open to being generous about it. But still, whether it's Bangladesh on this side or Pakistan on the other side, the drum beating is all about how India is making them go dry. Why is that the case?
Water is a very emotional issue. It's very easy in a debate who will go into the technical aspects of. First, people don't understand that we are really talking about just dry season flow of waters. It's not as if it's the flow of the water throughout the year. Even without studying what is the impact of each barrage on the water, as soon as there is news about a barrage, you can easily say a lot of things that they're going to stop the water from coming in, this. Now the technical details of that this barrage is not stopping any water from coming in, this obviously in the public perception nobody has the patience or the time to go into that. So it is very easy to say about an upper riparian that you are depriving us of water.
So, sorry to interrupt. So do you think it's the responsibility of political leaders to calm tempers and give statements like Sheikh Hasina gave on Tripura? Because I know she's right now in the dock, but she did make another set of statements about the Rohingyas, in which she said, and India was dragging its feet about how much to give for the Rohingyas. And she said, we're a poor nation, but we'll do what we can, and things to that effect. So I think, I take cue from that the need for the political leadership to show magnanimity. But I won't get into that debate any further. We will ask the Ambassador Saab sitting next to me now I know I pulled you in at the last minute, sir, to stand in to speak. But the good advantage of doing a conference with ambassadors is that between them all, they'll always be able to answer all the queries. So, I leave the field open to you, sir. Please throw some light.
Maruf, before that, can I ask a question to Ambassador Ganguly before he starts, with your permission? Can I put up
Gupta sir,
Haji.
Then be the Calcutta Club to ask those questions. So just let the flow of things go. Okay. Because once we open up to questions, then it gets unmanageable. I have a time limit to do that, and then there's lunch break.
I want to ask a question which is a topic of Calcutta every day today. So I want to ask her that question once you give me permission to ask. Anytime.
After?
Fine, anytime, that's it.
Are you going to talk about doctors or water? What is it that you're going to be... anyway, we'll go on to it after the thing. Let me ask the ambassador.
Please ask.
Yeah, thank you, Maruf. This is, of course, last minute, so I'm not sure whether I'll do justice to what you've asked.
You have also been in the National Security Council, now you're in the National Security Advisory Board. So collectively you wear a lot of hats and you have a lot of experience in information. We can only learn from you.
It's very kind of you. Riva has of course given a fantastic overview, nothing to add. The only thing I can do is to slightly, zoom out a little bit. When she said about political, you'll remember the great marches in Dhaka towards the Farakka barrage led by Maulana Bhashani. And basically he said this was an attempt by India to destroy Bangladesh. So water arouses, particularly for Bangladesh, not so much for any of the other countries, a lot of emotion, and fact and politicization are very difficult to merge. So even on the question of the difference between a barrage, a dam, is not known, and but it's also known, but people choose not to see the difference. So beyond a point, rational, sober conversation gets lost. I suspect in the next 1 year, 2 years, the water issue is going to come back with a bang from Dhaka, because they felt that Hasina had somehow not paid enough attention to it. And this will arouse a new wave of anti-Indianism, which we will have to deal with. The only problem is that there are no easy solutions. Some of the, and by the way, the level of Bangladeshi expertise, both technical and legal, I would sorry to admit, is probably higher than ours. Because they spend a huge amount of human resources just studying what they think is an existential problem for them. And these people, these experts, scholars, work in Dhaka, but they also work overseas, particularly in Western capitals. And some of these people have become iconic figures, like I know Nishat, who have become, kind of people who are revered in Bangladesh. They decide the hard line. And it's very difficult for the leadership to ignore them. So they have different approaches. One of the approaches that they still talk about, but it was dormant, but it will come back, is let's not go river by river. Let's have a basin-wide approach to management of the river system. So let's not do each of the 54 one by one. That's highly inefficient. Let's look at the 3 basins, Brahmaputra, Ganges, Meghna, etc. And they use the word sharing. We say sharing is a very narrow concept. Let's talk about management. So there are fundamental theoretical differences which are born from political objectives. We can do anything. I mean, we can share, we can manage, we can do one by one, we can do basin. The question is, what is the political objective? I also suspect they will go to the UN, but that's very good for us. Because if you go to the UN, we'll tell them, let's meet in New York, and we kind of defer to the United Nations. It may take 5 years, 20 years, who knows. But if you want a settlement, come to us. On the Ganges 96, it's actually worked wonderfully well. What Riva talked about, the dry season, no disputes on measurement of flows, no dispute on monitoring, and India has actually in many years, many dry seasons, given more than the share prescribed under the treaty. So it is very interesting to note that from 96 till 2026, next year, 30 years, there's been no difference, no problem with the treaty. We started with a very difficult phase, agitations in Farakka and Kolkata, the Haldia port and this and that, and in Dhaka. But there was one part, it was not just sharing, the other part of the treaty was augmentation of flows. Bangladesh, and there is an article, legal articles, which says that, yes, this is the sharing arrangement, but we must also augment the flows. And on this, of course, nothing has happened. So I suspect if there is an unfriendly government who wants to put us on the mat, they will raise this issue of augmentation and point to it as a failure of the treaty. So we should be prepared for that. But this also has an issue because in the mid-80s, there was a very interesting proposal we had given. The map is on the screen, where we had talked about the surplus of water in the Brahmaputra at the point it enters Bangladesh from the north and then becomes the Jamuna, and the deficit in the Ganges in the southwest of Bangladesh. What we had said was, why don't you link the Jamuna with the Ganges north of the Farakka? And that came to be known as the Link Canal proposal. Bangladeshi scholars and experts rejected it out of hand for many, many reasons, including for political and strategic, because they felt this was an Indian ploy to divide the country between Rangpur and its northwest part and the rest of the country. So that fell and it never saw the light of day. I agree with Riva that it's going to be very difficult. If you had an agreement in 83, which was actually quite good, it was, broadly speaking, 40-40 and 20 was the river share. Today, the amount of water is much less. So frankly, there is no water to share. And you are going to just share shortage. And it's going to be very easy for the government in Dhaka to whip it up. But once you raise it to that level and ride the tiger, it's going to be very difficult for them to get off the tiger. Because it's like Imran Khan saying, you abrogate 370, only after that I'll talk to you. He knew it and everyone knew it, that's not going to happen. So I think the water issue is going to... Now the other part of augmentation, which again was discussed, again fell off the radar a little bit, was to involve Nepal. Bangladesh said, let's build storage reservoirs in the upstream in Nepal, which can augment the flows coming down through the Ganges into Bangladesh. There was a lot of bitter negotiation. We had problems with Nepal. India refused to get into this trilateral. This was the 70s and 80s. We were prickly, insecure. I don't know what we'll do now, but that was another aspect. So there is a likelihood of Nepal getting involved. Just a little bit on the Brahmaputra and this question of lower, middle and upper. So here, of course, it depends where you trace the origin of the river. I mean, most of them, China is the upper, then you have Nepal, then you have India, then you have Bangladesh. In the case of Brahmaputra, which is surplus, it's a strange case. There is no shortage. In fact, it is the source of flooding, not just in the northeast, but in Bangladesh. So the question is, what do you do with that water? Now, a lot of study had been done in India that we talk to the Bangladeshis and say, listen, both you and us are lower riparians. China is the upper, and when they do some things which are not good to the river, it will affect you and us. But what our experts told us was that this is a non-starter because the Brahmaputra regenerates itself only in the Indian stretch. And so even if China cuts off all water, it's not really going to have an impact on what flows inside Bangladesh. So they were not really buying into this argument that it's India and Bangladesh versus China, or that what China does affects Bangladesh. So broadly speaking, water will be used, like the environment, as a stick to beat India. And we will have to open all our old books and notes and papers and find and come back to this issue. It will be unpleasant, but there is no option as far as I can see. So I maybe just stop here.
Right. I'd just like to throw a bit of light on why India is obsessed with being seen as a law-abiding nation, while the others are quite happy to be problem creators. And if you look at the relationship with Pakistan in the Jhelum and the Chenab areas, you see Pakistan, Kishan Ganga project and various others is basically just trying to put knots around us and not wanting to solve the problem. So the issue is that do we let the problems get solved by themselves? Do we ignore them? Or do we become active participant in trying to solve them?
That's a great question, Maroof. I mean, coming from you, I think you would know the answer better than I as a political strategic expert. You know, of course there are intractable problems, especially here in our region. And some get solved and some don't get solved. And the reason why some get solved and some don't get solved are also sometimes quite easy to, understand. For the first part of this, Kishan Ganga, Ratle, and we discussed yesterday, we've gone ahead with what we had to do. We built the dams, we put in thousands of crores. We just went and did it. They objected, their commissioners came, we chatted, we talked, we wrote the minutes, but we went and did our work. So, where we need to do, we are doing. In the case of, let's say, the Ganges, which is the only treaty we actually have with Bangladesh, the solution came only when the political stars were aligned in Dhaka, in Kolkata and Delhi. That's all it took. Land boundary agreement, it happened only because the stars were aligned in Dhaka, Kolkata, Delhi. So even the most difficult, even on the maritime, for example, boundary dispute, they actually went to the United Nations under Hasina, and so we told them, listen, you have a choice. So we spent many years negotiating it. So they said, listen, we can't accept a bad settlement, so let us go to the UN. We said, look, if it's going to help you domestically, I'm okay with it, I'll live with it. We actually, discussed with them, and then we both went to the UN with open eyes. It helped them domestically because they said, we've taken India to the United Nations. It was a huge shift from our position on Kashmir and UN and so on. And it went to the UN spent a few years, gave a decision in 2014, I think. We accepted it. We lost land, as Riva said yesterday. It was remarkable. I mean, it happened just a year after the South China Sea, Philippines-China dispute, where the Chinese were behaving like, the local, they refused to accept the arbitration. So to answer the question, there is no problem in the world that cannot be solved if there is if parties find there is something to benefit from. You can always find a reason not to solve the problem. It's so easy because the problems are so complex. And that's what we're telling these people, the Yunus and company. Listen, you want to, you decide what you want to do with us. I mean, you want to play the tough game? Fine. You want to be realistic and not throw away whatever has happened in the last 15 years? We're ready for it. The ball is in your court. You decide how you want to live with us. If you want to play the games of Khalida and the ISI and the Northeast, we are ready this time around and we are much better prepared than we were the last time. So it's your choice. You want to live the way we should be living, cooperative and everything else. That's great. So that's, I would say, not just water, but any issue. I mean, there's so many issues.
I think you've made a very important point, and that is that, problems can be solved and problems can be allowed to drag on. On a lighter side, let me mention that the Bangladeshis who wanted issues to be taken to the UN, a trip to New York very frequently notwithstanding, right? And that would give them a chance to see that they're playing a role of an international negotiator, whatever. But Colonel Ajay, I've seen lots of slips of paper that you've kept on your table. It's making me nervous. Because you're a man of great detail.
Maruf, can I just request 2 minutes? I just want to basically lay down some issues that we had contemplated while designing the conference. And maybe the speakers can then include it in their remarks. May I?
Please. Thank you.
When you talk about water, sir, to my surprise, we find there are hardly any water regulators in this country. In the power sector, we made phenomenal progress with regulatory commissions, giving direction, controlling policy, taking care of the consumer interest, etc., etc. But in water, we don't seem to have that. Water is similar, I guess, as a layman, to electricity being concurrent. Riparian rights have its states, and the center has a certain role to play. The question is, what is the value of water? Whether somebody sat down and thought about it. There doesn't seem to be any value, it seems to be free for all. In the summer season in northern Karnataka where we are sitting, everybody switches on their bore wells and the water table almost disappears. So do we have, since you guys have spent a lot of time on water, do we have something somewhere which says the value of water? The other thing which I wanted to bring to your notice, and that is very relevant to the power situation, is agricultural practices which encourage water guzzling agricultural operations such as sugarcane and rice, which basically consume a hell of a lot of water in an arena or an area which is not getting perennial rivers like Deccan part of India per se. And so therefore, rice, which I'm told takes about 4,500 liters of water for 1 kg, whereas the Prime Minister rightly says, let's eat millets, which is around 200 liters of water. Now, my concern as a power producing agency, in terms of power producer agency looking at electricity issues, is the impact on consumption of electricity for pumping 4,000 liters versus 200 is going to be a huge game changer for the country. So is somebody thinking about putting into incentives for farmers growing these kind of crops and getting a financial benefit, which would ultimately benefit us in 2 points. One, our water consumption / power consumption goes down, which in any case is a world bank and it hardly pays their bills. And the second is on the environment. I don't have to put in so many more tons of coal to generate thermal power to ultimately take care of the agricultural operations, which diminish to 10%, literally I'm exaggerating, but 10% of what it is today. And can you imagine what's going to happen tomorrow? So I'm just wondering if there was any thought on these things. Thank you.
I'll just intervene and allow Colonel Ajay then to give his presentation. My suggestion is, why doesn't IPPAI do a study on your question?
Thanks, Maruf. You'll chair it.
I'm not that knowledgeable on it. Yeah, bade guru baithe. Chalo, Colonel Sahab, go for it.
Thank you. Thank you. With such a panel, I have very, very little to say. But I am going to deal on the subject of water, not as you brought out, on the impact of water and in terms of water conflict in the subcontinent. It's not just a question of rivers. It's a question of the entire river system of the subcontinent itself. And water, as you all know, I think it is one of the most important causes of conflict. I would wager that the first battle between two tribes was fought over control of a watering hole. And they are saying that if oil was the bringer of conflict of the 20th century, it's going to be the 21st century, it's going to be water which is the root cause of conflict, which is very true. And what is significant, sir, is what you brought out. The impact of water is the subcontinent is one of the most water-stressed areas of the world. A human being requires 1,000 cubic meters of water. By 2040, India is not so bad. Pakistan has been much worse. It'll drop to about 746 cubic meters of water. And in this, it is the flowing water and the dammed water, pardon the pun, which causes the problems and the reasons for conflicts. Now in India, as you know, ma'am, you got it very correctly, the causes of conflict in Bangladesh with flowing water. The water that Tista and the 54 rivers that go into it. With Pakistan, the root cause of the Kashmir conflict, there was a conference held when they were discussing off Gulmarg to decide whether they should invade Kashmir or not, where all the rivers originate from. And the clinching argument came by Major General Akbar Khan, who said, "Unki haath hamare tutti par hai." We have to loosen that hand so the water flows from Kashmir into Pakistan, or we are going to be destroyed as a civilization. Of course, the invasion followed that is different. And the water treaty, the Indus Water Treaty, which India has carried with Pakistan, could have been a great harbinger of peace. It was a very fair and a very generous treaty. You know, we have given them 70%, we kept 30% for ourselves. And today there's a lot of talk going on now. Okay, let's tear off the treaty, we won't give it to them. Ladies and gentlemen, even today, out of the 30% allotted to us, around 30% flows into Pakistan. And as you all know, each time Pakistan gets its perennial floods, they blame it on India. You all must visit Hussainiwala, the barrage, or Hurricane, which is the confluence of the Bias and the Ravi. I've seen many times in my service. I should be appalled at the amount of water flowing into Pakistan. Because even if you tear off the Indus Valley Treaty, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to take you 20 years to build a system of dams, catchment areas, canals and distributaries that is going to effectively utilize the water. So I would think we should, by adopting this treaty as an upper riparian state, we are handling it very well. We are holding our own, not just on the moral grounds, on the practical grounds, and we ought to continue with it for the simple reason that the shoe is on the other foot as far as China goes. Show the previous slide, please. There is where we come into play as a lower riparian state. And this beautiful area is the area of the Yarlung Tsangpo, the great bend of the Brahmaputra just before it enters into India. And here, as all of you have read, is where China is constructing its mega project, the largest hydroelectric project in the world, 3 times larger than the existing one, Three Gorges Dam, which will generate 60,000 kilowatts of electricity.
Colonel sir,
So,
the top part is where it's coming from China and going this way into India, or the other way around?
to be honest, I presume that's how it is.
Okay, now looking at the white spots of
Okay, it's flowing from top to down, so I presume that's how it would be, sir. You know, when these raise objections, they have come up with the usual lines. No, it is to ensure that we have energy, we have enough energy, we wean away from coal energy, we will generate enough energy for 200 million people, etc., etc., etc. And the very fact that this is a run-of-the-river project, so the water flows will not be affected. They are actually right in that. Because 70% of the flows of the Brahmaputra waters come after it enters India. But ladies and gentlemen, the problems of this are immense. It is in a seismic region which can cause problems as far off as the Indo-Gangetic plains. Plus, even the reduction of the water flow. At the moment they say they've got no plans to divert it. But we have to understand the Chinese, learn from history. When they made the dams on the Mekong River, what did they say? The same thing they told their neighbors, nothing doing. It's a run of the river water, we are not going to divert anything. Over a period of 18 years, they have diverted 30% of the waters of the Mekong River, and areas of Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia are now feeling the effects in everything from fisheries to agriculture to low water tables to the fact that sedimentation is not coming to that area, so the land has become fertile and there is less yield. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not talk about volumes of water. These are the effects we have to be prepared for. And how do we counter it? We are lucky, we have got a 15-year, I would say, planning period. And so as you brought up, mitigation and preparation is everything. Besides raising it in the right forums, that is the Indus Water Treaty holding the moral ground is going to stand us in good stead here. Ma'am, you mentioned we could cooperate with Bangladesh because they are going to be the ultimate sufferers. Cater for the changes. Perhaps you may cater for creating your own additional catchment areas, even though it will raise tremendous hackles in Bangladesh. But we have to remember that now that the Chinese have announced it, they would go ahead and doing it. You know how they work. And this 15-year period is the gestation period in which we must prepare for this worst case contingency. These conflicts of water, flowing water, as you can call it, the dammed water conflict, is there between Pakistan, China and India and Bangladesh, ma'am, as you very correctly brought out. How we deal with it is now important. And as Harry brought out, there are different aspects to it. Like water consumption, I said we are going to drop so drastically. So each human being requires approximately 1,000 liters of drinking water annually, but around 30,000 liters of virtual water. Virtual water is the water you consume through your food. 1 kilo of wheat, I consume 1,000 liters of water. 1 kilo of rice, I consume 2,000 liters of water required to grow it. And 1 kilo of meat, which I love so much, I consume 30,000 liters of water. 1 kg of meat, sir. So, if this is the price of we are paying for virtual water, not just drinking and potable water, ladies and gentlemen, yes, there is a need to relook at the entire processes of the eco-cycle along with the political and social processes of the water problems. But water, like I brought out, will be one of the major causes of conflict and discord in the coming years to come, and India would be badly affected by it. Thank you very much.
In the army, when they trained us, and General Hassan would bear with me on that, we both have done a course here at different times in Belgaum called the Junior Staff Course. One of the things they taught us was brevity and clarity. You've just proven that again, Ransab.
I did the same course.
Yeah, and all of us who, from a military background, are able to adapt to Civi Street have done that course. But anyway, you've brought up some great points. Dasgupta Saab is giving me dirty looks which I can see through his spectacles. So I give you the chance to ask a question and then we'll quickly wrap up because I'm being told lunch is going to get cold.
I'll just take 1 minute. You know, I come from Calcutta. I have a small family, my wife and son, and we three have different habits of watching TV. I watch BBC News, Indian News, NDTV and sports. My wife watches only the serials and my son only watches BBC and CNN. She doesn't watch much sports. But over the last 10-15 days, even my wife is talking about what is wrong between Bangladesh and India. So my question is, it is an apolitical question to Ambassador Ganguly. Is this conflict over Tista River, that has never been talked on TV, has it got any bearing on Yunus's action against India? Has it any bearing with what is happening in Bangladesh, this conflict of Tista River? Because it's never mentioned in any news or any TV program. So if that is so, then I can go and tell my family, my wife, that look, the main reason is this Tista water problem. That is why Muhammad Yunus is behaving in this way. That is my question.
the thing, you know, Tista, in my view, Tista, border issues and, you know, the connectivity projects and all, these are all important issues on the bilateral agenda. But we are not going through normal times in our relationship right now. What has happened in Bangladesh, there's no need to repeat it, you know, in a violent sort of a movement, Sheikh Hasina left the country, and the government which has come to power, Yunus is the interim, he's heading an interim government, they have no experience of governance. And so this is a time at which, you know, it is very convenient politically, internally in Bangladesh to take an anti-India stand and an anti-Awami League stand. You don't have to prove anything, you don't have to give any justification, you just have to take that line. And there are hundreds of things on which you can, you know, attack India and Awami League. And if you want to attack Awami League, it's even, you know, if you add India to that, it's easier to put your point forward. Every treaty apparently between our two countries was always unequal. I mean, nobody will tell you what they're talking about actually. Bangladeshi extreme commentators will say that, you know, India made under Hasina Bangladesh a colony. From where? Sir and I have dealt with Bangladeshis. We know how difficult it is to negotiate every issue. It's not as if, you know, we were giving signed pieces of blank paper and saying that, okay, you sign and that's it. I mean, if you see the negotiating history of anything that we've achieved, from connectivity to, you know, transit, it's taken 10 years, 20 years, 30 years to get us where we have the Chattogram-Mongla port access for our, you know, transshipment and transit. It's not, it didn't happen overnight. So, you know, we are actually going through a very abnormal period right now. And in Bangladesh, because the tension is so high, the mood is very different, and, you know, there is really Awami League was occupying the entire political space. There is political vacuum. This is not a political government. And BNP, you know, the party which was in opposition in a sense, I mean, the only other major party, is really, you know, waiting for its space, but it does not want to take any wrong step right now to, you know, lose its chances of in an eventual election. So Tista is very much an issue. All water issues are very much an issue, but at this point of time, it's the very larger issue of India, its attitude, what it has done, and all the historical injustices that, you know, India has done to Bangladesh, because we're really going through a very, very strange period. I don't know if you
sir, may I ask one question?
Sir, sir,
one more question.
One small comment on what Mr. Harry said, that there are no water regulators. It's so difficult to set up a water regulator because water is a state subject, water and water power both. Who will set up the water regulator is one. We already face a problem of setting up the hydropower stations in the country. We have to convince the states, and there are lots of difficulties, although the electricity is the concurrent subject, but even then the states play a lot of role in that.
Okay, thank you very much. I must...
Sorry, cutting into your lunch. My apologies.
You are the host, sir, so वो तो आप कहें कि भाई...
No, I don't mind being the host.
5 बजे होगा तो 5 बजे होगा.
I don't mind being the host, but this is just too interesting to let go. Question, or rather request for reaction from both the ambassadors that we've had the privilege of. How much of the psyche in Bangladesh today has something to do with the history of Bengal? How much of it going back up to the early 1800s in the division, or first division of Bengal, and then the second, of course, partition? I'm just trying to understand, because you spend a lot of energy, time, money, so-called liberation of Bangladesh. My question is, do the Bangladeshis don't understand that they were liberated from the Urdu-speaking Punjabis sitting on the other side of the subcontinent, or is there something else that we are missing in this puzzle? Your thoughts? Saran Saab, starting with you.
Actually, I was hoping you wouldn't ask this question, but it goes to the heart of the matter. And I've lived there for 8 years. I served for India in Dhaka. Look, you know, it'll never be normal, the relationship. They're never going to love you. They hate you because you surround them, because you're Hindu, They feel they have been treated badly by history, by religion. So there is such a strong sense of victimhood, envy, jealousy, everything else. So the emotional quotient in this relationship is very high. It's not like India's relationship with the Netherlands. So you have to treat it from that perspective. And everything which is happening are just tiny little markers in the longer march of history that you have mentioned. But if I was a Bangladeshi living in Dhaka, it depends who I am. If I'm a rickshawala, I'll have a different approach. If I'm the equivalent of a Tata or a Bajaj or Birla or something, I'll have a different approach. But the elites, if you forget about the others who don't matter really, for the elites, they have a certain vision and a view of India. It's actually very similar to what the Indian elites, how they react to our relationship with the United States. They don't like to go to the US, they don't like to get US visas, they don't like to, shop and this and that. But on the political side, when you talk about it, they don't like the Americans. They don't like their whole thing about how they run the world. So, part of it is something which is structural. There's nothing you can do about it unless you change the border and international boundaries. And that is what a lot of Bangladeshis have been talking about, and recently they seem to have got license to make it more open. Of course, we heard it 20, 30 years ago. Lebenstorm, expand the borders of Bangladesh, occupy Tripura, occupy West Bengal, Assam, etc. And a lot of people actually believe that time is on their side, because today the official figure for Bangladesh is 170 or 180 million. If you live in Dhaka, you will realize what it means to talk about population density. And for us, the real threat from Bangladesh is the demographic. It's not their military, it's not their fundamentalism. So they actually believe that, and the unofficial figure is about 200 million. So if you ask a Northeasterner about how he feels about Bangladesh, you'll get a very, very different perspective. So I would say they feel cornered, they feel hemmed in. And in this kind of situation, one of the most powerful instruments of policy that we have is the visa policy. The whole question of how to manage people-to-people movement. You can swing from one extreme to the other, you can shut it down, or you can make it easy. We've tried both. I think today we are at the stage we've shut it down. But we had a situation 2 years ago, she was also there. 1.6 million visas were issued by India to Bangladesh. 1.6 million. What was the consequence? For every Bangladeshi visiting India, you were affecting 4 lives. His father, mother, brother, sister, friend, whatever. He would come for medical, he'd come for his wife's shopping, wedding shopping, he'd come to see a movie in Bombay and fly back. So they want to live the Indian lifestyle, but in the comfort of a Muslim enclave. Now, these are really big issues about how to handle the partition, which was imperfect. And in my opinion, having served there for many years, I think the partition in the East was much worse than in the West. So I could go on and on, but the point is, these are some questions which we ask ourselves when we get time from our day-to-day negotiation and firefighting and all of this. Is there a structural solution to this asymmetry of size, of location, of natural? The land is shrinking because of erosion and salination, etc. They know it. Parts of the coastline are sinking. Now, even if you look at the Rohingya issue, 1+ million Rohingya, as if they didn't have enough people. They have more than 1 million Rohingyas inside Bangladesh, concentrated in the Chattogram area. Where are they going to go? They're coming to us. They will get Bangladeshi passports. Our BSF, who are from all over the country, can't differentiate a Bengali from a Rohingya. So, how do you cut your losses? Forget about maximizing gains, I think is the real challenge. And one of the strategies that we have followed is to pursue prosper thy neighbor. Don't beggar thy neighbor. Because the more you beggarize them, the more they come in. Sorry for the long answer.
You know, as Laurie Friedman said in his book, When a Choice of Enemies, he told his wife, you asked a short question on Israel. I'm sorry I had to give you a long answer, which was a 500-page thriller. But yours is not that troubling, because you were quite...
You know, one thing is being skirted. Sorry for asking this, because I think a lot of people in the audience want to know what exactly and who exactly was behind what happened recently in Bangladesh. Of course, it will be a nice diplomatic answer, but just like to hear that.
Harry, I just want to, this is Meera Shankar, I just want to add a little to what both Riva and Pankaj have said. You know, there is a fundamental issue within Bangladesh about their identity. Now, there was a group of Bangladeshis who believed that the Bangladeshi identity was primarily based on language, culture, and their geography. So this means, you know, the Bengali language, Tagore, Nazrul Islam, Lalan Fakir, all these part of the great Bengali heritage. But equally, there was a substantial section within Bangladesh who felt that their primary source of identity was religion. The demand for Pakistan did not originate so much in the Punjab. There was no demand for Pakistan in Punjab. It originated in East Bengal, Fazlul Haq Moni, Shuravardi, etc. So there is this split down the middle of the Bangladeshi identity, and you see it. So equally, you have friends there who are those who basically fought in the liberation struggle, look on their identity as primarily cultural, linguistic based, and then there's a whole section which believes that that is not the case, and in fact that is a weakness of the global religious identity which characterizes Bangladesh. So this split actually characterizes all their politics, all their decisions, and you'll see that it swings. So history was rewritten by Hasina to actually talk about the 71 war. In fact, earlier I remember in a quiz in Bangladesh, when they were asked in 71, you know, who was your Mitra Sena and who was your Shatru Sena, they said the Shatru Sena was India in 71, because that is what they had been taught. So part of Hasina's project was to rewrite history, but I think she carried it very far in terms of vengeance against it.
I think that's your clinching line, ma'am. She carried it too far.
Yeah.
And that's upset a lot of people there, and you think we're completely out of time. Actually, we're 15 minutes over the given time. So we'll have to eat one chapati less. Thank you very much to my brilliant commentators. Thanks to you all for listening in. But it's a small anecdote suffices to show the intensity and the density of population in Bangladesh. There was a time I used to visit the country frequently, and the traffic police had given up trying to control the cars. So all they did was they controlled the rickshaws. Because when one set of rickshaws went past a traffic light, they waved their hand and the next set of rickshaws went. And Richard Holbrook once told me at the US Embassy that when I'd gone to interview him, that some of our people were taking a bit of time to come. And he says, "Are your chaps coming in a rickshaw?" Because he'd just come from Bangladesh. He'd never seen so many rickshaws. Thank you very much. We can go on and on, but more over lunch we can discuss, and more after lunch.
Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, mic check. Hello, mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Sound box line ane. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello. ते बंद केलं. Hello, mic check. हॅलो हां आता झालं की हॅलो ऑफ करून गेलेलं काय हॅलो हॅलो माईक चेक हॅलो
This session is on management of water resources, and we will be starting by a video address by Ms. Ambika Vishwanath. She is co-founder and director of Kubernein Initiative and a DF80 Maitri Fellow. She will be speaking on management of water resources and right to water. It is a video address.
Dear distinguished guests and delegates of the 25th Regulators and Policymakers Retreat, my name is Ambika Vishwanath and I am the co-founder and director of Kubernein Initiative, a boutique geopolitical advisory firm in India. I am also currently the Maitri Fellow at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Australia, where I am currently speaking from. At the outset, let me thank the Independent Power Producers Association of India for the invitation to speak at this very important gathering, and also for highlighting the importance of water security and the water energy nexus at their annual retreat. What is the right to water? I will go through some of the salient points of what we see as the right to water in India, and also some of the unseen, which is often the basis of challenges and risks that we have. The right to safe drinking water in India is recognized as a fundamental right under the Article 21 of the Constitution of India. Ensuring access is part of the fundamental right to life. Following this, we have had a range of several amendments and policies through the years that look at quality, quantity aspects of water, water resources, as well as other aspects including pollution, for example. So we have the Pollution and Control Act of 1974, a groundwater regulation bill of 2005, conservation of our wetlands, which was also introduced in 2017, which was very important because it recognizes that wetlands and marshlands and other water resources are also part of our entire water resource structure when we think about water and not just surface and underground, for example. In terms of our national water policies, we've had an evolution of these policies from 1987, then again in 2002, 2012, and then 2016. The latest draft policy of 2020 proposes a much more comprehensive plan for water management with a unified legal structure and some better governance systems in place. Water now in India is fundamentally a state subject, but has a very complicated governance system where finances, legal recourse, usage benchmarks, and others are a mix of state and central jurisdiction. Now, this draft policy of 2020 is still in its draft stage because it has not yet been tabled and passed through. It is now 2025, and in many ways, not only do we need to update the last draft policy, but we need to think about it in a much more larger, comprehensive, integrated system with structures that look at how water is connected to all parts of our governance, but also future cascading risks and potential security risks that might arise, right? This is whether we're talking about our ambitious growth needs, our population movements, our urbanization demands, or climate change. What does this mean, but in reality, if we take a step back and say right to water? Fundamentally, this means as citizens in India, we have in urban areas 135 liters per capita per day. This is as a suggested benchmark by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And in rural areas, as a minimum delivery service under the Jal Jeevan Mission, it's 55 liters per capita per day. And there is flexibility for the states to enhance this as they see fit. Now, this is our fundamental right. In reality, both in urban and rural areas, we use far more water than what is set, which is not something new. But this usage is often indiscriminate, both in domestic side, but also definitely in the agriculture and in the industrial side. Now, this indiscriminate use is difficult to regulate. It is often unregulated, and it is also very difficult to quantify. A number of different reasons for this, but I want to highlight two of them. One, because these benchmarks are quite unrealistic. If we just say 135 liters in a household of 4, which is a fairly standard household now in urban and peri-urban areas of India, that's very little water when you see urban usage is actually at 650 liters or more. And we don't even have actually enough data to understand what is the actual usage in very high income urban areas in our metros. And 2, water is a very emotive, voter-connected issue, right? And it directly and indirectly, it's affecting almost everything then that we are talking about. Here we discuss water only as a resource to be provided, a resource to be used, to be abused. And how do we increase access to everyone? Now, within that, the Jal Jeevan mission that said we have to have water in every household, urban and rural, hugely important, right? I grew up for many years, I grew up in a city where every summer we had water cuts. Everywhere I have lived in India, I have had water cuts. In many other parts of the world that I have lived in also, I have had water cuts, whether it has been an annual feature or otherwise. So I understand and I fully appreciate the need for that system where we have providing water to every household, to every citizen, right? But we cannot have that without proper demand management policies, without understanding the usage policies, without data collection on those usage policies, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, we're going to end up with a system where we have thousands of wonderful kilometers of pipeline, but nothing to put in them. Now, in India, our agricultural sector is the largest user of water, and industrial use now is growing. The way we calculate here industrial use is everything from manufacturing to production of goods and services, energy, power, everything, right? And at the rate of growth, it will take 3 to 5 decades. And again, our data is so low that we cannot pinpoint this to a much smaller number of years. But it will take 3 to 5 decades for that balance to be achieved, where there's more usage by industrial sector and less by the agricultural sector. Now, this right to water does not in fact give us the right to abuse and use our water indiscriminately, but that is what we understand from this. That is how we view it, and this is in many parts of the world, but especially definitely in India. And then this is where the challenges arise. It arises from poor water management that is very siloed in many ways in its approach, because again, you have that tussle between the state and the center. Within states also there is a tussle sometimes on water management and usage. There's lack of proper coordination between sectors, and whether we are saying agriculture and industry, but within agriculture and within industry, between sectors, there is definitely a lack of proper coordination. There is fragmented governance for sure, and what we as water folks also would call a water war of paradigm, which is between an engineering approach, which is how we have looked at water in India for decades, and a more comprehensive integrated water resource management approach and framework, or IWRM. We are still in this mindset where an engineering approach is the way to go. And because our constitution gives us a fundamental right to water, and because we are a country abundantly endowed with numerous beautiful water resources, from the glaciers up in the Himalayas to our seawater, to our rivers and our lakes, underground water, wetlands and marshlands, we think we can use it in any which way that we want to. And all of this now has brought us to a stage where we think India is water scarce. A scarcity mindset that unfortunately then leads to conflict and further strain on that resource itself. India doesn't actually fundamentally have a scarcity problem. It has an access problem and a location problem. A location problem being too much water in some areas, not enough in other areas, which then is tied into that access problem. We definitely need more robust demand management, and we lack smart water reuse. These are the number of problems that we have. We also have a massive data collection problem that prevents us then from addressing some of these other issues and challenges, and a lack of understanding and integrating water as part of all of these discussions. And when I say all of these discussions, I mean everything from our urban growth to our food security to our basic human environmental security. Whatever the discussion is, you need to have a water lens and perspective as part of it. which is why then it's so great to see that water is part of the discussion here at the regulators meet. Because while the water energy food nexus has been around for a few years now, it's usually approached from the agricultural side, right? Which basically means looking at how agricultural practices can be more water and energy efficient, which is going to still take us a few years to get to in India, because water and energy are so hugely subsidized. We're not actually going to reach that efficiency levels that we would like to. What is still a nascent conversation is the need for more integrated water and energy approach. So to approach it from the water and energy lens and not from the other side, especially since we have such ambitious goals on curbing our carbon emission and our renewable and clean energy goals. Now, whether we talk about traditional forms of energy and power production, wind, solar, whatever that might be, we need to understand this interplay and integrate that then into our future plans. Now, I have been working on, I'm definitely no energy or power production expert at all, though I have been reading about it now for some years. I have been working on water in its various forms for the last 20 plus years, and so I understand and emphasize this need for integration multiple times. Now, let's just a few data points that might help tie all of these aspects in together, right? Let's take Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Rajasthan, for example. Producers, as I understand, collectively produce about a third of our national electricity, which is a mix of renewable and non-renewable. These are three states that are also some of the most water scarce in terms of access. They have a problem of too much in some places and too little in other places. They have very, very high instances of groundwater extraction and usage, and are very vulnerable to vagaries of climate change with potential risks that we are not yet even fully aware of. A quick look at the map of these states where the power production exists, and if you overlay that with water security, insecurity indicators, you will realize that the future of production, it has very high risks in many parts of these states. Something else that I've been reading about quite a bit is the thermal power plants, right? Now, water shortage directly impacts these power plants. And as I understand that these are very high consumers of water, almost 87%. There's been some different statistics I found, but 85 to 90% seems to be a very unaccepted statistic over here. That is equals to then, as I've been reading, is 16.8 million cubic meters of water per day, which equals to 20% of the country's population per capita usage. That's quite high. How can we then think about that in terms of lowering it so that our thermal power production plants are more secure and are not subject to any vagaries of our water shortage as they go up and down? Water shortage impact, right? I'll give you a couple of examples here. In 2016, which was a very bad drought year across the country, there was a loss of approximately 14 terawatt hour of thermal electricity generation, which is equivalent to the annual power use of India's northeast. Now, some of these data points might be a bit outdated, but it gives a way to put this into context, right? So high user of water, but also quite subject to water shortage in terms of production. Different kind of production point here is if we look at India's automobile industry, which is a very high user of water. It is also a very high user of energy, and it is a huge contributor to India's GDP. So if we look at from 2010 to 2020, and we looked at Tamil Nadu and a few of the other states that are big producers of automobile parts, manufacturing production lines, but also the human workforce that is in all of these industries, that loss to the GDP because of years of drought. 2019 over here was a big drought year, also then a big flooding year in some parts of the country. That loss was almost at 10%, right? So very big numbers when we talk about billions of dollars and the fact that we are aiming to be this $1 trillion economy going forward, several $1 trillion economy going forward. Now, India has a range of laws and schemes addressing water conservation, energy efficiency, building standards, urban housing growth, agricultural practices, manufacturing, all of it, right? They all implicitly in some way or the other highlight that importance of the energy or water or the energy water food nexus Then they bring in some cases, the health and environmental security as well. But many of these policies operate in isolation and they lack the critical integration needed to address the interdependencies between these sectors effectively. And while I'm not gonna go into all of the other sectors, obviously, I will say that the energy sector here then has the ability to adapt to demand and increasing competition, but it also has that power and ability to shape that discourse on what water usage, water demand, renewables when it comes to water, reuse, and so on and so forth might look like for the industry going forward, to then ensure that the water is safeguarded, but your industry and your sector is safeguarded as well. Thus, then not understanding what those nitty-gritties of that interplay between the nexus of water and energy are connected, coming at it from that perspective, not fully doing the data collection of that, what does that data mean, all of this then will be detrimental to our collective growth and our future going forward. We have to get out of this mindset that a right to water equals to a free for all. And right comes with a certain responsibility then that we must integrate into our policies. I will end here and thank you all again for your time and this invitation to speak. I look forward to any questions and comments and engaging with all of you going forward. I apologize that I could not be there in person, which is, as I understand, a very beautiful location, and hope to engage with everyone in the near future. I wish you all a very good retreat. Thank you.
Apologies for this small delay on our part. We are joined by Dr. Sanjay Chahanade, Chairperson, Maharashtra Water Resources Regulatory Authority. He is joining us over Zoom. Chahanade is a retired IAS officer from 1988 batch of Maharashtra cadre. He brings a wealth of experience from his distinguished civil service. He's a medical graduate with an MBBS degree. He also holds an MSc from the London School of Economics, blending expertise in healthcare, governance, and public policy. Throughout his career, Dr. Chahanade has held several key positions, including Collector of Mumbai and Mumbai Suburban District, Director General of Information and Public Relations, Divisional Commissioner of Nashik Division, and Secretary to Chief Minister of Maharashtra. As chairpersons of MWRRA, Dr. Chahanade will contribute to the session on water resource management, offering valuable insights, particularly with his special focus on social sector. I request Dr. Prabhat Kumar Jain, Groundwater Management, MWRRA. Dr. Jain is former regional director. Dr. Jain is former regional director of Central Groundwater Board, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, Central Region, Nagpur. He holds an MTech in Applied Geology from Sagar University and a PhD from VNIT Nagpur. With over 34 years of experience in groundwater studies and more than 25 years in administrative, advisory, and supervisory roles, Dr. Jain has made significant contribution to the protection, preservation, and enhancement of India's water resources. As a field hydrologist, he has led numerous hydrometeorological surveys and groundwater exploration efforts across diverse geological formations. Dr. Jain's extensive expertise in groundwater management will be invaluable as he addresses session on water resources, offering insights into sustainable practices and solutions. I also welcome Sri Ajit Radhakrishna, Senior Specialist. He is currently associated with the World Bank and has previously been affiliated with the Columbia University's School of International and Public Affairs. Based in Delhi, he is recognized for his strong presence on social media platform where he has garnered a notable following. As an international development expert with over 70 years of senior advisory experience in South and Southeast Asia, Sri Radhakrishnan specializes in adaptation, investment prioritization, climate resilient development partnerships, market-led innovation, and green growth strategy, particularly in land use and water sector. He has demonstrated expertise in coordinating and delivering high-quality multi-stakeholder partnerships involving governments, private businesses, civil society organizations, and academia. I welcome you also.
Sanjay sir, we request you to start your session.
Yeah, can you please project my presentation? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we are putting it on.
Okay.
We have started your presentation. Is it visible to you? Sir, is it possible for you to share the presentation on your screen?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I think. Can you please share the presentation?
So we have already shared. Can you see it?
No, I can't. It's not yet open. I don't know what's the technical problem.
So you can start speaking. We'll keep switching the slides. It's the first slide. Water governance and regulations.
Okay, good afternoon. Sorry for this technical issue. Indeed, I'm happy to participate in this meet. It's a meet of regulations, regulators and the policymakers. I certainly feel that I'm really missing, Belgaum, more so, the interaction and the learning. That is what I thought that I would be learning from the power sector. And that is how, I want to give a presentation today. So what I'm going to speak is on the water governance and the regulation. Next slide, please. Is the slide on or I am on? I could see me here. Yeah, please, next slide, please. Yeah. That's a little bit, I can't just say, unzoom it like. Earlier was, yeah, better, more, still more. Still more, little bit, you can do that. Okay, so, I always feel that the defining development in the power sector is certainly this Electricity Act 2003. I was in Mantralaya then and saw the development, in fact, the day even the MSCP, that is Maharashtra Electricity Board, was unbundled. So from 2003 onwards, for more for 20 years, we have seen huge investment, we have seen entry of private players, and it's open access, and then almost the end of load shedding. I remember when I was in the field, we so many times we were like out and a lot of issues and lot of problems, the load shedding and other things. But I think probably the field officers are not facing those problems. And then of course this whole regulatory regime across the country that changed the whole complexion of the power sector. So we need to draw lessons from the power sector. Like the power sector was earlier governed by the Indian Electricity Act, the old Electricity Act 1910 and the Electricity Supply Act 1948. So what I feel that there's a need of appropriate legislative framework for the water sector and the regulations, of course, on the lines of the power sector. These old irrigation acts continue, that we have the Maharashtra Irrigation Act 1976. Before, of course, there was a Bombay Irrigation Act 1879. So this conference is, of course, an opportunity to learning for the power sector. Next, please. So there is no established regime of the regulators governing the water sector. Now, what we have in the government of India, like we have Central Power Commission, which takes care of primarily, these dams and all, appraisal, survey, hydromechanical design and all that projects at UTC. Then we have the Central Groundwater Authority. Of course, it's a regulating authority, but there are some specific, areas which the Central Power Authority it regulates. Now we have state regulators. In many of the states, we have state regulators, but they vary in their functions, in their autonomy, the area they govern, whether some govern surface water, some govern groundwater, with varied sort of state-specific, context. But as that of power sector, there is no uniform regulatory regime as such in the water sector. Now, Government of India, of course, is looking into all this. And way back in 2012, they had that model state regulatory system, what they thought that they could gain, and then had draft and all. It couldn't, but ultimately, probably the process could be evolved on that. Recently as I think November 2024, government has now issued the Integrated Water Resource Management Authority draft. Now, that's a very significant development. And Government of India has been actively working on that, and I hope that this sort of legislature, which will have a sort of uniform legislature across the country, that would evolve, and that in some way around the development of the water sector, the lines that are the water sector, power sector. Next, please. Water, of course, is it's not a public good, of course. But why I am saying to all of you, all of us, we are aware, but still the ground reality is a bit different. So it is not a public good where there is no non-exclusivity, what they call as. It's a sort of it's a common good where the use of one individual has implication on the use of the others, and it can't be bought without paying price. So as of now, we feel that there is so-called the free riders problem, and that needs to be tackled. So water and regulations and the governance is really important for the sector. Next. What regulators generally try to achieve? Broadly, of course, they have control a particular resource. Then efficiency is a key. That is something very important. The economic efficiency, what you can say. The economy is important than equity. No, of course, there's a trade-off. You can't make a very blanket statement, but still, you have to give importance to the economic efficiency. Then there's opening of the private sector, and then the regulator is supposed to provide a level playing field, and most importantly, that it's arm's length distance from the state. So these are broadly the features of regulators, and that's how the power sector regulators are functioning. Next. So Maharashtra Water Resource Regulatory Authority, which was established in 2005, in some way I feel, feels this governance vacuum, at least at the state level in the state of Maharashtra. This was because of the World Bank reforms. We had an irrigation project in state of Maharashtra, and a lot of reforms were brought in with that World Bank funding, and one of that was the Maharashtra Water Resource Regulatory Authority. So this MWRA brings in three key dimensions, as we have seen in the the earlier slide. Three key dimensions of the regulators. One, it brings in the entitlement. Entitlement is that no one can draw water without getting the entitlement from the river basin of that. It means the water, it is not something a free-flowing entity. It has to be properly allocated and given, whatever is the entity or even to the individual. Then, of course, it brings in tariff system. It's much more earlier. Also, the water tariff existed, but the regime evolved with MWRRA intervention. And another important thing, or the third important dimension, is the dispute resolution of the stakeholders, and that includes the state, because the state is a party in many of the disputes before us. So what I want to do here is to showcase the MWRRA functioning today. Next. So the key features of MWRRA, it ensures judicious, equitable, and sustainable management of water resources. Those you may find that these are the words, but when we actually hear the cases, then we actually have to keep in mind all these three words, that whatever water resources or the water cases come before us, we give justice to them on these three principles. The second is that it promotes the efficient use of water and fix reasonable use criteria. So water is something given, with particular norms, whether it is drinking water, irrigation water, or industries water. These are the three sectors. But how much each sector should get, that has to be properly calculated. There has to be some sound criteria based on which these three sectors should get. So that is what a very important dimension of our MWRI. And then, of course, the tariff that we decide, and for all these three sectors, that is drinking water, irrigation, and industries. Our act also envisaged the water rights, the transferable water rights. Now, this is something extremely reformistic and futuristic provision. I'm intentionally using this word futuristic. Then another thing is that we give clearance to the project. So that has brought in some systematic development of the projects on any river. So before sanctioning the project, there are some statutory requirements which state has to fulfill, and that is our duty to ensure that the whole sector is developed systematically whenever they want to have the fresh new project. And then of course we are a quasi-judicial authority, the civil courts function. Next. So entitlement, I had already said that entitlement means an authorization to use water for the purpose of the act. An important provision is that no one can draw water without entitlement. That completely eliminates the free rider problem. Each and every drop of water is supposed to be given at entitled. Then it has to be volumetric measured, and then of course it has to be charged accordingly. Then MWR, as I said, fix the criteria for, as I said, that how much water each sector should get. So we had done elaborate exercise over a period of 10-15 years, and for irrigation we had issued the technical manuals, which determines based on the dam water, how much is the storage, how much water each hectare should get. That is a very elaborate guidelines for the field officers for that. Similarly, elaborate guidelines are for the drinking water, that how much say the urban areas should get, how much rural areas should get. Then of course for the industries, the type of industry should get how much water. So this is a very elaborate exercise what MWRR has done. Next, the clearance of the project. As I already said, that then require that statutory provisions have to be made before getting any irrigation project. Now I must say, I must underline, it is the state which has given this type of powers to the statutory authority, which scrutinizes the state proposals itself. It's something very important. So we see that the development is according to the integrated state water plan. So there is a long-term perspective of the development of the dam water, or how the dams to be constructed. So the development has to be only as per or in consonance with the integrated state water plan. The economic, hydrological, and environmental viability. Then we see that interstate obligations, they are very important and very sensitive matters in water sector that they have to be taken care of. And in Maharashtra particularly, there are backlog issues because it's a regional issues, like we have Vidarbha, Marathwada, and Western Maharashtra. So that balance we have to take, which is primarily governed by the governor, but on behalf of the governor, we ensure that certain parameters are followed out. Then water trading. Next, please. So water trading is the act provision is that the entitlement are deemed to be usufructuary rights, which may be transferred, bartered, bought, sold within the market. The regulatory regime of such transfer is to be evolved by the authority. Now, I must upfront say that we made efforts many times. We have been continuously making efforts and trying to develop, but nothing much has been done on this. So the regime could not be established, of course, and we are having discussions. What we are studying various models, but it's a difficult area. We had stakeholders consultation, so general consensus seemed to be that no, water is not something tradable. It is to be shared. That is what the stakeholders are primarily the farmers and all. So their sort of view is. So how we try to see how we can negotiate, or we can may focus on something like only the wastewater and all. So these are the different avenues what we are trying to. There are various models across the world. More so in Australia, there's like I was reading about the Hoover's Dam. So we are studying that. This is quite a challenging topic. Next, please. So there are other key provisions in the Act, like the emphasis on this World Bank reform. They said that the water resources or the whole irrigation system should be managed by the farmers themselves, not by the departmental engineers. So they envisaged a sort of model where water users association would be formed across the state, right from minor distributary to canal, and they went right up to the project, that everything can be managed, and thereby the efficiency of utilization of the water would be much better with the water users association. So this is the provision. Actually, there is another independent act, Maharashtra Management of Irrigation by Farmers. So these two acts come together in some way. They envisage that the farmers should manage the water resources, particularly for the irrigation. Then we have the principle of the polluters pay principle, where we try to incorporate this in our tariff regime. Then we are supposed to use the water enforcing technologies. That's also another extremely challenging area, considering the huge sugarcane cultivation in our state. Then we have extraordinary powers of equitable distribution of water in sub-basin and basin and sub-basin area. We have invoked this for scarcity, where we transferred water from upstream of the Python dam, that is in Godavari sub-basin. And I can say that whatever judgment we gave, that ultimately was upheld even by the High Court and the Supreme Court. So that's another thing. And we have wide-ranging power of judicial inquiry and the review. Next. What I have said so far is about the surface water. Similarly, we are the authority for the groundwater. My colleague, Mr. Jain, would speak more on this, but we are the regulatory authority as per Maharashtra Groundwater Act 2, where we are supposed to again ensure sustainable and equitable, adequate supply of the groundwater. There is a provision of notification where the water level, groundwater level is depleted. We have some restrictions, or we can impose some restrictions on the drilling of the deep wells. Then we also have issued some guidelines for registration of the drilling well. And we can take such measures, for preservation of the water quality of drinking water. So these are the provisions of the groundwater. Next. Now, of course, the implementation has been challenging. And there are a lot of issues, because there are so many provisions, which are difficult. There are issues in the sensitive sector, then the farmers' issues, then the different stakeholders' problem. So what I feel is that the commitment towards the act in true spirit by all stakeholders is something key. Now, when I am saying stakeholders, it of course includes us, that is authority, then the government, and the field officers, then the farmers, then the different vocal sections, the industries. So that the whole regime ultimately has to be evolved, and the ecosystem has to be matured over a period of time. And this entitlement, what I have been emphasizing and re-emphasizing, that enforcement of that entitlement is something very important. We generally find that this water management takes generally the back seat. The construction of the projects, that is what, most of the time and the resources are devoted. So this management of water, or the more efficient use of the water, where the capacity or the storage capacity is created, that is something much more important. And of course, as any other participatory sector will have, you have a lot of issues about the farmers' participation. They have a lot of issues. They also talk about what exactly are the benefits, and then there are a lot of political issues. And, at the local level, there are many problems. Then also they have resources problem. So these are the challenges which we are facing. Then the another challenge is implementation of the water efficient system, that is supposed to be, the drip and the sprinkler and all that. So there are challenges in this area as well. And then water trading, as I already said. Then groundwater, I feel that we have the provision that if we want to restrict something on the groundwater, there's a provision of notification in the Act. But that notification has to be preceded by extensive stakeholder consultation, including people's consultation. So we tried this in few areas, but we were not successful on that. So that's again, a groundwater is extremely sensitive, for that the local level. So these are all the challenges. So next, please. So what I feel, the way ahead for the water sector, there is need for the overarching regime of the water sector regulations. Suppose if the system is placed across, different states, over a period of time, it will mature, and we'll try to see the fruits as what particularly the power sector has seen. And then there has to be normative recognition of the principle of entitlement across the board, including the farmers, the field departments, and the various stakeholders again. Then this tariff, what we are determining, that our Act says that the tariff must meet the total O&M cost. Now there is no principle of the true value for the water, that how much the state spends when it's giving water, of how much amount the local bodies they are spending, the rural bodies, this is a whole lot of regime over there. So we need to again to look into this area and to see how this tariff system can be expanded. It's an extremely challenging area, but we will have to work. Then water market and water trading. See, what I have seen, whatever markets have evolved over period, they are basically the voluntary market. And there are some agreements between the different areas and all. The second thing is that, another thing, when we had discussions, that with something like carbon credit and also some regime has to be involved, like maybe, the ESG regime, so that the private players and all these, like even ULBs and all, they find some gain when they use water efficiently, or they don't use the water efficiently, their pilferages or their extra use, or they don't treat water. So maybe there is some sort of the way in which, the multilateral organizations, they evolve some regime, and then it is accepted by all. So first is voluntary, second is some evolution of some regime, and of course third is the regulations, like what we have seen in the pollution and all. So if you have if that thing goes beyond that particular benchmark, then there are some punitive actions and all that. So probably the three things will have to be developed over a period of time to see the water market evolves. And then lastly, what I must say, that the benchmarking in this water sector is something essential. Now, this benchmarking is quite a developed concept, like what you have in power sector, what is like T&D losses. So we have like irrigation efficiency, the transmission losses per, acreage, with per unit of water. There are so many parameters and all that. So I think these objective parameters will have to be properly, placed, and they will be accepted by all, so that the lot of objectivity with entitlement, tariff, and all these norms, that will ultimately give more efficient use and more judicious ultimately with all stakeholders. And the way in which we are facing, we are the country, the water stressed country. So considering the future scenario, we need to have all these regulations in place. So this is what I thought I should brief about MWRRA. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for that informative session. I have now on stage Dr. Prabhat Kumar Jain and Sri Ajit Radhakrishnan. Gentlemen, the stage is yours.
Hello. Thank you, Divya. We had a very good talk from Dr. Chahande as well as Mrs. Viswanathan. And Dr. Chahande spoke about the MWRRA, which is the authority established in 2005 to regulate the water sources. Now the question is still, why there is need of establishing a water regulatory authority when air and water both are free access given by the nature or God? One should not supposed to pay or now it should not supposed to be regulated. But it has to understand anything free leads to misuse, misunderstand, mishandled, mismanaged, and even misgoverned and neglected. That's why the need was felt to establish a authority to regulate the water source. Now, before we go ahead, there is a need to understand the actual water source situation in India. The India that has a land share of 2% plus of the total world land share, and it's hold the population of 17% or even more, right? And about 4% of the world freshwater resources India has. If you look in that way, the India rated among the world top 10 water rich countries. It's very interesting to know India is rated among the 10 top water rich country. And same time, the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that designated India as a water stress country. Very interesting. We have enough water. If you look into, India receive around 4,000 BCM of precipitation every year, and which generate about 1870 BCM of surface runoff. If anybody is from the surface water source engineering is there. And it is estimated that utilizable potential of the total precipitation what the country receive, it is 1122 BCM, among which 690 goes to the surface water and 433 BCM is actually comes from the groundwater sector. This is actually the total resources what we had. And very interesting, the population is the major issue. When we got independence in 1947, the total per capita availability was 6,000 cubic meter or even more, which has been reduced to around 2,200 cubic meter in 2000, and right now the actual availability of the water per capita is 1,550 cubic meter. That means the resources are same, but our share is decreasing with the increasing population. This is the situation. And another fact, India is a very diverse country. Diverse in the sense, when you receive a rainfall of more than 10,000 millimeter in eastern corner of the country, the same time it is less than 100 MCM, 100 millimeter in the westernmost corner of the country. Though we have enough resources, but it is not equitably distributed all across the country. In peninsular India, which comes below the Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, where the hard rock persists, there actually that comes under the water stress area, whereas the northern area and northeastern area, where the Brahmaputra, Ganga, Yamuna and other basins are there, their abundant water is there. These are the challenges with the India. So we have to look with the different angle. Now, when the question of water use efficiency comes, still the irrigation agriculture sector is the major consumer of the fresh water. That consumes about 85% of the total fresh water resources available in the country. Why? Because still the old traditional flooding method of irrigation is prevailing in India. That angle has to be looked into. So, when the question up, then another fact, the ICC and World Bank data says, in India, our total storage of the surface water is too less as compared to many of the countries. It is less than 8%, where we can store more and more water in the country. And that is again here, the physioclimatic and hydrogeological and hydrological region plays a major role. In the peninsular India, total rainfall as compared to northeastern area, it is much less. So it is not possible to store. Even you see Maharashtra, that has a maximum of more than 5,000 of the total dams. Even though the water crisis is there, groundwater depletion is there, then you have to look with the different angle. That is what type of the cropping pattern they are having. The sugar cane, most water guzzling crop, that is consuming a lot of water, and as a result, in major part of the Maharashtra, the groundwater level is depleting. When we go for the notification as told by Dr. Chahande, then the farmers may not agree with you. If you notify it, then they may not have chances to extract more and more water. So regulation is again very difficult task. So again, when the question of regulation and when the question of management comes, then there is a need to have a public participation. And that cannot be actually taken up without the public participation. Then how you go for the public participation? Here, that is a key up. We are sitting here to discuss on the regulation and policy. But at the same time, we have to look for the water literacy drive, and that to the local vernacular language with the farmers, with the stakeholders. When they understand the science behind, when they understand the dynamics behind, when they understand the economics and social issue behind, then only you can manage your resource and you can regulate your resource. Though the government is making all effort to regulate the resource, but it is very difficult. Because again, you have to obtain a public consensus. And getting a public consensus, it is a really very difficult task. But once they understand they are water literate, then certainly they will support. Many examples are there. In Maharashtra, you might have heard the name of Anna Hazare and Popatop Pawar. What they did? Nothing, sir. Water conservation practices is very common and very easily taken up practices. But they have water literate the entire village. As a result, you see the village where the total 140 houses are there. Out of 137 houses, 97 houses are earning more than crore rupees per year. Can you believe? Actually, I have asked whether I can bring my PPT, but they told me there is a panel discussion only, so I have not brought my PPT. Otherwise, I would have shown the changes, the socio-economic changes due to very small effort. Very small effort. The entire socio-economic economy has been changed in Hivre Bazaar by the Popatra Papa. And the Hivre Bazaar is the village which located in drought prone area or rainfall shadow zone. If you see the total rainfall of the Maharashtra state, the lowest rainfall, less than 400 mm per year, is occurring in the Hivre Bazaar area, even though they are prospering. The regulation itself or management is not enough to water conservation. The CGWB has conducted one study. In that study, that is their flagship program, wherein they have taken the National Aquifer Mapping Program. The result of the Aquifer Mapping Program indicated by water conservation, you can have two types of management. One is a supply side management and the another is the demand side management. By supply side management or augmenting the resources by artificial recharge to groundwater system, you can add or augment at the most of maximum of 10%. But when you go for demand side management, means when you adopt the water use efficiency, then you can save up to 50% of the water. And what the water use efficiency says for the irrigation sector, if you take up all water guzzling crop, you can't believe even you can save up to 50% of the water. But at the same time, the study conducted by the Rahuri Agriculture University indicated the total productivity, means the crop yield has been increased by 25%. These are the direct benefit. But when you look into the indirect benefit, you don't believe even that has reduced it was a part of discussion, that has reduced the electricity consumption also. And one of the studies taken up in 2010 that indicated around 35 to 40% of the electricity they are able to save when they have adopted the micro irrigation or drip irrigation. The same time, the fertigation that had reduced the actually total application of the fertilizers also, because it has been dissolved in the water and it is directly given to the root zone along with the water. So there is a equitable distribution of the fertilizer. Same time, because you are not applying more water, then there is no weeds in your agriculture farm. Then the labor cost has been reduced. So like that, so many things are there which can be taken up if you go for the demand side management by reducing the demand or applying the water use efficiency measure. Again, for this, you need to have a water literacy drive. You go to Jalgaon area of the Maharashtra, entire crop of banana has been taken on drip irrigation and nobody is demanding a water from the canal. They want, if you release the water into the river, that will percolate down and that will recharge their wells and they can pump out from the wells. Technology is there. Here we have to speak on, though how much time is there because I have to keep myself in the top gear. We have to speak on the reuse also. That is again, if you look into one of the model example of the Nagpur city where the treated sewage water is supplying to the power generation plant. The sewage treatment plant, they have signed the tripartite one agreement with the municipal corporation, Nagpur municipal corporation, between and power generation company and one private vendor. The total construction and OM cost of the project was 960 crore rupees. And for that, and the total life of that project was taken as 30 years. So in that case, the municipal corporation has to pay 32,000 rupees every year to the private vendor. But when they sign an agreement with the power generation company, so power generation company is giving 33,000 crore rupees every year to NMC, Nagpur Municipal Corporation, and they are paying only 32. Even they are saving 1 crore rupees. So everything is possible if man can. Everything is possible. Water use efficiency you can have. Even so many things are quite possible. But here, one more thing. The time is less, but I want to mention. This is, do you know the total water consumption by the Google worldwide? Very small thing I was to keep put before you. They are using around 23 MCM of the water every year to cool down their data center. And same time Microsoft, they needed around 7 MCM of the water. And the Samsung, which is manufacturing the semiconductor, they are using around 114 MCM of the water. And Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing unit, they are using 174 MCM of the water. Do you know the storage of the total this water, how much? The total consumption of the industrial water in the US, which is the largest consumer, they are consuming around 220 billion cubic meter of the water. Whereas in India, they are consuming around 100 billion cubic meter of, because our industrial consumption is much lesser than the World Bank. So we have to look for the different perspective for the water source management and regulation. Government, along with the government regulation, we have to go for self-regulation and the self-management through participations. I will request Mr. Ajit to speak on.
Hello. Yeah. I know that it's very difficult to wake up people who are already asleep, so let's not do that. But I don't know whether my voice will also lead for more people to kind of sleep now. So in the interest of time, let's not get into a detailed explanation on statistics. I think the speakers before have already spoken. Ambika and Dr. Chahende had already given a very interesting context. Ambika had touched on a variety of topics that looked at a range of issues that included groundwater, surface water, irrigation, the water that we get in the homes, the industries that face water crisis. A lot of topics were discussed by Ambika. Again, Dr. Chahende mentioned how institutions like MWRRA play a very important role in regulating and governing the water resources in the country. And I should say that MWRRA is the finest example that we have in the country when it comes to an institutional platform that governs water resources. And that too very effectively over time. It's been one of the stellar institutions that we have in the country to show how water governance has been very creatively and very focusedly addressed to in the country. So not getting into those domains again, but I would want to kind of highlight the 3 C's that kind of were highlighted in 2024. So 2024 was, I'm not sure if you have been following the water sector for a long time, but 2024 was a pivotal year for water sector because water was played up as one of the major topics when it came to the climate negotiations. Then there was a One Water Summit that happened in Saudi Arabia last year. There was also enough and more reports that highlighted the water crisis across the world. So over the last 5 years, if you looked at the World Economic Forum's risk report, water was one of the top 2 items that was constantly highlighted over the last 5 years as a major risk across for all the private sector industries, the businesses and others. Similarly, the One Water Summit that looked at the various dimensions of water, looked at water crisis from the household water, the industrial water, and also the irrigation that we're looking at. So all in all, the 3 messages that came out was that one, that water crisis is not something that we can imagine will happen in the future, it's already happening. We have already read news articles on how Cape Town faced day 0 in South Africa. Chennai faced a water crisis. California faced a water crisis. So there again you see how cities across the world are facing water crisis. There are I think there are more than 20 cities listed out in India that are kind of in that list that will face water crisis in the next 5 to 10 years, as the reports say. So water crisis is not something that we can imagine will happen in the future, it's already happening. Second is that all these events and seminars and conferences that happened last year also highlighted that there is a need to collaborate. And again, this is not something that was discovered last year. It's already that you know that, and this was highlighted as something that we need to focus on. If we need to address a crisis, it cannot be done alone by the Water Resource Department in one state. It has to be done in coordination and in collaboration with the private sector, with the urban department, with the irrigation department, with the agriculture department and a lot of other departments. So collaboration is a key word that emerged last year. The third one was cash, because to address all these things, you need currency, you need financing. So how do we bring in more financing or unlock financing into water sector that can address these crises? So those 3 Ps, if you were to kind of call them, were kind of highlighted last year as the messages that we need to address. Now, if you look at the 2 speakers, and again, Dr. Jain mentioned a lot of these important statistics that we have to be cognizant about. I would say that I would kind of want to drive home the message of the 3 I's, which is one is in terms of the institutions, and again, Dr. Chahande mentioned the institution MWRRA. The second one would be integrated solutions, which Ambika was trying to point to. The third one that I would want to focus on is also on innovations. If we were to look at institutions, integrated solutions and innovations, then we have a reason to hope for. So I would say institutions, Dr. Chahande and Dr. Jain had already talked a lot about. So I'm not getting into the details of why we would need to have institutions, but the need, and I think the lesson that we can take from here is that the power sector, if you look at the way it has traveled over the last 2 decades, there's been a lot of institutional innovations and reform that has happened in the power sector. Now, is there something that we can learn in the water sector from the power sector? I think there is enough and more lessons that we can learn and we can take home. One critical example that I would like to highlight is how power sector in the last 2 decades had shown the way or shown the leadership in terms of divestment in forms of different companies like power generation companies, transmission companies and distribution companies. So similarly, one of the experiments that we are trying to do in the sector of water, at least in the case of UP, is how we can look at water from that lens. So if we were to look at water harvesting, water generation, a lot of the structures that we have in the ground are mostly run down or dilapidated. So we need to revive these structures. So can we have a generation of institutions that look at water generation and water conservation? And on the other hand, as Dr. Jain mentioned, there is also a need to focus on distribution and efficiency. So that efficiency is not perhaps the major focus of generation. It is the focus of how water is used in the farm. Even for an irrigation department, the efficiency happens on 2 dimensions. One, in the conveyance from the source to the farm, and second, what happens within the farm. So I think where the investments are currently happening is one, the PMKSY, the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, and a lot of these schemes are focusing on the irrigation efficiency within the farm. So we also need to look at how irrigation efficiency can happen in conveyance efficiency, can also happen in the generation and distribution as well. So if we were to take lessons from the power sector, I would think that the future of irrigation institutions in the country would also need to look at how efficiency can be brought in terms of generation and distribution. So that, I think, is one lesson that we are trying to replicate in the case of UP, in the case of, by setting up village-level water companies. And these village-level water companies will work with panchayats to bring more efficiency on the farm by looking at both distributional and generational efficiency. The second dimension of that is also to look at how the current institutions need to look at future. So just yesterday, there was a very interesting workshop in Delhi where Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, was presenting. And he mentioned that he met the Prime Minister, and Microsoft is making a $3 billion investment in India on making India the AI hub for the next generation. And the Prime Minister asked him to train 10 million, not just 10, 100 million Indian citizens on how to effectively use AI and technological solutions in the future. Now, juxtaposing that with where we are looking at, if you were to look at institutions, are we thinking that the current set of institutions will be capable of looking at the future challenges? Would they be able to address the future challenges with the technologies that they have? I don't think so. So I think we will also need to look at institutions from that dimensions of how we can make institutions future-proofing or future-proof and give more technological solutions to institutions. So institutions also need to be future-ready, and they need to be looking at technology from the dimension of how they can use more of technology to be able to address the challenges in the future. So we talk about drones. Are they the only technological solutions? No. There are sensors, there are satellites, there are right now generative AI solutions. So can there be institutions that are aware of these technological solutions in the future? So I think institutions in the future need to be also future-proofed and need to be technologically smart as we go forward. The second one is largely around, I would say, integrative solutions. And we are currently looking at the possibility of irrigation as a service. So just as everything is right now in the urban areas, we get urban companies, we get urban clap, we get carpenters, we get electricians, we get everyone at our doorstep. So why can't we think about the similar set of services for farmers? Can we think about irrigation as a service? And that irrigation is not flood irrigation. It is more precise, climate-smart irrigation, high precision irrigation services that can be delivered to the doorsteps of the farmers. So irrigation as a service can combine or bundle together a set of other services as well. So Dr. Jain talked about fertigation and the need to invest in efficiency in energy services. So I think these can be bundled together if you were to look at irrigation as a service in the future. So integrated solutions become one of the keywords if you were to look at what holds for us in the future. The last point is about innovations. And I think AI holds the key there as well. So we are looking at, even in the case of UP, where we are supporting the government of UP with a technical assistance program, I think where we are headed to is AI solutions for crop in terms of irrigation, fertigation, energy service. So I think AI is one area that we are kindly headed to. The second one is also that where Maharashtra has taken a lead. So under the Maharashtra regulators, MWRA, in the past, I think when Dr. Bakshi was the MWRA chairman, there was an initiative where the private sector was invited to work with the irrigation department and to set up what you call as PPCP models, public-private community partnership models. So going a step forward from PPP models, Maharashtra has come up with PPCP models. And currently, I would say that it's one of the first states to have almost 3.5 lakh hectares under the PPCP model of irrigation efficiency. So a lot of other states are now showing interest. Bihar is now looking at replicating the PPCP model of Maharashtra and taking up more of those models for improving efficiency in Bihar. So I think these kind of innovations around financing in terms of technology and institutions and integrated solutions would drive us towards a better situation. And I would say that it's not a doomsday future for us. It's something that we could look at with hope and promise. and it would obviously need a lot of collaboration to work. And this is where we would look at the power sector as well. The lessons from power sector give us enough and more hope to look at water sector as well. The last point that Dr. Jain mentioned was also on water reuse. So this is again where Maharashtra has shown the way. There's a draft regulation that is before the cabinet that looks at water reuse trading. And it's also one of the first cases across the world where treated water could also be looked at as a commodity for exchange or a trade. And the advantage in that is that between industries there is a possibility for trading because there is a compliance that needs to be met. So it is not it's not a mechanism to bypass compliance. It is something that you should look at as a compliance plus mechanism. So once industries meet compliance, then there is a game for, as Dr. Chahande mentioned, then there is a game for the urban sector, where the urban municipalities can earn a revenue out of treated water, which could be traded between urban municipalities and industrial parks. It could also be traded between industries, where an industry meeting 80% of the compliance can trade with an industry that is meeting 30% of the water treatment requirement. So the differential becomes a market for the industry to play a game in terms of providing that water credits. So currently, Singapore is looking at how water reuse credits can actually become the equivalent of carbon credits. So there is a regime that's being looked at. Chennai is taking steps forward. SIPCOT in Chennai is looking at how a platform of industries can be set and there can actually be a trading mechanism. Here again, we are looking at the energy sector because the India Energy Exchange is a very robust platform that can be looked at, and we could look at trading platforms that can share lessons from energy to water as well. So I would pause there, but happy to engage in further conversation. And thank you to IPPAI for inviting us to this platform and having this lesson shared. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions from the audience? Sure.
Going by the experience of the power sector, the starting premise was that the consumer should pay. But political reality has prevailed and no amount of effort has led to any success in getting farmers to pay for what it costs to provide electricity for irrigation. And now politics has brought us to a point where lower income households are getting 200, 300 units of free electricity or free solar panels on their homes. So, is it at all realistic to see a situation where consumers will pay for water outside industrial consumers?
I think it's $1 million question, but try to answer that. But see, I think it's still a myth that the farmer will not pay for the service. I think Maharashtra has shown the way that they've been very progressively reforming the tariff over the last many years. And that's been going without controversies, because that's been a very realistic tariff reform process. And it's a very consultative process as well. So the consultation holds the key there. And the Maharashtra Water Resources Regulatory Authority is an example to look at when it comes to how progressive tariff can actually be implemented. So that's one. The second one, when it comes to a regulatory platform, that is actually an example to look at. The second one is in the case of an innovative example that again happened in Maharashtra last year, where the Aurangabad Municipal Corporation actually put in an STP sharing water with the farmers in the locality, and the farmers paid the Aurangabad Municipal Corporation for the first time for the treated water, which they used in the farm. So there again, there is a model where the farmers paid for the water, which was one, predictable, second, dependable, and for that matter, that they paid because they understood the value of treated water. So I think there again, there is an option. The third one is also unlocking the hidden potential of the cost of irrigation that is there. Because even in places like Bundelkhand, which is scarce in terms of water, farmers are paying 6,000 rupees a season for irrigation. Now, if you offer a service at half that cost, which is doable, with precision irrigation systems, the farmers are willing to pay for a dependable, reliable irrigation system. So the idea of village water companies building on the energy sector reforms is precisely trying to unlock that cost economics of how the farmer can benefit with half of what he's paying with that existing set of freebies that he's anyways getting. So I think it's a smart game. We are not trying to say that water is going to be priced, but at the same time, water needs to be valued. So that valuation of water needs to be converted into gains is something that is where I think is a game to be played.
Just one small follow-up. You mentioned UP.
Yeah.
So in all this, if going again by the power sector experience, it's the political leadership and the political elite. If it gets a buy-in, you get some kind of progress. No buy-in, you get no progress. So in UP, are you seeing a political buy-in in whatever you are attempting?
I would say the political will is a determining factor, and I see a lot of fresh energy in UP, and that clearly has driven a lot of innovations on the ground. Over the last year, if you look at how precision irrigation has been rolled out in the country, PMKSY has been the principal mechanism through which it's been rolled out. Gujarat has been a leader when it comes to rolling out the system. And over the many years, Gujarat Green Revolution Company has been able to saturate Gujarat. 66% has been in rain-fed areas. They have covered 66%. But last 2 years, UP has, I think, from where they were in 2022 and where they are now, they have increased the adoption of precision irrigation 9 times. And that is a lesson for other states to look at, because this is a flagship scheme under the government. The government is also doling out other incentives. I'm not trying to say that the freebies is the way forward, but at the same time, when you have an adoption equation, if you have a state like UP, UP is also footing the GST bill for precision irrigation. So in anywhere in the country, if precision irrigation has to be adopted, the cheapest you can get is UP. Second thing, they also put in a digital ecosystem where the subsidies under PMKSY reaches the farmer's account and then to the company's account, the private sector's account, in 48 days. Anywhere in the country, it takes 180 days. So efficiency in governance, service delivery. Secondly, a political will to make it happen makes it a reality.
In the power sector, in thermal stations especially, the water is used for condenser cooling, etc. And it is a huge quantity in terms. If someone charges for the water which we consume, if it evaporates or something, it's reasonable. But few states are charging for even this water we take for cooling and leave it out to the river or sea or something like that. So how to tackle this situation, because some states have started charging for it, and this is unfair practice. Whether the regulatory body which you mentioned can tackle into this situation.
Sir, unfortunately, I'm not an expert in that domain, but at least from a financing perspective, what we have done, again, sorry to take the case of UP, we have had a very successful example of having a hybrid annuity financing program that looked at Mathura refineries, taking the water from the Mathura Municipal Corporation, and then paying, just as Dr. Jain mentioned, how the Nagpur Municipal Corporation is replicating it. So the hybrid annuity model helps you in meeting some of these costs, offsetting some of these costs. And that is actually a performance-based payment that the service operator gets based on how the municipal corporation supplies that water, and secondly on the thermal corporation using that. Now in places, I think even in Maharashtra, there is this regulation that in a 50-kilometer radius, the thermal unit should only be using the treated water from the municipal corporations. So policy ecosystem is obviously important, but when it comes to enforcement, I think we have someone just jokingly said that India is a use case capital, India is also having millions of good policies but poor enforcement. So I think when it comes to enforcement, there is a lack or maybe a laxity that needs to be addressed. But I don't have a solution for that, and I'm not a domain expert on that. We'll be looking at it.
This affects the tariff of electricity.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thanks.
Any other question?
The first presentation, it was told that water is a fundamental right under Article 21. In the second presentation and thereafter, it was emphasized that water has got a cost, or you can say value. Now the issue is that if something, a commodity is covered under fundamental right, then what will be the modeling of the pricing? Because there are there is a classical conflict between the capacity to pay and the cost of service. And we have to keep in mind that because of this capacity to pay, at present we are providing 80 crore persons free food. So if food is to be provided free, how we are going to charge for water? And an altogether different perspective, as far as water management is concerned in the whole session, I was expecting that big dams and their canal network should have been addressed. Because we have got more than 100 projects where the dam are suffering from the silt. Their DPR was prepared on that basis that this will be the irrigation potential, this will be the water supply, and canal network have not been completed. So that is one of the major reasons that we are facing a water crisis. Ultimately, farmers don't need electricity, they need water. And because canal network has not come up, after Sardar Sarovar, we have witnessed in Gujarat, 1200 megawatt load was reduced when the canal network got completed. So these two aspects I would like to.
So I think the first one is a classical paradox.
May I just supplement so you can answer comprehensively? One of the reference made to the power sector. So one of the genuine benefits of this unbundling, corporatization, etc., has been that there is a much better understanding of costs and actual flows and losses and so on. Now, in the water sector, there is a feeling from many people outside that there is a considerable gap in just simple numbers relating to water audit and water use. So I recall many years back, Delhi was the electricity system had a 40-50% transmission distribution losses within the city. Post privatization, corporatization, it's quite good now. But there was no number one could find of the transmission losses within the city due to old pipes and their seepage. And back of envelope calculations suggested that if you just replaced all of them at one go, you'll get an additionality of 30-40% water. Yeah. Now, I just wanted to know whether there is any forward movement on just water audit and costs of water supply, irrespective of whatever is recovered from users.
I think very valid point. I'll first address that and then come to the other 2 points maybe. Again, not trying to answer this comprehensively, but NRW, non-revenue water, is a key concern for most of the utilities right now. And I would say that if you look at the stats across this country, you would find NRW varying from, I would say, from 10 to 30 to 40%, which is like the leakage that you're talking about from the distribution system. And I think increasingly there are, I would say, digitization of this whole process, which is leading to discovery of that and understanding the valuation of it. Now, there are, even for that matter, Aurangabad again has got a command and control center that looks at the whole distribution grid across the city and understanding how the efficiency can be tweaked and fine-tuned and improved. So a lot of these cities across India are now putting in digital systems that help them to monitor on real-time basis and understand how NRW can be addressed on a basis. So that again is linked to pumping losses and also understanding the energy efficiency. So a lot of these utilities are also now taking up energy audits, and that's already there in paper, but a lot of them are taking them more seriously to understand how the efficiency can be improved and also the revenue can actually be enhanced. So it's a mixed game of energy and water efficiency, and a lot of this is actually happening through digitalization, where NRW is primarily being addressed, and a lot of new age financing is looking at how utilities can be, they call it as utilities of the future. So in that utilities of the future construct, the principal metric that they're trying to address is the reduction in non-revenue water. And that caters to a lot of these concerns that you're mentioning. And obviously we are in that journey, but we are not up there when it comes when you're comparing that to the top 5 or 10 corporate or water utilities across the world. But there are benchmarks established, which is more important for utilities to look at and improve their performances. And secondly, there is also now an understanding that what you can change is what you can measure and monitor. So utilities are going that route. It needs further impetus, and I think that's a journey that's in the making. Can I come back to you after addressing the two other? So I think the question on pricing and pricing versus rights. Obviously, yes, there's a social dimension that we need to be very aware of, and when we are looking at the inequity of the water access is a major issue when you're looking at climate social dimensions, the climate justice questions, and a lot of this. So we are not, when I'm trying to say that I represent an institution, and we are aligned to the government's thinking on how we need to be addressing this. So when we are looking at this problem, we are not trying to say that there is an inefficiency that needs to be ignored. The inefficiency need to be addressed. And I think when we are looking at questions around willingness to pay for services, we also need to look at it comprehensively. We also need to look at these questions in a term of both ecological and economic perspective. The reason why I say ecological and economic is when I'm looking at a region like Bundelkhand, for example, can I charge the farmer 240 rupees, or say for example some metric there, 5 rupees or 10 rupees or 20 rupees per liter versus a farmer who is drawing water for sugarcane in another command area where the profile is completely different. So I would say that if you were to add the filter of socio-economic equality and dimensions there, the poverty dimension there, I would have to obviously go for a differential pricing compared to Bundelkhand, contrasting Bundelkhand with the sugarcane farmer in a command area. So the government is aware of it, which is also the reason why water pricing and water valuation are seen to be different. And again, that doesn't take us away from the question of whether we should not address the problem of inequality and inefficiency in the system, which is what I think government is trying to address to the other hand by promoting more of efficiency in terms of precision irrigation. So if you were to look at all these things together, for example, the reason why farmers are adopting precision irrigation is not for, I would say it's not because of romanticizing of water savings. It is because precision irrigation gives more of productivity, crop productivity and income. So as Dr. Jain mentioned, wherever precision irrigation has been adopted, farmers have seen a jump in terms of their income. So that's the reason why they're adopting. It's not because they want to save water as the principal driver. Obviously that social cost is there. So if there is a clear answer, I don't know there is a clear answer, but if there is a clear answer, that clear answer lies in the economics of how that water is used per unit per hectare in the farm. And that has been the experience across the board. So I would any day go for a differential pricing mechanism, if at all there was a pricing mechanism, and the farmers are willing to pay for irrigation services that are dependable. For that matter, that takes us to the second question, which is about canal irrigation. There's a gap between irrigation potential created and the irrigation utilization there. And that's across the board, across the states in most cases. And increasingly, states are realizing that the irrigation utilization has to be improved. And how do we do that? Obviously, there is a need for a better, I would say, better systems to monitor and track. Secondly, also on-farm efficiency and conveyance efficiency. A lot of this is kind of, I would say, the dam rehabilitation and improvement program of the Government of India tries to address a lot of these issues by looking at efficiency on both demand side management and supply side. So, DRIP 2 project, which actually looks at how dams can actually play a better role, looks at desiltation and also how upstream water management in catchment areas can be incentivized for reduced siltation process in the dams. So there are states that are coming up with payment for watershed services in the catchment areas like Himachal and hill states. But to what extent they have been implemented, I think it's a journey that we need to kind of look at realistically. I don't think that many states have implemented a payment for watershed service system that can reduce siltation process in the dam. So I think it's a mixed equation or mixed picture there, but it's something that we see with hope. And I don't have a very clear answer for you right now in terms of the first question either.
One small question, not exactly directly related to this session, but since Madam Meera Shankar is also present, there is a Salal project in Jammu, hydropower project, about 700 megawatt capacity. And the desilting chambers of this was closed due to the international problem. The downstream water goes to Pakistan. And the total reservoir is filled up with desilt and we are not able to manage. How to solve this problem, and the time would come that we will not be able to operate this plant.
Again, not an expert in that. Sorry to...
Madam Meera, would you like to comment on this? Is she there?
It's more a technical problem. I don't think that I would be able to solve it. I think it's probably somebody with an engineering background who could suggest some way forward.
So we'll try to address that question in upcoming session, and we will take a quick 10 minutes tea break and come back to a very interesting session on water, food and energy nexus. So I request you to please take a short break and come back so that we can start the next session. Thank you, gentlemen. Very informative session. Thank you very much.
Next again, go on. दो फाइनल है
SK का 2 है, फाइनल होगा.
Request everybody to take their seats, please. We are starting the next session. Tea, coffee, and snacks would be brought to your table. The next session is Water, Food, Energy Nexus, and we would be covering topics such as environmental and irrigation issues, hydropower and pump storage, monetization and linking of RECs, ESCs, and HPO, irrigation pumps, erratic power supply and issues with solar pumps, overemphasis on water-intensive crops, soil degradation, and need for efficient irrigation practices. May I request our session chair, Sri Ghanshyam Prasad, to please come on stage. Mr. Prasad, we are thankful to you for the encouragement and support. Special thanks to you for supporting this endeavor of ours. Shri Ghanshyam Prasad, Chairperson and ex-officio Secretary to Government of India, Central Electricity Authority, is a distinguished speaker at 25th RPR. With over 30 years of experience in power sector, Shri Prasad has been instrumental in shaping India's energy landscape across generation, transmission, distribution, power markets, energy efficiency, and regulatory framework. His leadership has driven transformative reforms, streamlined approval processes, enhanced competitiveness, and reduced power costs. Yes, significantly advancing India's energy transition goals. I also invite the other panelists for this session, Shri Naveen Gupta, Director, HRD and IT, BBMB, Shri Sandeep Batra, Executive Director, NHPC, Shri Shravan Kumar, Chief Engineer, CEA, Dr. Suparna Katyayani, Program Lead, Sustainable Water Development, CEEW, and Shri Balwant Joshi, MD, ADAM Infrastructure Advisory Private Limited. Please. Gentlemen, the stage is yours. And ladies.
Good evening everyone. I think whole day we had been discussing about water and probably water related issues. And this session is also targeted to water, food and energy nexus. I don't know whether it is really a nexus or not, but definitely I'll say we as electrical engineer, we do generate electricity from hydro, we generate electricity from water, and then with the use of same electricity, the water is pumped out for the farmers for taking out food. So if this is called a nexus, I really don't know what it is really the same. But what is more important is, in the event of energy transition, once again, the importance of water, particularly in the power sector, has increased. There was a time when we used to have around 40% of the capacity coming, more than 40% capacity coming from hydro. The share kept on reducing. At present, it is hardly 10%. But thanks to energy transition again, because we have no option other than solar, wind and hydro to support this journey. So again, focus has shifted to hydro and hydro pump storage. It was really a surprise to me when we started reviewing hydro sector, say around 3 to 4 years back. Hardly few megawatts, that means it was in hundreds, could be 200 megawatt, 300 megawatt. That was the quantum that was getting commissioned in the country. Whereas the need of it has been much, much higher. We started analyzing the issues. Some we could resolve, some are in the process of being resolved. So we expect that with this kind of emphasis that is being given once again to the hydro and hydro pump storage in particular, we will be able to revive this particular sector. I think Shravan has a small presentation on this. So I'll request Shravan to give this very briefly, tell the audience about what has been done in last 2 to 3 years in particular, and how really we are going to take it forward. And once again, I think in the forenoon somebody was telling, and in fact yesterday also somebody pointed out that hydro has been only the forte of public sector. Of late, once again in the hydro pump storage, the private sector has started showing interest, and huge amount of interest. And it is because of the initiatives that have been taken by the private sector, the potential of hydro pump storage, which earlier was assessed by CA itself to be around somewhere around 90s, I think 1995 gigawatt, right, has now gone to around 184 gigawatt of that order. And it is not stopping here. A lot of new sites, new opportunities are being explored. This is in terms of the capacity potential. More promising is something different. More promising is the timelines in which they want to complete it. And because it's a private money, and I'm dead sure that once they get inside this, they will be able to commission it. Some of the recent projects which have been cleared by CA, they have promised that they will be completing these projects in less than 4 years. This again a good revival of the confidence level of the investors, private players into the hydro segments. So we'll continue this discussion. Maybe briefly, if you can tell us about this.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. As mentioned by Chairperson, sir, this is the share of hydro presently. It is about 10%. While at one time it was about 51%. So it is decreased drastically. This is the pie where we are there. If we include a small hydro, then it is about 11% in this pie. So drastically hydro has been reduced. There may be a number of reasons we may discuss one by one in future. Since 14-15, we have very little addition of hydro, only 6.2 gigawatt. That is.
This is what I was referring to. If you see the last few years, it was less than 1,000 megawatt that was getting commissioned into the system. Wherein in totality, we were commissioning around more than 20,000 megawatt, which was coming and getting driven into the system.
This is the current position of hydro. As the Chairperson sir has already mentioned that we have potential, but we are not able to tap this one. 42 gigawatt is already under operation. Under construction is about 14 gigawatt. And then under development we have 48 gigawatt. That potential can be tapped in coming 10 years. So CA has conquered about 28 projects with 19.5 gigawatt. And those projects yet to be started for construction. Under examination and DPR under S&I, about 28 projects are there with 8 gigawatt capacity. That is under examination and concurred. And 26 DPR have been written due to some shortfall in the DPR. And under S&I, 15 DPRs are there, about 21 gigawatt. This is our projection for coming years up to March 32. We hope that we will be able to add 24 gigawatt, about 14 gigawatt under construction, then about 10 gigawatt which have been conquered and construction is to be started. And out of S&I we hope only 350 megawatt will start. So 24 gigawatt we hope that will be added by March 32. Government of India have taken so many initiatives recently since March 19 to boost the hydro because it was lagging drastically, and we have thought of that hydro is needed, and to take off integrate the renewable energy of solar and wind. So in March 19, government have published the notification. In that it was declared as renewable, and a separate HPO was notified, and small hydro and large hydro was covered in the HPO. Then HPO was subsequently modified year by year, and presently which HPO is working was notified in October 23. As per this HPO, the trajectory is 0.38% for the period 24-25, and we hope it will be 1.33% by 29-30. So this is the trajectory projected. If there will be any additional requirement, that can be modified subsequently. And in this category, hydropower purchased from a neighboring country, that is also included, but that is case-to-case basis. And in case RE is consumed from other sources and any shortfall is there in hydro, then that can be compensated for HPO. That condition is already there. Tariff rationalization methods.
Can I ask for a clarification? Here, sir, here in first row.
Yes.
Just, you're saying that renewable energy is less than 25 megawatts. I thought the cabinet had cleared it that all hydro would be renewable. हुआ नहीं अभी तक?
All hydro was declared as renewable. Wide notification dated 8th March 19.
Okay. So now any hydro is renewable.
Yeah, is renewable.
And is entitlement to
HPO.
HPO is purchase obligation.
Hydro purchase obligation.
Thanks.
Yeah. So for tariff rationalization, many steps have been taken. Loan period has been increased from 12 to 18 years. Useful life has also been increased from 35 to 40 years. And escalating tariff has been proposed. So initial tariff may be lesser and subsequently it may be increased. Then budgetary support has been provided for flood moderation. If any project is having flood, then Government of India is giving grant. The first project is Dibang of NHPC in Arunachal Pradesh, which has started getting this grant. Then budgetary support for enabling infra is also there for road.
I'm sorry. What is flood moderation? Please explain.
Pardon, sir?
Flood moderation क्या है?
Flood, if any project is having margin for flood, if say in case of Dibang, we have free cushion for 15 meter. So for cost against that 15 meter is being compensated by Government of India because that is not covered in the tariff. That part
it is just a measure to keep the tariff under control. Otherwise, what will happen is the project developer will definitely invest in that flood moderation activity and charge that into the tariff. Same thing happens here also. The 1 crore or 1.5 crores which is being given for the enabling infrastructure, this will also try to reduce the cost of the hydropower projects so that the tariff becomes lowest. Previous slide, he has also mentioned about the escalating tariff. So normally what happens is in case of hydro, if you see that initial tariff is high, it reduces, and again after 30-35 years again it starts going up. So what we want is, we don't want the initially higher tariff, so can we have a backloaded tariff? So we are working on it. As CA we are trying to model this. A few construct has also come in, what all can be done so that at least right now the affordability of the people is lesser. They can absorb something like 5 rupees 30 paise like a tariff. And as it goes along, maybe the same tariff can be, same hydropower can be at 10 rupees, 12 rupees in 30-35 years. In that time frame, probably 10 rupees or 10 rupees, 12 rupees will be almost similar to what is there right now. So that kind of a construct is being thought about. Please go.
In case of enabling infra, road, bridges, and railway siding, transmission system, communication system, and ropeway, these items are also included. So major component is ATS. ATS cost is now being funded by Government of India. Then for NER, one CFA, central funded assistance is there, and for that 20% equity of state government will be funded by central government, which is limited up to 750 crore per project. So that proposal is also approved and it is working now. Then rationalization of system of the DPR, that has also been revamped by CA, and some of the redundant chapters have been removed, and we have also reduced the timeline for concurrence of hydro projects. Then ISTS waiver is already there.
There are certain challenges in the second bullet still, because we don't have many organizations which can do the cross-checking in terms of the dam design, for which we are dependent on the CWC. And for geological side, we are dependent on GSI. And then material testing, we are dependent on CSMRS. So we are now at a lookout that can we have some more experts in this particular area? Can there be some private agencies or some impaneled agencies who can do this on a parallel basis? So one expression of interest, has it been,
yeah,
I think it has come out
floated
now, has already been floated. So we are looking for some more players so that we are not 100% dependent on CWC, GSI and CSMRS, because it takes huge amount of time in these organizations, and naturally we are not able to clear the projects in time. Waiver of ISTS for hydro, I think yesterday we had a discussion with the Honorable Minister again and trying to see what best we can do it so that we are able to promote hydro for a certain period.
Other initiatives Government of India have already taken regarding some private projects allotted in Arunachal Pradesh and which have not taken off for last 10 to 15 years. So those projects have been indicated to CPSUs in Arunachal Pradesh, and list is about 58 projects with about 45 gigawatt capacity. So all CPSUs are working on those projects, and for those projects CFA is proposed, and equity of 24% of Arunachal shall be funded by Government of India. Then there is a dispute avoidance mechanism. Two system is there in empanelment of independent engineers and conciliation committee is there, so that a dispute resolution can be expedited.
Last two bullet, go back. Last two bullet is very, very important. In fact, what we analyzed, why the hydro projects are getting delayed. One of the reasons that came out is there are always some kind of a surprises that comes in the hydropower projects. And there is a dispute that gets developed between the developer and the contractor. So, and everybody keeps their own stand together and nobody is ready to move. And once you go to the court for resolution, it takes years and years together and the project doesn't move at all. So we thought that why can't we have an alternate mechanism to resolve these issues. So independent engineer is the first stage, is there deployed in the project itself, and good huge benefit has come out, and I think almost all the projects are now having independent engineer. NSPC is here, I think probably they can tell you. And so first stage is independent engineer, if any dispute arises, he is given the task to resolve that particular issue. Still, if it is not resolved, then it comes to the dispute resolution mechanism, which is 3-member committee. And there is an expert as well, depending on the area for which the cases has been referred to. And the uniqueness of this is they have to decide the case in 90 days max, and not more than 5 hearings. If you are able to do 6th hearing, you will not be paid for. Only 5 for 5 hearings, the committee members are paid. You may take more than 90 days, absolutely it is your will, but you will not be paid for that. And accordingly, and there are certain, again, checks and balances that have been made to the committee. And ever since it has been formed, they have been able to resolve the disputes mostly in time, and we have seen good traction of it. So instead of now referring these matters to the court or the arbitration, the first thing is now it is being referred to the dispute resolution committees, and they are resolving this issue. And this has really helped at the site. Otherwise, it used to take huge amount of time earlier. Please.
Sir, may I just, sorry, it's a very interesting topic. I want to share a real life experience of a private sector chap who wanted to set up this project in
If it
Arun.
was before the dispute resolution committee mechanism, I can't answer.
No, sir, true story hai. I think it will be useful. So this gentleman got the contract to set up a hydro project in Arunachal. And so he told me, he says, Harry, I flew to Guwahati. वहाँ से हम जीप लेके चले गए साइट पे. शाम हो गई, एक जगह पे रुके. Next day we went again in the jeep. By the time he reached the site, it was 3:34 in the afternoon. When he reached there, the tribal chief of that area was sitting, waiting for him. So he says, you know, I've come to set up this project, this thing, that thing. So he says, I don't recognize who you are. Tribal chief had no recognition. He says, no, see my piece of paper, which is authority I've got from Government of India. He says, my यहाँ government nahi hai. I am government. You deal with me. I am the tribal chief. You will not allow you to do anything here. Since you mentioned surprises, so this was one surprise. खैर करते करते negotiate हो गए. शाम ढल गई. 6:37 in the evening. There the sun sets around 4:30. It was dark. When other car is coming, it was another jeep. It was the Arunachal Pradesh Forest Department. He said, sir, अगर आप यहाँ डैम बनाएंगे तो फॉरेस्ट आपको प्लांट करना पड़ेगा. So he said, yes, we are willing to do afforestation. He says, but there is no place to plant. We are full of forest anyway. So I'm just sharing with you, the audience, that kind of surprises that come up are just amazing. Of course, there are quite a few other examples. But since you mentioned Dibang and the other projects.
That is real situation. That is there.
Yeah, absolutely, this kind of things keeps on happening, and it's not only in hydro. We do face in other projects as well, particularly in the transmission lines and all. We do face the compensatory afforestation cases. So there are certain places we don't have land and all. So we are trying to work out with again Ministry of Environment and Forest. Some of the things will be highlighted.
Sir, my reason why I said this is because now those projects have been given to the PSUs. But PSU भी problem face करेगा ना sir?
थोड़ी सी difference आती है इसमें. It all depends on कि how do you really approach the area and try to do the project. Probably he might have gone there as a I don't know what conversation was there between this developer and the village chief. But if had
So he was a senior IAS officer who was working for a project for that. So he knew all the games that had to be played. But
anyway, I think since nothing was happening in these 58 projects which he has mentioned, and this was realized by us as well, and we also thought that nothing is going to happen even if these projects continue to be allocated to these private people. That is how it was taken back, and whatever money they had invested, it was also seen that these private developers, they are paid back. So there was independent evaluators, and these evaluations was done, and they were paid back the money. And this was whatever 13 projects was been identified, at least these are good projects which can be taken up by, which can be started easily by the CPSDOs, and some of them has already taken off.
That system is prevailing in Arunachal Pradesh. Forest land.
So what is required probably is, it's a collaborative effort. You need to identify the issue, try to sort out the issue. That's more important. And probably this is what has started happening in last 4-5 years. Please go ahead.
Some of the barriers, as you have already mentioned,
compensatory afforestation.
Forest issues, then land acquisition, then public hearing. In case of Dibang, I want to mention that the public hearing was postponed 13 times. Thereafter, it has happened. But in case of private, people will leave. But because CPSU was there, so they insisted. Now sort of, construction has been started.
In fact, now even the government is intervening if something is not happening. Earlier it was left only to the developer and they used to keep on getting it managed. Now we are trying to handhold the developers as well. NSPC ho gaya, NIPCO ho gaya, anybody for that matter, even if some private people also comes in. And they say that they are facing some issues with the MOEF. We do try to coordinate with them and try to see that the matter gets resolved. Of course, because of the nuances, probably it still is taking some more time. But efforts are on.
Some issues are still there, like
I think he will highlight to you all the, I think you have the PSP slides as well.
Yeah,
where we
PSP,
have done
yeah.
some. I think you can quickly go to the PSP, which is more promising now and which is more required in terms of the storage and in terms of the energy transition that is happening in the country. And we want to really see that the storage goes, I mean, the speed catches up. Right now we have hardly
4.7 gigawatt
gigawatt,
PSP.
out of which also operational is only 3.5 gigawatt.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, somebody will not believe the numbers which we'll be quoting in a few minutes from now, but we have to. We have no option but to really reach to those numbers.
As per NEP, National Electricity Plan, requirement of PSP is about 26.6 gigawatt by March 32. So accordingly, we are planning.
Go back. In fact, the requirement of storage is going to be something like 60 gigawatt by 30 and roughly 74 gigawatt by 32. And the other figure is in terms of megawatt hours. That means number of hours that you will be requiring these storage to be there. But since we didn't had much visibility of hydro pump storage, so we thought that, okay, if it is not there, then we'll have to meet by the battery energy storage system. It is reversible. If I am able to have more of PSPs, then definitely the BSS requirement will reduce. So that is how we are working now. We are just in 25. So we have 7 years to go. And if I start getting these projects in 4 years time frame, my hunch is if it picks up quite well, it has already started happening. So maybe 26 may go higher than this, and we'll be requiring less of BSS.
What are the advantages of PSP?
I think you can skip this slide.
I
think everybody knows
everyone
about
may
the
be aware.
advantages.
Then need of the PSP because energy transition is
You
there.
can quickly come to the environment aspect, which is
Figure, sir. May I show the types of PSP?
No, these things are only one thing that you can show is here is the promising thing that has come in this particular area is off-stream closed loop. What does this mean is it is not linked to any river, and that is how less nuances are there. And because it is not linked to the river, it is almost like Purlia pump storage, which is not linked to the river, and they have 2 reservoirs. Only with the HRT they have been able to do it, and it can easily take off. And maximum of these projects are of this nature.
Off-stream closed.
Sir, since private people are investing these money, and what the promise or confidence level that I have at present is because these are coming in mostly in the peninsular areas. So it doesn't have the challenges of the Himalayan ranges. So that is how and mostly, say for example, Vipuri of Tata, which is already one hydro project is just running besides it. Everything is known, geology is known, everything is known. So they have promised that they will be coming in 42 months. Even the Pinnapuram, which will start getting commissioned from this year itself. So that project is, I think, 3.5 years?
3.5.
Roughly 3.5 years, they have already completed it. So there is an example, there are examples in the pipeline. So I don't see any reason why it will not come.
So sorry for asking a stupid question. Can you show us what the diagram, what is the off and what is on? हमें नहीं समझ में आ रहा सर क्या करें?
Yeah, sir. This is off stream, sir. Both the reservoirs are not on any stream. Say one depression is there on the hill, on Western Ghat. We can think about Western Ghat. One depression is there on the top, and one depression is there in the ground, or we may create artificial lake there. And we have more than 500 meter head in Western Ghat. So artificially I have created 2 reservoirs. One time filling I am taking from any existing dam. Then I will use this water for generation and then storage.
So the original water that you have is not coming from top, you taken from somewhere else?
Somewhere else. Somewhere else.
First filling, reservoir first filling is supposed to be done by some other water, either from the nearby dam. So whoever is bringing these kind of a project, they already identify and have a tie-up with the state government. Approval is already taken from them, and the quantum of water that is required, that is also agreed upon.
This is like Tata's project,
Bhivpuri.
Lonavla, Tungarli, all that.
Tata,
Bhivpuri.
new project is there.
Bhivpuri that is going to come.
They have 2 projects in pipeline, one Bhivpuri and another is also there nearby.
Environment, he will just talk about it, because what we have done is we argued with the Ministry of Environment and Forest. We said earlier they were treating all this kind of a project also similar to any hydro projects. So they used to ask for the interstate clearances, etc., and everything related to the basin clearances as well. So we said, since it is not linked to the river, all clearances which is required for a river link project, please dispense that. So that has been dispensed now. Number two, some of I'll say relaxation that has been given to the mining projects, particularly once somebody is going and trying to do a drilling there, environment clearance is not required. So we got our projects also at par with such mining projects. So that has happened. So earlier what used to happen is, once the project is allotted to the developer, he used to apply for the forest clearance. Until that is done, he cannot proceed with the survey and investigation part. Now that can start earlier. Number one. Number two, some of the things, particularly, you can tell about that B2.
B2 category. I'm coming, sir. These are the points I have reflected. They have created separate category for PSPs, considering that most of the PSPs are off-stream, means we are not disturbing the riverine system. Then they have notified, amended the notification, simplifying the survey and investigation process, and they have given investigation permission at par with mining activity. And so as we have additionally sought that some additional dispensation may be given for survey and investigation. We are not seeking dispensation for environment and forest clearance, but for survey and investigation. I think that they may also consider.
अभी इसमें दो चीज और बच गया है. अभी माइनिंग के हिसाब से certain boreholes they had permitted, but now of late developers has come to us and saying that number of holes that was permitted for the mining, we may require slightly more numbers. So we have again approached Ministry of Environment and Forest saying that will please permit this as well. Second, most important was when they used to take out some of the material for investigation for CSMRS lab. This they were not able to, they were not allowing them to even take out these materials. So we said this is only for the survey and investigation part. So please allow them and keep some busy, say bank guarantee or something, let that be restored if the project doesn't take off. So that recommendation has also gone to MOEF now. I have already discussed with Secretary MOEF. Hopefully that will also get through. So if this is done, then survey and investigation, at least time frame will get reduced by another 6 months, which is a huge time period which will be required for the completion of the DPRs.
Sir,
Sir?
Pumping water, you mean?
Pumping water, sir.
Input power.
Input
for pumping
power. For
that definitely we will be doing it, sir. That's a normal procedure of whenever any project is coming, we provide the startup or the construction power. So that is
no, not construction power. It is supposed to be a green power, pumping the downstream water back to the upstream reservoir. Only then it will serve the purpose of.
Sir, all these are being done for that only, because we are going to have huge amount of solar. So
Yes.
solar power will be used mostly to pump this water from downriver to the upstream, and in the evening we'll use the same water for making the evening peak requirements.
So basically
So
the pumping is
it
done during solar hours.
Yeah. Because
Achha.
what we are envisaging is, I'll show you tomorrow, during the solar hours we are going to have excess energy, and that energy, if not stored somewhere, probably we will have all kinds of issues. So this power needs to be stored somewhere and used in the evening hours, where the challenges are going to be more. Sorry, sir?
Environmental exemptions
off stream.
Yeah, this
only for the off category,
Yeah,
not for the on category.
This also we got it after a long fight.
I know.
See,
Of course, now since they have given to this, we'll try to fight for the off river, on river as well. But our hunch is because now we have many projects coming in the off-stream category, and since only HRT is to be built in this, because if you have on river, you will require tunnel and all that is required to be built, and that takes longer time. So since we have good amount of candidates, probably we'll focus on this first and then go for the next ones.
And mostly the off-streams are coming in peninsular India. So that complexity, Himalayan complexity is not there. Second bullet is important, sir. For off-stream closed loop PSP, MOEF has allowed us for 1 season data. You collect one season.
This has again
data.
saved us for 9 months. Because earlier they used to ask for the 3 seasons data.
3
right?
season, 1 year.
So that means 1 year per person used to go study and then come back again to the MOEF with this data and all, and then only they used to process the case. Now with 1 season data, they are able to process the case. That means 9. So what we are trying to do is, whatever are the pain points of the developers, we are trying to resolve it, sitting with across the ministries and trying to see that the things goes on.
And are they reversible turbines, all of them?
Yeah.
Sir, reversible turbine is only right now is there at Tehri, which is the first of its kind, and it did had huge amount of challenge, and that is how the project commissioning got delayed at Tehri. We'll have to still study the behavior of this reversible turbine.
Variable, sir.
Sorry, variable speed reversible turbine.
Every turbine is reversible,
so
sir.
PSP by nature will have reversible turbines, but if somebody says that it should go only for the variable speed reversible turbine, then probably we'll have to take a call on that.
Okay.
My hunch is this is the time when we can go for a standard reversible turbines instead of going for a variable speed turbines.
Sir. Last bullet is also very important.
Sir, बिल्कुल सही बात है सर.
बिल्कुल.
Sir.
Costly.
Absolutely, sir. This is what is I have given my opinion.
No, I hope because people who sell things want to sell you whatever they've developed.
Yeah.
Now this turbine is not needed for our situation because the numbers of PSP you'll be doing, I think you don't get any.
Yes, sir. Absolutely correct.
Cost.
Absolutely.
Last bullet, sir. If you are connecting to existing reservoir, capacity is not changing, forest clearance is not required. In that case, EIA EMP study is not required. MOEF have.
So this was the path-breaking agreement what we were able to take it with the MOEF, and they have agreed for this. So
One sir, figure I want to show the now position. This is the position, sir.
बताइए.
Cycle efficiency is 80%, sir. 80%.
That's a standard, sir.
Yeah.
So anywhere varying between whatever projects we are clearing, 78% to 85%, that's the range in which we are clearing the projects. I think this is more important, please.
Yeah,
tell me.
this is the position of PSP in the country, sir. About 184 gigawatt is potential, identified potential. Only 4.7 gigawatt under operation. 8 projects are under construction, sir. Most of them having capacity. Pinapuram, here I had mentioned 1200, but it is 1680 after memorandum of changes.
Okay.
Tehri 1000 gigawatt. Tehri is conventional one. Then Kunda is also conventional 500 megawatt. Upper Silero 1350 megawatt. Seravati 2 gigawatt. MP30 19.2 gigawatt. These projects are under construction. Then 4 projects have been.
All of them, all these projects will definitely be commissioned in next 4 years. Yeah. So that's the kind of target we are giving when we are even sanctioning these, giving the concurrence of these projects as well.
4 projects are concurred by CA and construction is yet to be started. Under survey and investigation, there are 47 projects with 62 gigawatt. So this is the huge potential, and we hope that most of them will come by March 30.
So what this 63 gigawatt is there, this is what I was telling in the previous slide, where we had earlier targeted only few numbers, smaller numbers. Now if this fructifies, then probably I'll be requiring less amount of BESS as compared to this. Another good thing that is going to happen is all these developers, we have given them early excavation permission as well. That means if somebody wants to take risk and go ahead with the early excavations, they can start the activities, and this has saved another 6 months to 9 months. What happens is, even if the project is not concurred, they want to mobilize the resources there that and do the bidding process, etc., etc. So these paperworks they are able to do in this 6 months, and they are able to mobilize the resources and do some kind of excavation work as well.
Out of 47 projects under survey and investigation, 46 projects are off-stream, either off-stream closed loop or off-stream open loop.
Whether concurrence is required in these cases, they are not generation projects.
The concurrence is required, sir, as of now. But there again, I don't know whether I should divulge this figure or not, but we are trying to relax these norms. Hydro policy will be coming out very soon. Right now, we are the gap or the cap is around 1,000 crore project, worth crore project is any project which is more than 1,000 crores is coming to CA for concurrence. This we are going to increase very shortly.
No, one is this one. Another, I thought that they are not the generation projects because you are already supplying electricity and then giving it back.
Sir, concurrence is, if you see Section 8 of Electricity Act, concurrence is not only for, not because it is a generation project, but since dam is being made.
Oh,
there,
dam, okay.
So dam safety is of paramount importance, and it should not so happen that it is not, it goes scot-free, and if something happens and dam breaches, and huge amount of life is lost. So it's basically concurrence is from the safety angle, and that is what he was trying to mention, that the concurrence process, even the DPR for concurrence, is we have reduced the number of chapters as well. Because now we have taken a conscious decision that we will not be examining the cost of these projects. We will only see from the technical side of it, from the safety side of it. And that is how, I think from 24 chapters earlier, we have reduced it down only to 12 chapters, which will be required initially for the concurrence of these projects. Because in any case, these projects are going to be built by the private developers mostly, and some by the CPSUs as well. They are making the investment, so they need to do the due diligence themselves, number one. Number two, in any case, the tariff is going to be decided either through the Section 62 route or Section 63 route, which I think Regulatory Commission sir is already here. So there was no point in freezing a figure by CA during the concurrence process, and which has no relevance for the tariff determination process. So we have taken a very conscious call here that please don't waste time in doing this. Please allow the people to develop it, let them demonstrate before the commission and get the cost. Due diligence is being done by the commission because that's their domain, number one, if they are coming through 62 process. Or if they are coming through a competitive bidding route, absolutely there is no issue. The tariff automatically gets decided. Again, there also the cost doesn't matter, whatever has been the concurrence cost, it doesn't matter at all if the project coming through the Section 63 route. So all these taking into consideration, we have reduced the concurrence process time by use
now
time.
50 days, and further we are going to reduce 50 days. Present as of now 50 days, and we have concurred within 15 days also, out of 50 days.
So I think CA, what he is trying to take credit is, he is trying to do in much faster manner as well. Okay, go ahead.
Sir, this is the final slide. Out of this 62 gigawatt, 55 gigawatt are in private sector. So 90% PSPs under survey and investigation are in private sector, and then 7 gigawatt in the state, and presently only one project in central sector. So in off-stream,
I think
IPPs
you should also highlight one thing, that PSPs, the biggest competitor right now is the battery energy storage system, because both of them are going to serve the similar purpose. Of course, hydro pump storage is definitely going to have a better advantage if we see a longer time horizon. And the kind of support that it is going to give to the grid, particularly in terms of the rotating mass, rotating inertia, what we call it, which is not normally factored in the tariff of the hydro PSPs. But definitely the cost of battery power, which is coming down, which I'll demonstrate tomorrow again. I mean, there will be some kind of a toggle between the battery storage system when the people start taking decision on that and the PSPs. But to my understanding, definitely we'll try to see that hydro PSP gets pushed.
this is capacity addition plan till March 32. So I have highlighted little bit higher figure. We have target of 55 gigawatt of PSP by March 32. So that is ambitious target. That's
Good luck, Shravan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sir, I think everybody is interested now. Investment absolutely is not an issue. We are getting the interest from both the sides, foreign investors as well as the Indian investors. So no developer has come and told me that financing is an issue for them right now.
That's very good. Nobody has said this financing is not an issue.
Not an issue, sir.
Okay,
Not an
okay.
issue.
Now, if for a pump storage, the same project, if two developers give you, how will you decide which is the better?
It's not we decided. Actually, if we see historically, the pump storage projects are allotted by the state.
Yes.
So there also the fundamental principles what we have said is that whoever comes first to you, please give them on first come first serve basis. That's the basic fundamental. And normally it is happening that way. There had been only a few cases wherein more than one developer has come and tried to claim the same site. Of course, those sites are still struck because the state government have not been able to decide. We are also deliberating in ministry what can be the criteria for allocating these projects, because then in that case what will happen is there has to be a transparent mechanism that needs to be developed. The only problem is this is at a very, very inception stage wherein no DPR is there. It's only a site somebody has tried to identify whether it is feasible, not feasible, not even PFR is there. So what can be the basis of allocation is definitely becoming a challenge for us. But we are trying to deliberate and trying to see that some mechanism comes out. Thank you, Shravan. So I think we can now start with NHPC with giving some practical. These were all theoretical exercise that has been done. So maybe practical experience coming from NHPC.
The experience has been, Sir is there and he knows very well that there was a time when hydro didn't have a very good name, unfortunately. And we were the bad boys, probably from environment angle and from whatever angle.
This one.
So, but the world over, it's not only in India, the world over, there has been sea change in perception about hydro projects, water resources projects that particularly if we want energy transition, that is that we want to move away from fossil fuel and from coal particularly, the options are probably right now on the table, solar, wind, but they themselves by themselves cannot, as Sir indicated, that they don't have inertia. They don't have many other attributes which probably I will say only hydro has. The kind of flexibility, the kind of ramp up, ramp down rate, which is very important for particularly for integrating solar. So under the circumstances, and it's not only in India, it's world over that people have come to realize it's a clean energy. And it is one of the best possible kind of development that we can have, and for integration of solar and wind and other technologies in a big way, it is just not possible without hydro. And when that realization came in India, world over I will say, particularly Indian government, and with the initiative of Sir is sitting there and he has been probably the biggest proponent. It's my sector, but probably we have had the kind of support that we have had from him and Shravan Kumar Saab. Very positive policy interventions and on periodic basis, real-time basis, as the need arises, in a proactive manner. Means rather than we crying out that there is need of it, at times they have been proactive and they have done it, and then we come to know that yes, we were thinking of this and the government of India has taken that step. So that has been our practical experience, and the fruits we will bear very soon. A lot of loss, a lot of time has been lost, a lot of water has flown down the rivers and which is lost, which could have been converted into good projects, and hopefully we will bear fruit.
Thank you so much. I think they have been given more tasks now. Many projects have been allotted to them. They need to quickly jump into the PSP zone as well, which I think they are trying to have some MOUs. I'll quickly move to BBMB, who has been one of the pioneers ever since independence, but probably they have not been able to add many projects. But of late, there has been a very good indicator that is coming in, because so far we had been concentrating on the potential, that means the height differential. Now another technology that is kicking in is the kinetic hydro, which is very promising. It's going to be a bit cheaper. So I had sent the people to BBMB, and they had a good amount of discussion, because huge length of canal is there in the BBMB, and there are other places as well. And I had been in talk with these developers and the technology innovators, and they have given me a confidence level that the prices can be of the order of 3 rupees 50 paisa to 4 rupees, which is very, very promising, number one. Number two, even though they are going to be small at one place as one machine, but if you multiply these machines, it is going to be of the order of 500 megawatt to 1000 megawatt plus. So this becomes very, very promising for them. So I'll request BBMB, other than what you are doing in the hydro, maybe you can throw some more light on the hydrokinetic. And this is one technology which CA has also now recognized it, because they were facing huge amount of challenges. Nobody was trying to recognize kinetic turbines as hydro, so we have done that. Now they are also trying to seek our interventions in recognizing them by way of even in the concurrence process as well. So we are we are discussing with these people and trying to see that can we formulate guidelines for them, because I see this as a very good and promising technology. If that is really adopted in India, probably that will be a faster development, number one, because of 2-3 reasons. One is I don't require, this does not involve any dam. So no clearances is required from the CWC side. It doesn't have any kind of a huge machines or so and so. So it can be easily installed. And number 3, it doesn't have any environmental impact, because it doesn't cater to any of the forest area, because it's already in the existing canal region. So no GSI, no CWC, no CSMRS. So probably the problem that we are facing right now in the development of hydro or hydro PSP probably will not be there with the hydrokinetic. So for last 1 year, when it came to my notice, we are trying to promote this. And hopefully if we are able to really do this, not only in the canals, even in the I think, what do you call it, lower TRT, tail race side, when the water is flowing down the river, there also it is possible. One experimental hydrokinetic turbine is being placed at Tehri downstream. If that gets successful, that will be of the order of 50 megawatt plus turbines. So there the potential will be higher, but in the canals it will be a small units, but multiple units taken together. That another advantage that I see in this particular thing is probably that since that will be very close to the villages, so you don't require a huge transmission line, which right now we are building 400 kV transmission line or 765 kV transmission line to evacuate these power from the long far-flung areas and bring it to the load centers. Probably these will be right at the villages side of it. You can have 33 kV lines or 11 kV lines supplying it to the nearest grid, and probably that can take care of it as well. So maybe I can hear from you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the wonderful background. And I'll just, before I talk about kinetic hydro, I'll just like to mention something about this, our topic for today, that is water power and energy nexus. So I would...
इसके झगड़े में मत पड़ना यार.
Sir, I absolutely agree with you. It is not a nexus. In fact, if we look at it, water, power and food, they are the 3 pillars of any civilization. These are the essential requirements of humanity. And it is not a nexus. I would say it is an interdependence. That would be the proper word. And we need to learn how we manage our resources, how basically power and food will depend a lot upon how we manage our water resources. So, I think BBMP is a living example of how you can manage your water resources. And if we look at the history, how we have came through since independence, it's a very good example how we can ensure our food security and energy security with the help of water. So I'll just like to take you back to the Indus Water Treaty that we had been discussing since yesterday. So if we look at it, I would rather like to correct some of the figures which have been quoted today in the morning. So if you look at this slide, we had a total runoff of 168 million acre feet of water in Indus Basin, all the 6 rivers put together, and in partition in the Indus Water Treaty, we got 3 eastern rivers, and the Pakistan was allocated 3 western rivers, and the 3 eastern rivers in fact contained only 32.6 MAF of water, which amounts to 19.3%. And the Pakistan got 136 MAF, which is 80.7% of the water, of the Indus water, which is available. So the position at that point of time, I'll just like to mention that during partition we got half the population of Punjab and about 20% of the irrigation system. There were only 2 systems, which was UBDC, Upper Bari Doab Canal, and Sirhind Canal. These were the 2 irrigation systems which came to the India's share. And Pakistan side, if we look at it, they had a huge network of irrigation which was built over many decades. So quickly. So undivided Punjab, if you look at it, undivided Punjab was food grain surplus, and we were supplying food grains from undivided Punjab to all over India. So, but after partition, the major part of the cultivable land went to Pakistan, and we were extremely short of our food grains. You might be remembering, like we are reading in the books that we were importing large amounts of food grain at that point of time. So at that point of time, this was the situation at the time of Indus Water Treaty. So this is what started. Like we prepared a master plan, and these were the projects which were constructed. We had a Bhakra Dam. Just I would, if I can. Yeah, this you can have a look at it. This is the Bhakra Dam, which came on River Satluj. Then this is the Pong Dam, which is built on River Beas, and then we have a Beas Satluj link project, which starts from Pandor Dam. Then we have a water diversion system, and we generate 990 megawatts of power here in Deher Powerhouse, and that water comes to River Satluj. Then on River Ravi we have Theen Dam, or what we call as Ranjit Sagar Dam at the moment. And these projects have come up over the years. Bhakra Dam, the work was started in 1948 and commissioned in 1963. Then we have Pong Dam, which got commissioned in 1974. Beas Satluj link commissioned in 1977. Then we have Madhopur Beas link, which connects the River Ravi and transports its water to River Beas. It was completed in 1955. Then Ranjit Sagar Dam came up in 2001. And now we have one Shahpur Kandi barrage, which is coming up in downstream of Ranjit Sagar Dam. And I can tell you, we are using more than 90% of the water which is being generated, which we are receiving at the moment. Out of initially the estimates was that we are having around 34 MAF of water in the system, but at present we are receiving about 27 to 28 MAF of water in all the 3 rivers put together. And the water which is flowing downstream to Pakistan, it is to the tune of 1.5 to 2 MAF, and that too only in the monsoon season. So during lean season, no water is flowing down to the Pakistan. And that 1.4 MAF water which is flowing to Pakistan is mainly because of we have one technical problem in this system, which is that downstream of Ranjit Sagar Dam we have the Madhopur barrage. This Madhopur barrage doesn't have the capacity to hold that water because the full load, when we operate Ranjit Sagar Dam at full capacity, it releases 24,000 cusecs of water. Whereas the Madhurpur barrage can hold only 18,000 cusics of water, so rest of the water has to go downstream. So that problem will be resolved once our Shahpur Kandi project comes up, and I think within a year's time, this figure is going to go down further. So we will not be releasing much of the water, and mind you, we cannot achieve 100% of it, because in case of monsoons, if you have the runoff downstream, there's no point in controlling that water. If it has to go to Pakistan, it'll go. So we'll not be able to achieve 100% of it, but I think pretty good work has been done, and we have been able to achieve what was committed with the Indus Water Treaty. So this you can see, this is the complete system that we have. We have the complete irrigation network downstream of these dams nowadays. So we are being able to use this water for all the irrigation and drinking water purposes. And I can tell you that we are, despite using this water to the best of our ability, we are water stressed. There are a lot of litigations pending in the courts. Our states have sued each other, demanding their share of water. But the fact of the matter is that the runoff in the rivers, it is also reducing. So
Hello.
So this is.
Can you go back to that map? It's very interesting.
Yeah, sure.
Looking at the Ravi River.
Yes.
Are you saying that we are utilizing maximum in the Ravi River? Nothing?
Yes. Yes.
Now, there is something up there which says Kashmir Canal.
Yeah, that's right.
Is it linking it to any other river?
No, this Kashmir Canal is basically, see, this is a complete irrigation network. Yeah. We release water only when it is required. So this Kashmir Canal, it originates from your Madhupur, and it irrigates some of the some part of Jammu and Kashmir.
No, why I'm asking you is because when we were discussing disputes yesterday and strategic issues, the categorical answer to a question of mine, can we actually block the Indus water flowing into Pakistan technically? The answer was yes. So I'm just trying to figure out where would that be possible technically?
That's what, sir. We have the dams which have been built. Just a moment. Yeah, this is the Ranji Sagar Dam, you can see. This is on River Ravi.
Yeah.
And this is the Pong Dam, which is on River Beas. Yeah. And then we have Bhakra Dam, which is on River Satluj.
Yeah.
So what is happening is basically that whenever we have during the monsoon season, when we have excess water, we are filling up these dams. These are all storage dams.
Yeah.
We have, for example, in Bhakra, the total storage capacity of this dam is to the tune of 9 BCM, 9 billion cubic meters. And the live storage is around to the tune of 7 billion cubic meters. So we have that storage available with us. So we store that water. And whenever it is required during the lean period, we deplete these dams.
The question is, the other western rivers which are going into Pakistan, can we block them and take that water?
Sir, that was, I agree with what was being said in the morning, that it is not a one-day process.
What I can do is, in the interest of time, this dispute can be resolved so I'll maybe offhand. I think that, but the point that he's trying to drive is whatever best he is able to use water, he is using it. Some which he has already plans to use it further, and probably he will be able to use them as well. And that is how we need to move forward. I think we need not waste on a project waste our time on a project which might not give me so much of advantages. I think we should try to concentrate more on this.
I agree, sir. The only thing is
what you can say is, maybe leave aside the industry. You should also tell about what is your potential in your BBMB area itself.
Yes. I'm coming to only 2 slides.
Sir, वो water scarcity की बात कर रहे थे ना, इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ मैं, ये पानी कहाँ से आएगा?
Sir, only 2 slides left. So these are some of the interesting figures. This was a study commissioned by the World Bank in 2008. This I am talking about since we are talking about this food energy nexus. So these are some of the figures which have been given by the World Bank. If you look at it, so they say that the rice production without Bhakra would have been thousand tons, which with Bhakra, this is only, they are talking about impact of Bhakra only, not of the other projects. So with Bhakra, it is to the tune of 3,437 thousand tons per year. So almost double which would have been without the dam. Similarly, in case of wheat, they say it would have been 5,354, which is now 8,190. And similarly about the other crops. And just I would like to mention that what has been the contributions of these projects. We are supplying drinking and irrigation water to whole of the network states of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi, Chandigarh, generating around 12,000 to 14,000 million units of electricity every year. We are irrigating around 135 lakh acres of land, which is around 55,000 square kilometers and 8% of the total irrigated area of the country. And besides that, there's a flood control, flood moderation, and the benefits will go on and like that. So, sir, coming to the PSPs now, what other potentials we have identified a few sites which are in the vicinity of our existing reservoirs. So this is the map of Bhakra Dam reservoir. So if you look at it, these are the 4 sites that we have. And next is I have this is the Pong Dam, and again here also we have identified 4 sites. These are the 4 sites we have identified for, and the total capacity which is estimated for these sites is to the tune of 13 gigawatt, which we intend to develop. And at the end, I would just like to say that we are facing certain challenges getting the approvals with the state government, because whenever it goes into the kitty of the state government, as Shravan sir was also mentioning, that they are trying to extract maximum from the hydropower producers. So Himachal Pradesh has also they have come up with certain policies wherein they want some free power from this pump storage plants also. But pump storage plant basically it's not an energy generator; it's an energy consumption kind of setup. So we need to give a holistic approach if we really want to. If we really want these projects to come up. So I think CA is doing a great work, but we need to take our states also on board. So with this, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. In fact, you didn't touch upon my...
Sir, will you give me just 1 minute? So regarding the kinetic turbines, yes, we have been in talks with some of the companies. In fact, there are not much of the vendors at the moment. We had been in talks with one of the companies. They came to us, and we floated the tender also. They participated in the tender. But ultimately, the site we were proposing, they didn't agree to put up the plant at that site. But yes, you are very right, sir. We have a huge potential of kinetic hydro. And we are calling them, again, we are ready to invest into it also. And we are trying that we should be able to do some kind of a technology demonstration. After that, we will be able to put up these projects all over our canal network, because the flow is controlled and we don't have any problem of flooding or anything like that. So this technology can definitely be put to use. But again, the one problem that we are facing in hydrokinetic is that the pricing which is coming out is more than the solar. So if you compare it with, unless and until we have certain policy interventions wherein we are able to push through this technology, at least for the initial years, till the time that price becomes reasonable, I think commercially it may not come.
Don't worry, 4 rupees will be taken by anybody as of now, because right now people are tying up power of coal base at more than 5 rupees 30 paisa or 550, and even nuclear, which is also going off the same order. So people will not mind tying up your power at 4 rupees. As you said that there are not many developers, so initially when the technology gets developed, you need to give them good room for these people to really come up well. So you need to give them, try them, test them, maybe through the pilot initially and escalate them. So I think initially we need to, as a good developers, I think we need to encourage these people as well. Okay, so coming quickly to Madam, maybe we would like to hear your perspective on this.
So thank you so much. I have a slightly different orientation to the food, water, energy nexus, and it's wonderful to hear the progress that we are making. So I would like to share a little bit about the innovative methodology that we have developed to understand policy coherence in food, land, and water systems in India. So policy coherence is basically one of the sustainable development goals as well. So SDG 17 on partnership for goals talks about the importance of linking policies which have a common objective. Wherever the synergies are there and wherever the trade-offs that need to be overcome to advance water, food, energy nexus.
How much time you are likely to take?
I will try to make it in 7 to 8 minutes.
Very good. Otherwise, his session is the next one.
Yes.
He's looking at me.
Yes, absolutely. I'll make it really, really brief. So the intention I have here today is to also learn from the audience, and we have learned a lot from our co-panelists. So just to introduce my organization, we work on advancing sustainable development using integrated data analysis, and I will show you exactly how we do that. And basically within the Sustainable Water Program, we are focusing on urban water management. We are focusing on water security under changing climate, where one focal area is policy coherence for inclusive water and allied resources governance, and our work is there in the public domain. Within this area, we are working in coordination with Niti Aayog. So the national level work that was done on policy coherence was guided by Niti Aayog. At the state level, we are being guided by the state departments. So I will share a little bit about our work in Rajasthan, which was conducted with the guidance of Department of Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, looking at 10 policies where there is commonality when it comes to linkages between water, food, and land. And energy is a push that has to come in the next stage. So it has been very enriching to listen to this panel. And this is part of an international study which is being conducted at the global south level, with countries from Africa and even South America being part of it. So there is a lot of learning from India that have been appreciated in other countries' teams as well. This is funded by International Water Management Institute. That's why you are seeing this. So basically, I'll not get into the definitional boundaries of policy coherence, but it is a term which was earlier proposed by OECD when the developed countries wanted to align the development aid policies in developing countries. But in the context of food, land, water nexus, it is being tried for the first time by us. And I would like to show you some reflections on basically how we have tried to take nexus thinking to nexus policy action. That is the way forward to enable the theoretical knowledge to guide the policy actions in the future. And I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with this linkages between food, land, energy, where environment is at the center, and also the environmental concerns and clearance are. So we developed these 5-point innovative framework where we look at the coordination between the departments from different ministries, the external consistency where linkages with sustainable development goals is very, very important to bring together the policy actions. The third is convergence, which is a very familiar term in the policy circles. So when we went with this kind of framework to the policy makers, more than coherence, convergence was a familiar term and a priority. So we bring together the best practices when it comes to food, land, water nexus and opportunities to learn. The fourth was flexibility and adaptability, where we look at flexibility to uncertainty. So climate change is an uncertainty we've been talking about since the morning, and also COVID was an uncertainty. So policies have responded in that way Our policies have that adaptive governance approach. And the last is social inclusion, which is actually a commonality when we talk about the water, food, energy, land policies, because it is a pro-poor approach that is being adopted. Even gender equality, gender mainstreaming, disability inclusion, and the whole framework is an advancement of what OECD did and the United Nations Environment Program did. And particularly in the context of India, convergence, adaptability to change, and social inclusion are the novel additions to the approach. And our report was launched with the Secretary of Water Resources, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Ms. Debashri Mukherjee, who was also guiding this study, and with Niti Aayog's Program Director on Water and Land Resources. I would be happy to share outside the panel in the interest of time. Basically, with this step-by-step approach, I wanted to show you that consultative approach can really bring together the nexus in action. So consultation with the nodal officers of the policies, as well as the communities and the state level government, district level officers, going to the villages to also consult the community to some extent. So the finalization of the policy undertook a very scientific approach to qualitative and quantitative criteria. One particular criteria I would like to share is basically the policy has to be in operation in the last 3 years to see some kind of impact, plus the impact areas of poverty, climate change, adaptation and mitigation, environmental health and biodiversity. These were mandatory criteria for the selection of policies. When we look at the policy landscape in Rajasthan, looking at the food, land, water systems, there were 94 policies where nexus is directly or indirectly acknowledged. So this particular mapping was very much of interest to planning for the actions, and we are in discussion with the State Department to see how it can be further done through selecting certain indicators. So as you can see, a maximum number of policies are from agriculture, because a lot of water and energy concerns are actually embedded within the food production. And there are also policy from the energy sector, from cooperative department, from women empowerment as well. So this was very interesting. From this set of 94 policies, we selected 10 where per drop more crop, which we have been discussing on micro irrigation adoption, that has come up in the earlier session, is also here. Then Indira Gandhi Nehar Pariyojana project, which is connecting the water from Punjab, Haryana to Rajasthan in the desert areas, in the border of Rajasthan, was an important consideration. These were suggested to us by the policy makers and the implementers. Then an interesting project was the Rajasthan Water Sector Livelihood Improvement Project, supported by the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, working with the Ministry of Water Resources. And this is the coverage of these policies. 7 or more of the 10 policies are actually present in all districts. So the coverage is very broad, and I would be happy to share further details which are these policies, and this map is also available. Some of the good practices, as we can see here in the table, there is a lot of coordination mechanisms across policies to bring together the nexus. So all the green parts are showing exactly at the central level, state level, district level, community level, what are the coordination mechanisms. The white portions are the gaps which we need to further fill. And I will not go into the details for the interest of time. And we have made certain recommendations. Here I would like to show an illustration of how the per drop more crop policy links to 9 SDGs and 30 targets. So spread across 5 impact areas. The higher the bar, more is the linkage with the Sustainable Development Goals. And that is the way the policies can advance Sustainable Development Goals. And most of them are indicating poverty reduction. Not only income poverty, but water poverty, energy poverty, food poverty that we talk about. And this particular policy is absolutely important for Rajasthan, which is a arid, semi-arid state, with 8.5% coverage in Rajasthan. among the total micro irrigation adoption in the country. When we talk about scope for convergence, basically some findings relate with technology-driven approach to convergence between policies. We talked about digital inclusion, AI, advancing certain mechanisms. And when we talk about convergence, PM Kusum, which is the solar irrigation focused policy, came into the existence. But the challenge here is solarization of irrigation requires understanding of groundwater tables. If the depletion is very high, solarization of irrigation cannot be supported. It is only where the groundwater levels are not so depleted. This is the nuance we have understood technically, and these are all examples of how Nexus comes into action. Adaptability to change refers to learning from the past policies. So we've been working as a country on irrigation from last 70 years, 75 years, learning from the past to develop policies of the future. And social inclusion, when we look at it, our policies have a very wide spectrum of inclusion. As I mentioned, gender inclusion, disability inclusion, economic empowerment. So whenever we talk about solutions in the energy sector, in the water sector, in the food sector, economics comes into the picture, and economic empowerment becomes a priority. So our common recommendation across this particular framework is to focus on resilient and adaptive governance systems and developing indicators which reflect Nexus. So bringing together some indicators that talk about water, energy, food in totality and their common concerns. So irrigation efficiency is one common indicator that we will be developing, and I'm happy to share all the reports are online. We look forward to hearing from you, and we are happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving your perspective on this. I think this reminds me of one of the World Bank initiative which was happened in Punjab, and the scheme name was Pani Bachao, Jal Bachao and Paise Kamao. I think they had linked it to some kind of savings in terms of use of water, because subsidy was being given for use of water, not on the electricity, but normally it's the reverse at other places. But incidentally, what I have seen, and that's my experience, is such type of project is not replicated in future. Maybe one or two pilot happens and then it dies down. I really don't know. Maybe you can recommend later that why it dies down, why it doesn't get replicated. With that, I think let me move to the last speaker, and you have your say, please.
Yeah, thanks.
And you being a knowledge partner, probably you have to throw some knowledge as well on this.
Thank you so much. Also, as you said, I'm the last speaker. Also, you know, if you look at the kind of topic that we are talking about is monetization and linking of ERs, RECs, E-certs and HPO. A lot of stuff into one single sentence, that is monetizing, linking of RECs, E-certs and then HPO. What I will do is that first I will try and talk about RECs. E-certs and E-certs. First of all, there has been a lot of efforts in the past also to connect RECs and E-certs, and that have not been, there are some fundamental issues between the two constructs. I was privileged to be part of the discussion when it was happening, when the both were being implemented. RECs is for the generation, while E-certs are for the conservation of energy. RECs is for the kilowatt hour of generation or a megawatt hour of generation. E-certs is about MTOE of savings, right? MTOE of savings has been done in equivalent terms. RECs is very specific. You can measure 1 kilowatt hour, while MTOE is, a lot of calculations are behind MTOE calculation. But that's not really the issue. The issue is about the two different types of the scheme that exist, and that's the reason the fungibility has not been happening. There is another angle to this thing is RECs is a statutory instrument, or I would say it's a regulatory instrument, which has come up because of the efforts, initiatives taken by Central Regulatory Commission, and then subsequently it has been made part of the rules and the policy by the central government. As against, ESERTS is a statutory instrument, which is a part of the Energy Conservation Act that has been implemented. As a result, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to actually create a fungibility between these two instruments. I will not even get into the issue about the quantum of RECs which are outstanding, quantum of energy saving certificates which are there outstanding. There is a big issue with respect to the both energy saving certificates as well as RECs outstanding as well as pricing. We have also had a very different kind of a pricing for the RE certificates. We had earlier floor price, ceiling price, which has been taken away. And as a result, today you would see the RECs are being traded at as low as a 30 paise per unit. The base price, which was earlier 1 rupee per unit. As against that, the ceiling, the energy saving certificates, the penalty is far, far higher as compared to the RE certificates. Two compliance mechanisms are two independent, two totally different compliance mechanisms. And in which in RECs, it's a state regulatory commission which is supposed to be the ensuring compliance of the RPOs at the state level. In the case of energy saving certificates, Bureau of Energy Efficiency is the regulator and has to ensure compliance. So, a lot of fundamental design issues, implementation issues, compliance issues, and then what is the current status of both these instruments. And that's the reason it is very, very difficult, if not impossible, to have the fungibility between these two instruments. Now coming to the discussion, that was I wanted to just get out of that ESERT discussion, RECs and the relevance to our discussion in terms of the water food energy or food water energy. I think food water energy is a better title than water food energy, but food water energy nexus. Or the discussion that is happening today, a lot of time what we discussed is about development of hydro projects or a hydro energy development or a pump storage as a project development. What is REC? RECs are two types of RECs, solar RECs, non-solar RECs, right? There is no hydro REC, at least not as of today. So if you want to do the compliance of HPO using RECs, you have to go either part of the other RECs, non-solar RECs. Then how do you really do the compliance of HPO using non-solar RECs? Is it possible to create separate hydro RECs? Yes, it's possible. In fact, if you see the numbering system and the way the RECs have developed, it is possible to do that and create a hydro RECs, but that is certainly not the plan. At least as of today, nobody has talked about kind of developing RECs. So coming to the RECs, hydro RECs are not there. So hydro RECs being used for the hydro purchase obligation, that question doesn't arise. Now I will come to the bigger question, right? Hydro purchase obligation. Essentially now we have got a very difficult situation, especially from the Regulatory Commission's point of view, and I would look forward to see a Ministry of Power guidance on this particular matter. We have got the 2022, as Shravan Kumarji talked about in his presentation, HPO into the 2022 rules issued by the Ministry of Power, and it is also part of the 2023 rules, October 2023 rules issued by the Ministry of Power. Now what is the difference between the two? The first one has been issued under the section 86(1)(e) of the Electricity Act. Second one that has been issued is under Energy Conservation Act, under the Energy Conservation Act, section 14, I think, of the Energy Conservation Act. So what's the problem? One could say. The problem is section 86(1)(e) is applicable to all the obligated entities in the state. Section 14 is applicable to all the designated consumers in the state or in the country. Now, there is a challenge over here because the designated consumers have got a much different definition than the obligated entities. They are far fewer. There are only 1,000 consumers which are designated consumers in the country, maybe 1,200, okay? But not certainly the number of obligated entities that exist in the country. And there is a confusion. While 2023 regulation explicitly doesn't say 2022 regulation has been revoked, having created two separate rules, two separate notifications, has created the confusion in terms of what is the applicability of the HPO, broader RPO, but specifically the HPO in the case. This issue is open. I'm sure, sir would throw some light on that. But
I thought you will be giving some answers. You are asking questions to me.
Sir, this is the question for which I don't have answer. But having said that, just a couple of more minutes from my side. Having said that, really, what is the water energy nexus? In the sense, let me keep food completely aside. I have no knowledge, except for eating, I don't have very little understanding of the food value chain. So what is the nexus between water and energy? And I think all of us know the biggest problem that we have is a free supply to agriculture in most of the states or many states in the country. Even if it is not free, it is so subsidized that it is equivalent of free, and many a times even that subsidized rate is not paid by the farmers. Giving subsidy is not a challenge. I think unmeasured subsidy is a challenge. And this issue, the regulatory commissions have been grappling with since the 2000 orders of the regulatory commissions, the first one which Maharashtra Commission came out in year 2000, 99-2000. What is the real agricultural consumption of electricity in the country or in the state? When the first order came out, the official representation given by the then MSAB was 2100 hours per kilowatt per annum. Do we even understand what does that mean? 2100. That means if we remove 60 days of monsoon, core monsoon in Maharashtra, all 300 days, every agricultural pump in the state is running for 7 hours a day, right? 2100 divided by 300. Is it even possible? Over a period, a lot of studies have happened. Today, the norm is somewhere around 1450 or something like that. But even then, is every agricultural pump going to run for 4.5 hours a day? No. So there is obviously a lot of other consumption which is getting into that particular agricultural consumption. Having said that, are there solutions? Yes, there are people. Kusum is one of the, I think, the best solution. I thought we would have some discussion about Kusum on this, and a lot of effort being taken by the government of India in terms of the actually reducing the burden on the distribution companies by creating the solar infrastructure, which is a kind of a parallel infrastructure. Maharashtra has gone a step ahead in terms of solarization of the agricultural feeders, and 14,500 megawatt capacity has been awarded only for the solarization of the agri feeders. Whether that would be sufficient? No. So apparently the capacity that is needed is close to 20,000 to be able to supply entire agricultural load through solar. But what is the beauty? Like, this can be done anywhere. But why it has not happened? I think the one issue which was discussed on and off in this discussion and in other discussion is about land. We work in several states. We have assisted several state governments on creating policies. And one quip which I have heard universally across, that we don't have land. We don't have sufficient land to offer to the solar project. What Maharashtra has done is that Maharashtra has identified 30,000 acres of land closer to the substations, put that land into the lease land into the SPVs and given those SPVs to the private developer or development. Now, a state like Maharashtra, which is the most industrialized state in the country, could identify 30,000 acres of land. What is the problem for the, I'm still not able to understand. In many other states, there could be one or two states where there could be really an issue with the forest. There could be some other issues, but this is not happening, because what is really needed, again, I will come back to the same issue about earlier discussion on agriculture and irrigation, political will. And that's what has been demonstrated. So this is about the real nexus between the water and energy. Somebody trying to resolve that particular issue by using the schemes. But I also would like to talk about one more scheme over here, and that is agrivoltaics. And this is going to be truly demanding on the food, water, energy nexus. Essentially what we are talking about is that use the same piece of land for generating solar as well as generating food, or generating essentially cultivation of the land. So you don't really divert the cultivable land for the solar production, but use the same land, use the different structures, different mechanisms, and use it for the purpose of agrivoltaics. There have not been many projects in the country, but a lot of things are happening. At least we have come across, I have visited a couple of projects. So less than 50 megawatt, but that is the kind of capacity that exists. But that is where the real nexus between the food, water, and energy comes into play. I will stop over here. I hope we have done it quickly.
With your permission, Chair, if I can just add one point to his last point. In Gujarat, the Agriculture University is trying that setup. So just to give you a visual, there is a very small piece of land. The solar panels are about 2 feet high, or to the height where the tractor can run on the ground, and the agriculture can be practiced using micro irrigation. So that is a real, illustration of water, food, land, energy, ecosystem nexus. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, thank you. I think, do you want me to answer your questions, or? I would like to. You rightly said about the REC, e-certs and all. In fact, if you see the actual construct, maybe I think tomorrow you have a session on RPO, REC and others. But actually the RPO was introduced only for the creation of demand, so that at least we know that there is a demand that is created by force, by some kind of legislation, so that at least the people, even though it is costlier at that time, people start buying it. I don't know, if you see across the world, no such instrument exists in most of the countries, and it is all getting driven by the market principles. So maybe days are not far off when India also will turn towards the market principles and will do away with this kind of obligations. The moment we do away with this kind of obligations, probably REC, e-certs, etc., may not be there. Second thing that is getting into the system is probably all of these might get replaced by the carbon trading mechanism, which is being talked about. So maybe everything will get engrossed into a single kind of a mechanism, and which is accepted worldwide as well. So that goes along with the energy transition, carbon intensity reductions, etc., and even India is trying to develop that kind of a mechanism. So let's hope that the scenario gets changed, and that will happen. But one good thing that he pointed out today is the effort that is being made to in the solarization of the plant and the decentralization generations. So these are the two aspects that is happening, and this is also helping the Indian grid to shift the demand, peak demand, from the evening hours to the day hours. And this will further happen if these measures are taken. So maybe tomorrow we'll deliberate more on these aspects. Let me once again thank all the panelists for giving your perspectives. Maybe we can
one last question I want to ask.
The questions is
no,
still
I'm
open,
just,
sir.
it comes to my mind that on one hand you have identified so many PSP sites. On the other hand, you said that only one project lies in the CPSU, rest of it is in the private hands, and we are not clear how to allocate those sites. Is first come first served basis, or we have to have some other criteria? So how do we think that we will achieve our targets?
So I'll just correct sir slightly. The project which is going to fructify in 2032 time frame, we are expecting one from the central PSUs. Other than that, it's not that the CPUs have not been given projects. I think NHPC, NTPC, there are all other CPSUs. They have approached these states and they have got the MOUs done with them. So now they are in the process of starting these process of preparation of the DPRs, etc., etc. The moment they come and approach CA, that they have really attained certain level of it, and we'll start accounting for them. But definitely not many projects are going to come in 32 time frame. Definitely they can come in 35 time frame or 40 time frame. They will start getting fructified. Anything else? Maybe any other questions? Thank you sir, thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting, engaging and informative session. Thank you for bringing that.
Thank you,
Yes, we are having a merge session, and on case I request Sri Hari Dol. Sir, we request your presence on the stage. Sri Mukesh Tyagi, energy expert, actor and political spokesperson. Sir, we look forward to having you on the stage.
Am I looking like an actor?
Hello, testing. तो ये जो सेशन है, this is regarding the trials, tribulations and challenges of setting up a power project in India in the 90s, when we opened up the power sector for power investments. अब इसमें inspiration from this is coming from multiple sources, and so you will find different conversations from different parts of the country, and of course we have a great actor here, Mr. Tyagi. Actually, he's a film star. Those of you who have not seen him in movies, you can see him live at no extra cost. He is not charging any money. Thank God for that. कुछ तो free में मिला. So now now this is in all humor. This is nothing meant to insult or upset anyone. So I hope you guys will not go to social media and start saying things, good things about this whole story. So the government of India decided to start the power generation story. Some of you have heard this story before, so please forgive me for repeating, which basically means I don't have too much content. But उसमें problem is this, that now this is the advantage of technology. You can't find what you want when you want. So these are all very important things to understand. It talks about dog bite and infections and stuff, which is not what we want to talk about. So Please give me half a minute to find the right subject. I will start talking about something which is not related. I want to thank Mr. Ashok Das Gupta for inspiring me for this presentation. Those of you who have not met Ashok Das Gupta, you must meet him before it is too late. He's been with us for so many years. Achha, now the problem is that Mukesh bhai, we want to set up power project in India. You are telling me you don't have balance sheet. How are you going to set up project? Please tell me. You are saying off balance sheet project. Your entire project is 300 rupees where you incorporated company. What fraud you are playing on India? Hello? हाँ जी, बताएं. आपकी बोलती बंद है, मैं क्या करूं? अरे ऑन हम कहाँ करेंगे? आप करिए. How are you going to set up? Hello sir, $5 billion project you are telling us with 300 rupees.
Hello.
Loud mouth Americans. हाँ, बताइए.
I think this uninterrupted electricity supply in your swanky venue is the result of the new awareness which Enron created in this country. And it brought about a paradigm shift the way people used to look at the pricing of the energy. Enron played a very revolutionary fundamental games. First of all, I want to debunk one myth that Dhabol power operation has nothing to do with the Chapter 11 bankruptcy in United States. It was independent doing of Enron of balance sheet transactions by one great gentleman called, not great anymore, Jeff Skilling, who was languishing behind jail, finally is released. Chairman has passed away before he was indicted. And as a national catharsis, I think these few culprits, including Andy Festo, they all face the music of their ill doings. But Dr. Harry Doll, can I call you Dr. Harry Doll?
Why not?
Because he deserves to be given this honor of a doctor. I always, my tongue gets stuck when I call him Harry. But I feel like he deserves all kinds of recognitions and honor because the kind of knowledge, the polymath he is. And this is also one of the contribution Enron has given to me, that I could meet this great gentleman. I've met many interesting people during the journey of my career.
You are diverting the subject. I am asking you how you are going to set up $5 billion project.
So this is the formula we learned in Enron, how to divert the subject.
I see. So now you are coming to my country to set up our project with off-balance sheet financing. And now you're saying that you want my banks to guarantee you payment security?
Sir, it's called a non-recourse financing. And I'm sure you are also very innovative in this matter. And that is the way, when educational allowance controversy began in this country, it was basically how to teach the non-recourse financing. And that is linked to the cash flows. And we were giving a very robust power plant which would generate enough cash flows to do the debt service.
But I want to understand, sir.
Yes, sir.
How are you going to set up $5 billion with 300 rupees? I don't understand. There's something wrong here.
Sir, ये मारवाड़ी economics है.
Marwadi economics means what?
बिना पैसे के आप कैसे empire create कर लेते हैं?
हाँ, ये fraud है. बिना पैसा ही लगाए. You want to set up $5 billion project. You're making fool of us, है ना?
Not at all.
Now see, Chris Graves, for you all to know, was standing next to me physically in 1992 February in Los Angeles. And this is the true story. And so I asked him, sir, how come you work in Los Angeles Times? And he says, no, I've come to attend a conference organized by the Indo-US Society or whatever it was called. And unfortunately, my flight got delayed. So I missed the conference. I said, oh, what do you want to do in India? He said, I come from a company called Enron. अब हमारे दिमाग में Enron during college was that Ronson lighter, disposable lighter for smoking purposes. I mean, what is this lighter fellow coming here? So he said, no, we are a gas company. I said, I understand, you have gas in the lighter. No, we are actually coming to set up power project. Power project. Acha. So I said, don't worry, there is the Joint Secretary Saab upstairs, I'll introduce you. So I introduced him to a gentleman called Mr. Ramji, very fine gentleman, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Power. And then he said, but you guys are going back to India. He said, no, we are going to Washington to see the World Bank people, etc. After which, a whole delegation of Enron people landed up, 92, in Washington, and we had meetings with the World Bank. I don't know what I was doing there. I'm not a government employee then or even now. But we had a discussion, and they got an expert who said, India doesn't need power and Maharashtra definitely doesn't need power. But the cabinet secretary at that time and the government of India, the Prime Minister, the late Mr. Narasimha Rao, said, we want to have road shows to attract investments in the power sector in India. And because we had declared bankruptcy in 91, where 400 tons of our gold went to England to make sure that we got money to sustain ourselves, we were considered bankrupt. Ab is atmosphere mein, to tell him, कि boss, come and invest $5 billion in India, was a little bit of a, an experience. But then we did the road shows, and I was sharing this story with Ambassador Meera Shankarji, who was there at that time, just after that. But the interesting part was, the first hotel we did the road show was opposite the Indian Embassy in Massachusetts Avenue. तो वहाँ हम बुलाए लिए सबको, everybody came. वहाँ एक सरदार जी थे. And I said, which company are you from? मैं जी कुजेंट्रिक्स प्रोजेक्ट का आदमी हूँ जी, मैं इंजीनियर हूँ. मैं said, अच्छा. So I said, what is your passion in life? He says, I'm thinking of setting up a power project where I can play golf. I said, what? I want to play golf. I said, come to Karnataka. He says, you have good golf courses? I said, damn good. There's KGF golf course, there is this golf course, that golf course. So actually he convinced the bosses to set up the Cogentrix project in Karnataka. I said, very good. How much is the value? 1,000 megawatts coal-fired, which incidentally is now the Adani project, which is actually running. But anyway, Sardarji agreed. I was very happy. Then I talked to the Enron people. They said, we are not in coal, we are in gas. So I said, the only gas we have is in Delhi. So everyone's full of gas. I know so-and-so, I know so-and-so. I said, अरे भैया gas वो gas नहीं है. We need actual gas. But there is no gas in India. Don't worry, we'll get the gas. So whole project is created based on liquefied natural gas. I said, what the hell is liquefied natural gas? कहता, we need a PPA. मैं कहा, वो क्या होता है? I need LNG container. Excuse me? Can you speak English? ये LNG क्या होता है? We had no knowledge. Structured finance, or balance sheet financing. मैंने कहा, भैया मर गए. We are finished. What is all this? Now I'm talking a story which is 30 years ago, maybe 31, 32 years ago. Luckily, I caught hold of a chap in Washington who was an American lawyer. So I told him, brother, मुझे सिर्फ educate कर दो, ये words क्या हैं? In those days, we used to have telex machines. Anyway, this project comes to one to Maharashtra, one to Karnataka. By coincidence, I am the advisor to Maharashtra State Electricity Board, and I am also the advisor to Karnataka Electricity Board for the Cogentrix project, at the request of the then CM, who had sent his personal guy to talk to me. I was paid a lot of money for advising them, 500 rupees a day. 500 रुपए में.
And he raised the bill of $25,000 to us.
No. That is another story. तुमको तो पैसे दे सकते थे ना? Why should the government pay money for this? Anyway. Now what happens then in this story of power sector की कहानी or IPPAI power sector की कहानी is that the then cabinet secretary was a gentleman from Karnataka. And so I sent an invitation to him and I went to meet him. So he said, you know what, you have set up this NGO why don't you invite the Prime Minister? Sir, kya baat kar rahe ho? Prime Minister of India, I'm going to invite. Are you kidding me? No. You send an invitation copy to me. Lo and behold, 7 days later, I got a confirmation. Prime Minister of India will be coming, but the venue changes to Vigyan Bhavan for security reasons. Honestly, mera to pasina chhut gaya, sir. I can't tell you where all I was sweating from. It would be very rude. Prime Minister of India, I just wanted the CABSEC to come and say hello. So I had to hire a public relations agency. They explained to me how to stand, how to sit. When PM Saab comes, protocol kya hai. Those days when Mr. Narasimha Rao was there, protocol was a serious subject.
Yeah.
And then he also advised me blue shirt pehne ka, blue. Because TV pe blue acha dikhta hai. Light blue. So I was briefed. And I was griefed. And my partner at that time for doing this conference was Euromoney. And the secretary power was Mr. Vasudevan. Those of you who remember, we used to call him the Amitabh Bachchan of the power sector. Vasudevan Saab is saying, Yaar Harry, I hope all is well. PM is coming. I said, sir, I think it's all well. Why? Nahi yaar, PM is coming. That is the first time in India, the Prime Minister of India was addressing a sector-specific conference. It had never happened before. So anyway, on the panel, we had the Prime Minister, the Minister for Power, Mr. NKP Salve, the Minister of State for Power, Mr. Rangaya Naidu, and we had the Chairman CA, and we had the Power Secretary, and me, and this gentleman from Euromoney who could not understand Indian names. So I am briefing him. I said, this name of this gentleman is Rangaya Naidu. He would say, yeah, Rangaya Naidu. I said, no, Rangaya Naidu. No, Rangaya. Hey, hello, can't you just say Rangaya Naidu? He was jet lagged from Australia, he had come. Flight se utar ke seedha aa gaya. Yes, sir. So he said, Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narasimha Rao, Mr. Rangaya Naidu. Everyone looking around, kya bola hai? What is this nonsense? But anyway, cutting a long story short, the Prime Minister inaugurated that event. He said one very important sentence. He said, we want private sector to come and invest in this country and make a profit. We, as the government, will take care of the social sectors. Good message. Now the problem was, ye sab log aa gaya. Power plant lagane ka hai. Fast track projects. It was so fast. It went like this, You couldn't hardly see the project, but some of them, of course, they set up the project. So then what happens in this story? AES Par, the guy who was the boss came. And he comes to the office of CEA. And the CEA chairman was a very, very sweet gentleman who was around 4 feet 11 inches. This Gambhir Saab. And this fellow is 6 foot 4. And so he's looking up like that. Yes, please, what can I do for you? Daso ji, ki karna? He says, I want the techno-economic clearance for my project. Do you know I know the Prime Minister of India? Okay, good. I play football with Clinton. Now give me my techno-economic clearance. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I know the Prime Minister. Why don't you ask him to give you the techno-economic clearance? He pushed the file back in his face. वो बेचारा American रोता हुआ गया. When someone explained, boss, you don't threaten bureaucrats in this country. It doesn't work. Then a few months later, Mr. Gambhir and I went to Houston. And we are walking. Gambhir Saab is here. And he looks at the big screens of Enron's trading platform. Oh, yaar, Harry, ये तो रेल कंपनी है यार. ये ठीक ठाक ही लग रही है मुझे. क्या लगता है तेरे को? Sir, I don't know. Have a look. So these are all things that happened when India tried to adopt the latest technology to get investments into the country. Now, Maharashtra had the pleasure of the first gas-based project in Dhabol. First problem, Dhabol land was in the mangroves, in the mango plantations along the coast. I was advisor, so I learned first thing is PPA is a power purchase agreement. Okay, very good. FSA is fuel supply agreement. I said, very good. I learned that they had, my friend here, where is your chashma? No. The American had signed an agreement with Qatar Gas Company, QGPC. And that gas company was giving us gas. You look very handsome. Yes. Americans, you praise the Americans, they get very happy. So, this gas was being given to us at $2.25 per million BTU. And I said, damn good. Somewhere along the line, the gas price was linked to the oil basket. So therefore, there was no guarantee. Are you there?
Yeah,
okay. Hey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Henry.
There was no guarantee. No, Henry Hub baad mein tha. The fuel became linked to oil basket. Now what actually happened, we had a regulator in Maharashtra appointed for the first time. The regulator said, oh no, before that, the comic strip. So the ruling party in 1995 in Maharashtra was the Shiv Sena along with the BJP alliance. So, and I found this in Karnataka also. So they said, what price you will supply us power? So you said 2 rupees 40 paisa Tata is supplying today. We will supply you at 239. No. We want cheaper. Achha. What price? What price? 1 rupee 90 paisa. I don't want to take the name of the person, otherwise I'll be trolled on the internet badly. अब ये 190 कहाँ से आएगा? What's the logic? There is no logic. I have to tell the people of Maharashtra I reduce the price. That's it. That's the logic. So then we were sitting in the Enron office. I had just started IPPAI and they were the first IPP to face all this nonsense. Yes, IPP was also a new word. Yes. Yes. I remember. Thanks for reminding me because then I used to get these phone calls. Mr. Dhawal, Mr. Dharwad, Mr. Doll, no? Baby doll. I said, yeah. All kinds of characters used to call me. One of them threatened me also. So I said, okay. So, point is, that project got into facing all the issues that you can ever imagine. They also faced the political change from Congress to BJP and this one. And it was an off-balance sheet project. So, everyone wanted to set up a power project. Some Supari chap said, "Arey bhaiya, humko power project la raha hai. तो कैसे लगाने का है? Are you mad? You know what a power project is? अब बता दो ना power project क्या होता है? सुना है अच्छा है PPP क्या PPDA साइन करना पड़ेगा? PPDA साइन कर देंगे? I want to set up power project. I mean, you have to educate people. नहीं हमें ये सब नहीं मालूम. सब बोले हैं अच्छा है हम लगा देंगे. Halwai, sweetener, supari fellows who couldn't speak English want to set up a power project. It was so fashionable. अच्छा ठीक है वो तुम संभाल लेना हमको लगा दो. So off balance sheet financing was very interesting. We incorporated Dhabol Power Company. I happened to see the document. Paid 300 rupees to incorporate the company. Media picked it up. 300 रुपया लगाया और 5 billion की बात हो रही है. ये देखो fraud हो रहा है. So nobody understood off-balance sheet financing. Nobody understood structured finance. I was so excited, because I'm an idiot. I was so excited that whole India infrastructure will be set up with foreign money coming in. Hey Bhagwan. Yeah, no, I'll tell you one thing about it.
He was in love with Rebecca.
No. Dekho ji, I will not take names, this is serious. But there was Sardarji on the mission, and we were going to America, 94, Salve Saab's mission. So everybody was there, Lakshmi Mittal, Mukesh Ambani's representative D.V. Kapoor, the Torrent, Mehtas, all the top industrialists of India were there. There's one Sardarji who was there, who had no business to be there, but he was there. So he tells me, oh yaar Harry, we are in Houston. यहाँ गुरुद्वारा कहाँ है? मैं कहा जी मुझे क्या पता है यहाँ गुरुद्वारा कहाँ है सरदार जी आप पता कर लो. No, I want to know where there's a gurudwara here. I said, you can find out, sir. I'm sure the hotel will tell you. Achha, anyway, we are going for dinner tonight to that house, no? I said, yes, sir. Everybody's going. Minister's invited. Minister of State is invited. Everyone's there. But I'll see you there. He obviously went somewhere to the gurudwara, and then he had 3-4 thoughts. And we are sitting on a table in Rebecca Mark's house. All the senior bureaucrats, minister, everyone is there. And he says, and this is a true story.
Rebecca Mark was a blonde and very starry looking lady from Harvard. Strikingly beautiful, and no wonder Harry Doll.
No, not Harry Doll.
Yeah, okay.
Sardarji कहता है, यार ये कुड़ी कौन है? Nobody had briefed him that she's Rebecca Mark, the boss of Enron. नहीं ये कुड़ी ठीक है.
I can't listen against my boss. She was my boss.
उन्होंने बुलाया, call her to our table. Sir, are you mad? What are you saying? No. Call her, देखी जाएगी. I said, sir, she's Rebecca Ma. Oh, कोई गल नहीं यार, Rebecca शायद जो ले बुलाओ. Allah. Finally, I said, sir, she's the boss. You can't call her. She's not a waitress. Okay. But we had some hilarious moments in the setting up of the power sector. I was, when I look back, I think that I was lucky that I was able to see this whole story from ringside. And power sector की कहानियाँ हजारों हैं. I would be happy sharing them with you. But I will never forget Gambhir Saab. Because the position he took as CEA chairman, they couldn't get the techno-economic clearance. And he will explain how they tried to set up the project without the TEC. American Saab.
No, I think you're misrepresenting. We got the TEC, and it is on record. And coming to the point of Enron, it was most interesting experience in my life. After having done my MBA from UK, I was recruited in Enron. And within 15 days, I was to go back to Houston to meet the top brass. And so they wanted me to go and come back fast, so they organized the private jet for me from Mumbai to Houston. And I was the lone passenger with the beautiful French crew who was serving me lovely wine and everything. I said, my goodness, I was struggling for penny. Now I'm sitting in a private jet flying down all the way to Houston. And that to meet the top brass. The first meeting happened with Rebecca Mark. And I was absolutely, glamorized by her presence. She made me very comfortable in her huge office.
That is how he became an
size of
actor.
The office,
actor.
Size of the office was almost equivalent to this. You could play badminton or lawn tennis.
Did you?
No, I didn't. So then she offered me a cup of coffee. She made me very comfortable, made me stay in a Marriott hotel. And then the plane was flying back. So there were some issues in Maharashtra. That time we were facing all political issues. Mr. Munde was saying we will throw the power project into the Arabian Sea. Though Mr. Sharad Pawar was instrumental in bringing this fast track power project, he went to Houston with Dr. Harry Doll. And they were trying to please Narasimha Rao post-91 liberalization scheme, and that's the reason he played a very important role getting Enron in India. And that MOU was signed very mysteriously without making people to know what are the tariff, what kind of a gas. So it was a very opaque MOU signed maybe within 5 days of the arrival. So when I came, so Rebecca Mark, Joe Sutton, and Mr. Dr. Kenneth Lay, he was the chairman, who was instrumental in making Enron. So we were all flying back in that same aircraft. And in the aircraft, I told him, sir. He said, don't call me sir. I don't like this word, sir. This is very colonial hangover you guys have. So that was a complete, shocker to me. And he served me a wine and himself. So I was quite taken aback. I said, I've entered into a beautiful organization where there's a lot of respect
Where the chairman serves wine directly to you.
Yeah, chairman serving to me.
And the French crew were kept at bay.
And
understood. Okay.
So
can I just tell you about Sutton?
Yeah.
So Joe Sutton sahab jo the, colonel from the US Air Force, very determined, good gentleman. One day in the Oberoi lobby, he is walking around Oberoi, Delhi. I said, sir, what happened? Why are you looking so sad? Harry, can you tell me how do you move a goddamn file from one government desk to another government desk? I said, that's a very difficult, high technology question. But don't worry, it'll happen. No, Harry, I got to report back to the board every 90 days. Goddamn file is stuck on a desk. How do I move that goddamn thing to the next desk? I said, you know what? We have a very simple formula in India. In fact, in Goa, it called them Shushagat. Those of you who don't know, it means it'll happen not today, tomorrow. He said, and? He said, if it doesn't happen tomorrow, it'll happen next week. He's looking at me. I said, listen, don't look so depressed. We are Hindus. We believe in reincarnation. If it doesn't happen in this life, it'll happen in your next life. He too burst out laughing. He said, but you're a madman. But continue. Sutton bhai to hamare bahut achhe dost hain.
He was an ex-Marine of US, so very powerful guy. And he will never make us go through the elevator. He'll make us climb 18 floors. And people who were smokers literally gave up on him. So we came back to Mumbai and we were given a grand reception by government of Maharashtra. No customs checks, anything. And then we were straight away taken to Bala Saheb Thackeray's house because chairman wanted to meet Bala Saheb Thackeray. And so I went there with entire top brass of Enron. And outside, 2 cabinet ministers were sitting. And they were looking completely insipid. तो मैंने कहा सर नमस्कार आप भी मीटिंग में आ रहे हैं बोले नहीं हम मीटिंग में नहीं आ सकते हैं हमको मना किया है तो लेकिन जरा हमारे बारे में ठीक ठाक बोलिएगा तो मिस्टर बजाज इट वाज ट्रू स्टोरी आई एम टेलिंग यू दिस कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर वाज सो स्केयर्ड एंड वी वर स्केयर्ड ऑफ देम एंड दे वर लिटरली ट्राइंग टू प्लीज अस दैट बी नाइस टू अस So we entered, there was a grand reception by Bala Saheb. Bala Saheb came in his style, with his attire or shook hand. He held Rebecca Mark's hand more than maybe 1 minute or 2 minutes. So
that must have upset you.
So I said, we all exist, sir. So anyway, so we sat down, the wine was served, he got the best of wine. And in the meantime, this doctor enters, who was his cardio specialist. Mankad, something like that. Ambani Hospital is named, he set up that Ambani Hospital. He was his heart cardio consultant. So he started hiding his bottle of wine. So Dr. Kenneth Lay got very curious, why are you hiding, sir? This was very expensive wine, maybe costing few $1,000s. So he was trying to impress Rebecca and so he hid. So he saw, the doctor saw. तो बाला साहब बोले उस समय उससे देख ऐसा है मेरे से पहले तू मरेगा एंड एग्जैक्टली इट हैपेंड ही डाइड मच बिफोर बाला साहब डाइड सो देन डॉक्टर कैनेथ ले वाज कैरिंग हिज मॉन्ट ब्लैंक पेन एंड सो ही आस्क्ड व्हाट आर यू हाउ मच दिस पेन कॉस्ट बोले नॉर्मली दिस पेन्स आर गिफ्टेड टू मी बट मे बी $600. तो ही सेड ओके बेटा जरा मेरा पेन लेके आओ तो एक और मॉन्ट ब्लैंक आ गया बोले टेल मी हाउ मच इट विल कॉस्ट तो आई हैव नो आइडिया सर बोले द कॉस्ट इज $5. आई गॉट इट फ्रॉम चाइना तो इफ दे कैन ब्रिंग डाउन द कॉस्ट ऑफ मॉन्ट ब्लैंक व्हाई कांट यू ब्रिंग डाउन द कॉस्ट ऑफ टैरिफ इन इंडिया you know how beautifully he conveyed the message to us and then obviously we were in a different situation. Next day, Rebecca Mark was to meet Bala Sahib again on one-to-one basis. वो इसको लेडी जी को भेज दीजिएगा हमारे पास, तो हमने कहा ठीक है सर. And she had fixed up an appointment with the Chief Minister Manoj Joshi that time. So the time was in conflict. So we brought her to Bala Sahib, and Bala Sahib started talking and whatever hospitality he wanted to extend. So now there was a call coming from CM's secretary to me, where is Rebecca, and Chief Minister is waiting for her. And he's very furious. He wants to cancel the meeting. So I went and whispered in the ears of Rebecca. I said,
Eyes.
Huh?
Oh my God.
Ears. Not eyes. I would have been sacked. So I whispered. So she told Bala Sahib, look, I have an appointment with Manoj Joshi ji, and he's getting very furious. He said he will cancel the meeting. He said, phone lagao. The phone was connected to Manoj Joshi. And I'm not exaggerating at all. Bole, you want to remain as a Chief Minister or you want to go tomorrow? So let me know and wait for Rebecca Mark. And that was the instruction he gave to him. We were so, whatever it is. And so, this kind of power dynamics were there. And but I met very interesting people.
But before you go to that, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Government of Maharashtra decided to throw the project into the sea as soon as they got elected. अब देखिए पावर सेक्टर का पॉलिटिक्स से क्या लेना देना है और पॉलिसी से क्या लेना देना है और चेंज ऑफ पावर से क्या होता है. So they set up a Munde committee. He was the deputy chief minister from the BJP in the new government. And and afterwards we came to know he was a fine guy, but he was very new at that time. And he was still criticizing the government till somebody said, hello, now your government, stop criticizing. तुम लोग तो शुरू से criticize करो opposition से. Munde committee was set up, and I sent a letter, Independent Power Producers Association, want to make a representation to you, sir. Those fellows were screaming, who's coming? They saw independent, they thought, ye theek hai. So I was put before this committee, long table in the Sachivalaya. There Mr. Munde is there and another minister, I forget his name, bureaucrats on this side. The commies, CPI M and CPI I are on this side. And so they said yes. So I entered with 4 baskets of legal books. I learned this trick from the late Ram Jethmalani. So I put all my baskets. I'm not a lawyer, by the way. Some legal books laga diya udhar. Yes, what do you have to say? I said, sir, there are 3 objections. First objection is that this PPA has been done in silence and there is no transparency and there is no knowledge of what is going on in this PPA. MOU, sorry. I said, sir, I have a question. Any of you have a house and you're giving it on rent to somebody? Before you give it on rent, will you tell your neighbor, मैं कितने में किराए पे दे रहा हूँ? You will not tell your neighbor. But you will wait, and then you can tell him, I gave it on rent for so much. You want this company to disclose what it has discussed before the contract is signed. And that is a big sin. Okay? The second thing you have done is, you have said that the water exhaust coming from the gas turbines will destroy marine life in Dhabol. Sir, here is a report from Maharashtra State Pollution Control Board, which clearly says the temperature up to 30 feet into the sea will be only 5 degrees higher. But look at Tata Power in Mumbai, it is 30 degrees in the port harbor of Bombay. So पहले टाटा को बंद करो. Hey, what nonsense? Roko, बंद करो. Stop this, stop this, stop this. Third point, sir. You are saying the mango orchard in that area is going to be destroyed because of this gas-based power plant. I said, sir, here is the Maharashtra State Pollution Control Board report. At the pollution level, so many particles per million, I forget the exact number, from Tata Power is 8 times what this is there. And guess what? Bala Sahib's house has got excellent mangoes. You can taste it. Nikal do, throw him out, throw him out, throw him out. So then he asked me, how long will you take? I said, about 8 to 10 days. No, we have no time. I said, sir, I'll give a written submission. And that written submission when we gave, we got the project through. Last thing I want to say. When I went to Karnataka, there was a very fine officer called Mr. Lin, Chief Secretary. And Mr. Lin used to come on a cycle to his office. Very fine guy. So somebody said, yaar, ye Cogentrix project mein kitna tariff hona chahiye? Same story. How much is the tariff? Sir, 3 rupees, something. No, reduce it. Okay, sir. They will go back to Oberoi Hotel in the evening, Cogentrix. Beer session, dancing, happy. I am watching all this tamasha. Next day, they'll come to Kaveri Bhavan for discussion. And the discussion goes like this. So what has happened? Sir, we worked very hard all night, spoke to our chaps in America, and so we reduced 5 paisa, sir. What? 5 paisa? No, you have to reduce more. No, sir, we worked very hard. This drama kept on going round and round and round and round. Finally, the project got abandoned. So point I'm trying to make is that when you deal with government, the biggest challenge in power sector is government is not designed to deal with private sector. The structure nahi hai. So they don't know how to do it. It's all ad hoc, right? And then what happens is, for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, he's worked for government, he's retired, and then he becomes a regulator. So now what? Regulators are sitting here. वो क्या करेगा? सरकार बोलेगा ये इसको ऐसा करो, वैसा करो, वैसा करो, करेगा. नहीं करेगा तो I remember the first regulator we interacted in 1999. वो बोला हैरी हमारा गाड़ी का पेट्रोल का बिल वो अंडर सेक्रेटरी साइन करता है. He doesn't sign. So I have to now arrange for my own car or come on a cycle to the regulatory commission office. And I'm talking the Madhya Pradesh regulator. He says I've been given one peon, and that's the regulatory commission. उधर से शुरू हुआ है. So point is this: the control of government is complete. Now, of course, luckily Supreme Court has given some space to the regulatory commissions that if there is an order from the state, then you can't challenge it, etc. etc. Which is good, gives them independence to think, etc. etc. But very difficult. Last thing on regulators. Every year you give an ARR. I am this DISCOM, my annual revenue requirement is so much. What the regulator will do? Delhi? No, I won't allow this. Don't. Who's going? It's cost plus. Entire power sector is competitive bidding except distribution. It's cost plus. तुम नहीं allow करने का मतलब क्या है? Someone has to pay. So at the end of it, it's a post-mortem. An ARR is after the year is over. Right? So we've had great time, and of course, Mukesh has promised to regale you after the session is over. But this power sector ki kahaniya is just like, I don't know what to say, Wagle ki duniya. It's absolutely like that. So all kinds of things, all kinds of people. I told you the story about this Arunachal thing. The guy actually went there, and the guy says, Government of India ko hum recognize nahi karta. I am the tribal chief. Forget Government of India. Yeah, but I have said, take a permission and do what with it. But that's what it was. And it is. It's not changed.
But today, back into power, Ratnagiri Power and Gas, the question in front of you and to Dr. Harry Dhall, whether Indian government fooled Enron or Enron fooled India?
India lost a great opportunity by not using the instrument given to them of off-balance sheet financing. The other project which I can think of is Noida Power, the bridge between Delhi and Noida, which also was off-balance sheet financing by ILFS. It's a great project. And remember, America financed its infrastructure in the 1900s with private finance from Europe. Indian Railways got private finance from Rothschild
at 5% bond in 1800 and something to finance the Indian railways. So we lost an opportunity.
And LNG, this long-term contract of 20 years was signed with Oman LNG. And when I went to with the file to one of the finance secretaries, so I told him, I said, we need to get this liquefied natural gas plant here. And I said, I can give you a presentation, what is the cryogenic tanks, what kind of trains we need, what kind of capacity we need. It's a 5 million ton of LNG. So he says, don't waste my time. There are many LPG centers in the country. You are not the one who is going to educate me on what is LPG and all. And he literally shut me up. And you would be surprised.
Explain to the difference of LNG and LPG.
No, he didn't give me the chance because he was not letting me enlighten him on LNG and LPG. And I came back, and but I told Mr. Munde. He was in the assembly and the session was going on. I enjoyed a great proximity to him. So he said, why are you looking so dull? I said, sir, I'm looking dull because I need approval. LNG terminal needs to be, because it is linked to the financial closure. So he said, okay, what I'll do, I will call the meeting of Chief Secretary, Finance Secretary and other Power Secretary at my office tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the morning. And it was Sunday. So I said, sir, Sunday 6 o'clock, Saturday also I was, so he said, no, 6 o'clock. So there was a whole brigade of bureaucrats there, and I was also there, and Mr. Munde was happily sleeping. So luckily I had an access to Mr. Munde's bedroom, so I went there.
Excuse me? Enrod had access to Mr. Munde's bedroom?
No, he obviously
The whole villa Hakubat. What is this?
So I went there and I said, इनको चाय वाय पिलाइए उठाइए. बोले नहीं मैं आराम से उठ के आऊँगा. तो मैंने कहा सर क्यों आराम से उठ के आएंगे, बैठे हुए बेचारे बाहर. बोले ऐसा ही ये सबके गोल्फ के प्रोग्राम सेट हो गए थे कल ही सैटरडे को कि गोल्फ खेलेंगे, यहाँ ब्रेकफास्ट करेंगे, ताज में जाएंगे, ओबरॉय में जाएंगे. इनको मैंने 6 बजे इसलिए बुलाया है कि दे विल बी इन अ रश टू क्लोज दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन विद मी. तो वो आए 9, साढ़े 9 बजे के आसपास. तो हम सब बैठे थे कीपिंग आवर फिंगर्स क्रॉस की LNG. बोले भाई इनका ढाबोल का LNG का फाइल का क्या हो रहा है. बोले सर कोई इशू नहीं है, विच इज़ बीइंग क्लियर्ड. तो बोले फिर भेजिए इनका क्लियरेंस. तो यू विल बी सरप्राइज्ड, देयर वाज अ कवरेज इन इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स विच शोड LPG cylinder and the caption was the LNG got clearance from the Maharashtra government. So this is the height.
So I'm going to add a very interesting story. 95 beginning, the new government had come in Maharashtra. And newspaper headline said, now even God cannot save this project, cannot save Enron. So I don't know what happened. I got very upset. So I went to meet them. And I said, you know what? ऐसा को बोलना कि even God can't help is a little arrogant, you know. So I said, let's go to Siddhi Vinayak. Joe Sutton said, are you crazy? What is Siddhi Vinayak? I said, that's Lord Ganesha, you know, when you are in trouble, you go to Lord Ganesha, hold your hands and just pray and your project comes through. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with you, man, Harry? And Rebecca's sitting there. No, media is going to take over. We can't do that. I said, listen, this is the only solution I have for you. And they were all depressed and all that. Someone is going to commit suicide. Someone's going to jump into the sea and, you know, try all that. So finally, Rebecca, her instinct was very good. She says, I will go to Siddhi Vinayak, but I don't want media. So my wife Lakshmi, me, Rebecca Mark, and a guy called Firoz Nagarwala. We went at 6:30 in the morning before anyone was there. She did the aarti. She was wearing Indian clothes. She did the aarti, came back. 8 days later, the project got cleared. 8. And the last thing I want to tell you is, these Americans, I don't know if you remember, there was a time when this Ganesh ji was drinking milk.
Yeah.
There was a miracle, right? So after that, about 20 days later, Joe Sutton comes. I said, Joe, see, Lord Ganesha worked for you. He says, yeah, I got him in my bag. I said, what? Everybody in Enron is carrying Lord Ganesha statues in their bags, for God's sake. I said, ye kya ho gaya bhai? So anyway, Jai Ganesha, on that happy note, thank you so much.
There are many anecdotes to share, but thanks a lot for bearing out and listening to this great story. But thanks to Dr. Dhol for giving me this platform and sharing some of my personal experiences with Enron. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Housekeeping announcement. We have a play by a famous comedian actor called Rakesh Bedi. I don't know what time does it start? 11:30? 7:30. कान में problem है, बूढ़े हो गए. So 7:30, see you guys. Unfortunately, you can't drink alcohol while the play is on. Play is 90 minutes. Please suffer 90 minutes. And then you can go straight for the bar. Food also you can't take.